Chapter 451 The Powerful One of the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan. An hour later, what appeared before Chenfeng and Fengqing was a magnificent scene of golden and green colors. This is a huge mountain. On the top of the mountain, the phoenix and wutong trees are full of golden light, and the 1,000-year-old trees soar up to the sky and reach the clouds. The trunks of the ancient trees are extremely thick, some are as wide as 10 feet. It is much larger than the trees in some ancient forests. The huge golden leaves on those ancient trees seem to cover the sky and the sun, and in that golden color, some dots of green complement each other, which is spectacular. Thousands of years old trees form a forest, casting a golden glow across the sky and earth. At the same time, it also exudes an ancient and deep atmosphere, which is a trace of time. The rings of history have been engraved on it in circles, and all around it are bursts of bird song and flower fragrance, refreshing the heart. I have to say that a place like Dangsu Mountain is like a paradise. In terms of aesthetic pleasure, this place is 1,000 times better than the Dragon Island of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. Of course, the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan is unconventional, arrogant, domineering and barbaric. The Tanyaohuang clan prides themselves on their elegance, so the style of the place where they live is naturally very different. What a great place! Even though they were far away, Chenfeng could see that the golden sky and the blue sky were suddenly rippling slightly. In the blink of an eye, the transparent waves turned into a solid golden color, and the beautiful scenery in front of the eyes was blocked in an instant. In the end, there was only a golden light shield that fell upside down, swallowing up the entire mountain range. A loud and clear cry pierced the sky, and the shocking sound was enough to make one's soul tremble. The gigantic ancient phoenix statue encompasses the entire Dangsu Mountain. The wings shining with golden light are like Kunpeng, but at this moment they are curled up in their arms. If they were spread out, they would be enough to cover the sky. The huge wings overlapped and embraced each other, emitting golden light. The wing feathers were like oars spreading out across the sky. The huge shadow formed was like a light bell, protecting the entire clan. The huge phoenix head that towered into the clouds slowly descended from the clouds, looking down at the earth with bloodshot eyes. A vast soul pressure came from the horizon, and that ancient and long gaze even made Chenfeng's expression change slightly. It's great that the remaining power of the ancient sky phoenix can actually have such a huge momentum. It's just a pity that the leader of this sky demon phoenix couldn't see the situation clearly and chose the wrong path. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng was slightly surprised, and then shook his head. In this situation, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan's protective formation had obviously sensed him, and the long cry just now was a warning. Chenfeng only needed to feel the space barrier that suddenly rose on Dangsu Mountain for a moment before he was able to draw a conclusion. Ordinary 5-star dushing powerhouses cannot pass through this kind of barrier. However, this kind of barrier would be useless to the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, the enemy of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. In this world there are really not many space barriers that can hinder the steps of the strong men of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. After a while, a red figure flashed out from this huge golden barrier and rushed towards the direction where Lu Chuan and the others were. The red figure was a beautiful woman in a red dress, who looked to be about 30 years old. Her aura was very strong, and her pair of slightly thin eyebrows were slightly raised, revealing a murderous aura. A 2-star Dusheng. This beautiful woman should be the Phoenix, the leader of the 3 Phoenixes of the Phoenix clan. Feeling the aura emanating from the person who came. Chapter 452v The Patriarch of the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan. Huang Tian, who are you? How dare you break into the sacred place of my heavenly demon Phoenix clan? The beautiful woman in the red dress looked at Chenfeng and shouted loudly, releasing the pressure of a 2-star Dusheng. Feng Qing'er greets the Grand Elder. Just as Chenfeng was about to speak, Feng Qing'er had already bowed in the direction of the beautiful woman in the red dress. It turns out that he is of my clan's bloodline, and has even reached the level of Dusheng. After sensing it carefully, the beautiful woman in the red dress suddenly showed an expression of disbelief on her face, and then an expression of ecstasy. The blood aura of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan on Feng Qing'er could not be faked at all, and the fact that Feng Qing'er had such a talent was definitely a happy event for the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Soon, 2 more old men rushed here. The cultivation base of these 2 men was all at the 1-star Dusheng level. They must be the Kun Phoenix and the Eagle Phoenix among the 3 heavenly demon phoenixes. I seem to remember that there was a youngster in the clan who went to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion to learn how to control this dual attribute fighting spirit. Because of his special Wind and Thunder fighting spirit, the name of that youngster was Feng Qing'er. Kuwain came here. recalled something, and spoke slowly. Haha, my clan is blessed with such a genius. We will have another top-notch expert in the future. Eagle Phoenix burst into laughter. It was obvious that the 3 heavenly demon phoenixes were very happy that such a talented member had appeared in their clan. As that you, Morning Breeze? Soon, an elder of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan recognized Chenfeng and immediately shouted, 3 supreme elders, that man is Chenfeng, the murderer who killed the young clan leader. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the 3 heavenly demon phoenixes froze instantly. You are so brave that you killed the young patriarch of my tribe, and yet you still dare to come to my tribe's holy land. Phoenix. Kunhuang and Eagle Phoenix looked at Chenfeng with murderous intent in their eyes. 3 supreme elders. Jufeng clearly brought this upon himself in the wild ancient territory. A Peak Du Zun who flirted with and constantly angered the saint. It is not a pity that he should die. Hearing this, Feng Qinger stood on Chenfeng's side with a very clear attitude and spoke for Chenfeng. How dare you stand beside Morning Breeze? Do you want to be a traitor to the clan? Hearing Feng Qinger's words, several elders of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan immediately rebuked her. However, the 3 Sky Demon Phoenixes had not yet expressed their opinions. They had also heard about what happened before. It was indeed Zhu Feng who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and took the initiative to attack, but was easily wiped out in the end. At that time, some people in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan said they wanted revenge, but considering the power of the Star Meteorite Pavilion, they delayed taking action. The biggest reason was that clan leader Huang Tian was in deep retreat and no one dared to disturb him. Even if the young clan leader Zhu Feng died, no one dared to disturb Huang Tian's retreat. Haha. No need to say any more nonsense. Those of you from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan who want to avenge the 9 phoenixes, just come on. Chenfeng didn't want to argue with these people. With the strength of a late 7-star fighting saint, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan was nothing to be afraid of. What a big mouth. After a while, a very deep voice suddenly came from Dangshu Mountain. There was also an extremely strong sense of pressure in this voice. It's the clan leader. The clan leader has finally come out. Hearing this voice, the faces of many powerful Sky Demon Phoenix clan members present became respectful and they all looked sideways to the back. Behind it, there was a golden light approaching this side rapidly. Chapter 453 The Showdown Between Giants Outside the Mountains in the sky. A huge demon phoenix was flapping its huge wings that were hundreds of feet long. On the head of the demon phoenix, a figure in a purple and gold robe stood with his hands behind his back, and a pair of golden and extremely majestic eyes were cast towards this side. The person who came was none other than the patriarch of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, Huang Tian, whose cultivation had reached the late 5-star Duluo level. With such cultivation, in today's continent apart from those ancient races, few could be his rivals. Even the Soul Palace's master, Hun Mi Sheng, is far inferior to Huang Tian. Those first-rate and second-rate forces can be destroyed by Huang Tian with a flick of his hand. Morning Wind, you killed my child, and you still dare to come to my clan's holy land. Are you bullying me, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, because there is no one there? Huang Tian stood on top of the demon phoenix and looked at Chenfeng angrily. Ha, it looks like you want revenge. Chenfeng replied in a very calm tone. To Huang Tian no amount of explanation would be of any use. No matter how terrible Jufeng was, he was still his son after all. No matter what he said, it would not change his mind of revenge. Nonsense, Huang Tian cursed loudly, with endless murderous intent in his words. Come here. Form a formation and kill these 2. The next moment Huang Tian gave the order directly. Clan leader, Feng Qinger is a rare genius in our clan that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. You can't kill her. Fearing Huang Shen's order, Feng Wang's eyes were full of hesitation and he wanted to beg for mercy. This person colluded with foreigners, which is already treason. He should be killed. Anyone who pleads with her again will be considered a traitor. Huang Tian roared. Form the Sky Phoenix Ancient Formation. Under Huang Tian's majesty, the many powerful beings of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan in the sky quickly separated. Immediately amidst a unified roar, a shocking cry also resounded between heaven and earth. The entire formation began to tremble and rumble at this moment, and infinite energy light twisted and condensed within the formation. Finally, it transformed into a huge demon phoenix several thousand feet long. The giant phoenix was filled with ancient aura and appeared extremely powerful. Haha. Do you think such a large formation can do anything to me? Chenfeng's expression remained calm after taking a look at the giant phoenix formed by the formation. This giant phoenix was almost able to rival a 6-star Duluo, but in front of him, a 7-star Duluo, it seemed a little weak. Boom! The next moment, Chenfeng's body began to grow rapidly, and instantly turned into a golden giant 1,000 feet tall. This giant was 1/3 the size of the giant phoenix and looked very intimidating. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Huang Tian took a breath of cold air. He did not expect that the human in front of him had such terrifying strength. It seems that the reason why Yao Chen of Xingyan Pavilion surrendered was not for any other reason, but because he was impressed by your powerful strength, Huang Tian said with a cold look. Haha, it's a pity that you understand now, it's too late, a voice uttered from the golden giant's throat, and then, with a flash of golden light, the giant's figure disappeared from the spot and instantly came in front of the huge demon phoenix. Boom! After getting closer, the golden giant threw a punch, hitting the huge demon phoenix right on the head. Puff! With this punch, the phoenix phantom formed by the gathering of many members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan was actually shattered directly, and those members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan who were supporting the formation also spat out blood. This war had just begun, but it was almost over. The gap in strength between the two sides was too huge. Beat Huang Tian, this person is so powerful that even the ancient Sky Phoenix formation can't do anything to him. Looking at the golden giant that shattered the Sky Phoenix ancient formation with one punch, the face of the phoenix, the leader of the 3 Sky Demon Phoenixes, suddenly turned pale. Even the clan leader Huang Tian was feeling very nervous at this moment. Before this, his attitude was still very strong and he wanted to keep Chenfeng. But now, after Chenfeng transformed into a golden giant, his combat power had at least reached the level of a 6-star Dusheng. Even the Tianhuang ancient formation was broken in an instant, which immediately made Huang Tian lose the confidence to continue fighting him. Angshan, do you still want to keep my life now? After the golden giant transformed by Chenfeng defeated the phantom of Tianhuang, he did not pursue the victory, but turned his attention to Wangshan. The hatred of killing my son is irreconcilable. Although you have the upper hand today, there will always be someone who can take care of you. Huang Tian had a ferocious look on his face and spoke viciously. The next moment, he vibrated the huge golden wings behind him. In just a moment, Huang Tian had actually moved 1,000 feet away. This speed was the fastest speed Chenfeng had ever seen so far. Haha, the speed of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is really impressive. Looking at Huang Tian's movements, Chenfeng smiled, not in a hurry at all. He took a step on the spot, and then his figure appeared directly in front of Huang Tian, less than 3 feet away from him. Such a weird scene immediately shocked Huang Tian. This method was no longer just speed, but teleportation combined with the power of space. Boom! Just as Huang Tian felt a hint of fear in his heart, the golden giant transformed by Chenfeng punched him in the body. The fierce wind caused the space to collapse. Fortunately, at this critical moment of life and death, Huang Tian displayed his maximum speed and narrowly avoided the huge golden fist. After image, seeing that his punch missed, Chenfeng was slightly stunned. The extreme speed displayed by Huang Tian was indeed something. I want to see how many attacks your phoenix step can dodge. Chenfeng was not too anxious and punched Huang Tian again. Boom! At this moment, Huang Tian exerted his speed to the extreme and once again escaped the punch. After that, the vast fighting spirit in his body began to boil. Suddenly dark clouds appeared in the sky, and low thunder sounds came from the clouds, echoing over the earth. The holy statue of the demonic phoenix. The dark clouds reappeared, and Huang Tian roared towards the sky fiercely. Then his body expanded rapidly. Amidst the golden light, a huge demon phoenix that was thousands of feet tall appeared under the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Waves of terrifying pressure spread out like a tidal wave, causing many powerful onlookers to tremble with fear. Huangshan actually transformed into his original form. A few punches have forced the clan leader to this point. In this battle, the clan leader has no chance of winning. I just don't know if he can escape, Phoenix said in a deep voice. She knew that in the face of the huge gap in cultivation, Huang Tian had no hope of winning, and this transformation into the original form was only to increase the chance of escape. The next moment, Huang Tian's huge wings, which were 1,000 feet long, shook violently. Suddenly, the sky seemed to dim in an instant. That huge figure tore through the space at an astonishing speed. A huge black space crack flashed and hung horizontally in the sky. The towering mountain below was also shattered into ashes by the terrifying impact of the air currents. Chapter 455 Huang Tian commits suicide. Can you get away? Seeing that Huang Tian actually transformed into his original form and escaped, Chenfeng, who had transformed into a golden giant, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. The next moment, the golden giant slowly raised his palm and gently clenched it towards the original form of Huang Tian. Huang Tian, who was running fast, suddenly discovered that the space around him changed strangely. As the space shook, his body appeared directly where the golden giant was. The latter, however, strangely appeared where he had stood before. It was so strange that it seemed as if the positions of the two people had changed instantly at that moment. This sudden change also shocked all the members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan who were following behind. It was obvious that they had no idea the reason at all. As expected of a 6-star Du Sheng, this method of space transfer is extremely powerful. Huang Tian stopped, his eyes full of fear. The strength displayed by Chenfeng had already made him despair. At this moment, no matter how fast he was, it would be useless in front of the space means mastered by the 6-star Du Sheng. Wangshen, you should be very clear about the clan rules of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Corpses cannot be left outside. You should commit suicide. Your cultivation can be passed on to future generations. The golden giant turned around, looked at the huge demon phoenix standing there in a daze, and said lightly, "Suicide." Hearing Chenfeng's words, Huang Tian's eyes dimmed instantly, and then he turned into a human form again. At this moment, Huang Tian's heart was filled with regret. He had never imagined that the enemy, whom he had originally looked down upon, would actually have such powerful strength. In the eyes of the other party, his strength as a 5-star Dulu was just like that of a child. Chief. In the rear, many people from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan also felt sad. Okay, I'll kill myself today and leave a fortune for my people, Huang Tian said to himself. A great hero of his time has now come to the end of his road. The next moment, Huang Tian turned around and walked towards Dangsu Mountain, and soon arrived at the burial place of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Disperse, Huang Tian came to one of the empty caves and sat cross-legged. Then, the fighting energy in his body began to quickly overflow from his body. Even a part of his fighting skills were engraved in that majestic energy. Such a scene is very common in such a big family. However, under normal circumstances, only those who are about to die will choose to pass on their cultivation to future generations. Now, Huang Tian still has a long time to go before his death, but he has no choice but to do so. This was because, once he was killed by Chenfeng, he might not even be able to leave behind his body, let alone any inheritance. Boom! After Huang Tian forced all of his fighting spirit out of his body, the energy in this cave had reached a terrifying level. This energy had exceeded that of a 9th-grade precious pill and was very close to the energy of a 9th-grade profound pill. At the last moment, Huang Tian chose to integrate his own bloodline power into it. In this way, only the descendants of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan can successfully refine the power within this inheritance. After all the strength in his body dissipated, Huang Tian's body quickly became old and a sense of death spread over him. Very good, a very wise choice. Chenfeng could sense the situation over there. Huang Tian was now an old demon phoenix. Even if he sat there and rested, he would not live long. Chapter 456. The demonic fire is coming. Now that Huang Tian is dead, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan should appoint a new clan leader. Chenfeng came to the 3 Heavenly Demon Phoenixes, stared at them, and spoke slowly. Although Chenfeng had just forced the Sky Demon Phoenix clan leader Huang Tian to death, no one dared to show hostility towards him at this moment. I think Feng Qing'er's talent is the best in our clan in hundreds of years, and she is fully qualified to be the clan leader, Phoenix said with a serious expression. Under the current circumstances, nominating Feng Qing'er to become the new leader of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is the wisest choice. Because Feng Qing'er is Chenfeng's person, only if she succeeds as the clan leader can Chenfeng feel at ease and stop attacking the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Secondly, Feng Qing'er's talent for cultivation is indeed the best in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. With the talent she has shown now, it is certain that she will surpass Huang Tian in the future, and she may even have the opportunity to cultivate to become a powerful being that exceeds the 6-star Duluo. Congratulations to the new clan leader. Congratulations to the new clan leader. With the Phoenix taking the lead, most of the members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan soon recognized Feng Qing'er as the new clan leader. Very good. Looking at the attitudes of the people of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Next, Chenfeng bestowed some treasures on Feng Qing'er, including several 9th-grade precious pills. With these pills, Feng Qing'er could easily win over the 3 Heavenly Demon Phoenixes. With the support of these elixirs, the strength of the 3 Heavenly Demon Phoenixes will be greatly improved. Brother Feng, you are so nice. Feng Qing'er was very happy to see Chenfeng taking out so many good things. Nowadays in the Warcraft world, the patriarchs of the 3 major families, the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, the Juyu Earth Python Clan, and the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan, are all under the command of Chenfeng. It can be said that the power of the entire beast domain is firmly in the hands of Chenfeng. Of course, such forces have a great deterrent effect on the so-called first-class forces in Zhongzhou. However, it is still not enough for a truly powerful race like the Soul Clan. They can just send out a 7-star or 8-star Duluo and crush the strong ones in the beast realm. Kinger, keep this space jade tube. If there is any danger during this period, you can crush the jade tube at any time. After Chenfeng handed a space jade tube to Feng Qinger, he briefly used the space conversion flag to return to the Wind World. According to the schedule, the pure lotus demon fire will be born in the near future. When the time comes, it will surely be earth-shattering. Chenfeng slowly opened his eyes, raised his head, and looked at the distant sky. In the western sky, 2 crescent moons, one above and one below, quietly emerged at the same moment. 9 bright stars in the starry sky slowly moved under countless shocked gazes, and finally turned into a straight line. 2 moons appear at the same time, 9 stars become one, the tides of heaven and earth, and demonic fire descends. The pure lotus demonic fire finally descended upon the world again at this moment. Boom! When the 9 bright stars in the sky formed a straight line, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly spread throughout the world. Immediately, countless strange mists diffused out from nothingness, and there was even a faint sound of waves coming from between heaven and earth. The tides of heaven and earth are indeed exactly in line with Gutu's prediction. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng thought secretly in his heart. In the northwest direction, a strong light suddenly burst out in the distant sky. Under this light, terrifying temperature ripples spread out, and it was unknown how large an area they affected. Chapter 457. The soul is destroyed. I'm afraid that starting from tomorrow, countless powerful people will hear the news and rush to the place where the pure lotus demon fire was born. Even though many of them knew that they did not have the ability to subdue the pure lotus demonic fire, everyone still held on to that lucky mentality. After all, whoever can obtain the pure lotus demonic fire and refine it will undoubtedly improve by leaps and bounds. When the time comes to fight with others, even if the opponent is much higher in level than you will be able to defeat him easily. The temptation is indeed huge. Brother Feng, when do we set off? Xiao Yan walked over and spoke with great concern. She was practicing the burning technique and her current strength was already very strong. If she could refine the pure lotus demonic fire, her strength would be further improved. We'll leave tomorrow. Morning Breeze responded with a smile. With his speed there is no need to be so impatient. What's more, there are space transfer flags everywhere in the Zhongzhou continent. At that time, it will be very easy to use the space conversion flag as a springboard to reach the place where the demon fire was born. At this moment, in Zhongzhou, large numbers of people were flying out from the major sects and forces everywhere. Human figures flew across the sky one after another, and their goals were surprisingly consistent. Pointing towards the northwest direction of Zhongzhou. As for Chenfeng, he did not set out slowly until the next day. This time he only brought Tao Ying with him, because if anyone else went, it would be of no use at all and would only hinder their progress. As we got closer, waves of terrifying heat came towards us. When Chenfeng finally arrived at his destination, what appeared before his eyes was a milky white desert. A terrifying temperature rose from the desert, causing the space within thousands of miles to appear distorted. Yenger, the space that sealed the pure lotus demonic fire has been broken, but the demonic fire has not come out. This milky white light is just its residual heat. Looking at this scene, Chenfeng whispered. Afterglow. Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Tao Ying's face. A little bit of residual heat could burn the mountain and turn it into a vast desert. How terrifying would it be if one really entered that space? Swoosh! Soon after Chenfeng and the other man appeared above the desert, sounds of breaking wind were heard from all directions. Immediately, one figure after another stopped far away from the broken space, looking at the milky white desert with shocked eyes. They all knew that before tonight, this place was originally a mountainous area full of vitality. Soon this space suddenly squirmed, and then thick black fog seeped out from the space, and a moving and terrifying aura quietly spread, immediately attracting all the eyes in the world. Under the gaze of everyone, all eyes were looking towards the place where the black fog emerged. After a while the black fog slowly dissipated, and several figures slowly appeared in everyone's sight. 3 figures slowly emerged from the black fog. One of them was wearing a black robe. There was nothing special about his face. He looked like an ordinary person. His hands that slipped out of his sleeves looked a little rough. However, it was such an ordinary figure, at this moment, that made most of the people present hold their breath, their eyes solemn and fearful. Chapter 458. All the strong ones gathered in the demon fire plain, the Lord of the Soul Palace. These 4 simple words have an extremely huge reputation in Zhongzhou. Even though this reputation is accumulated by countless bloodshed, in that distant era this Soul Palace master once massacred dozens of sects in one night. That night, Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. 5 peak warriors who had reached the strength of 2-star Deluo all died miserably at his hands. At this moment this tyrant figure, whose notoriety had once intimidated the entire Zhongzhou, was quietly floating in the sky. His gaze was like that of an old monk sitting in meditation, without the slightest fluctuation. No matter whether the gazes from the outside world were of awe or hatred, he never shifted his gaze. Ah, this guy is really good at pretending. Taking a look in the direction of the Soul Palace Master, Chenfeng showed a hint of a smile. Young man, you are very good, but unfortunately, Han Mi Sheng seemed to have noticed Chenfeng's gaze just now. He opened his eyes, smiled and said something to Chenfeng. The second half of his sentence, of course, meant that it was a pity that Chenfeng was on good terms with the eldest lady of the ancient clan, and was destined to become a great enemy of the Soul Clan. This person is extremely powerful and has many connections. Not only does he have the support of the Xingyun Pavilion and the Fenyan Valley, but he also has connections with the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. Even the ancient clan is on good terms with him. Just then, the person next to Han Mi Sheng spoke. Well, this person's talent is not much worse than yours, young clan leader. Han Mi Sheng nodded and looked at the person next to him. The man looked to be about 30 years old, a little young. But there was no expression on his face, no joy or sadness, giving people the feeling that his facial features had become rigid. Of course the most eye-catching thing is this person's eyes. His eyes were black, and an extremely pure black. There was no white in his eyes. Instead there was a dark color like ink. From a distance, it looked as if 2 black beads were forced into the eye sockets. Being stared at by those eyes, a chill arose in my heart. He's a tough opponent, but I should be able to kill him, the man in black robe said slowly. Ha, that's natural. Although the young clan leader is a 2-star Du Sheng in the late stage, even I am afraid that I can't defeat him. Killing Chenfeng, who is only a 1-star Du Sheng in the late stage, is a piece of cake. It seems that the position of the Soul Clan leader in the future must belong to the young clan leader. On the other side, the deputy hall master of the Soul Hall said with a smile. Hearing this, the young man in black robe remained silent. The flattery of the deputy master of the Soul Palace was obviously a bit too much. Emperor Hun Tian has controlled the Hun clan for thousands of years, and his strength is so strong that even Han Mi Sheng is terrified. It's too early to talk about this topic now. Not long after, several figures came to this area. The Yan clan and the Gu clan both sent Du Sheng masters and some young geniuses to this place. According to the clan agreement, the people of these 2 clans did not send anyone higher than 4-star Du Luo to the Demon Fire Plane. According to the understanding of these ancient races, even if they cannot obtain the pure lotus demonic fire, they cannot let others obtain it. Those powerful beings, although they haven't shown up yet, they must still be watching this place. Seeing these people coming, Han Mi Sheng smiled faintly, but raised his head and looked into the empty space, as if there were people occupying that empty place. Chapter 450. Strong men from the Thunder Clan, Stone Clan, and Medicine Clan arrived one after another. The pure lotus demon fire is very powerful. Whoever can subdue it will be a great help. However, if we only rely on strong people below the level of 5-star Du Sheng, it may be difficult to subdue it. No wonder no one has subdued the pure lotus demon fire for thousands of years. After listening to Chenfeng talking about the clan covenants of those ancient races, Chao Ying's eyes flickered. This kind of restriction does not actually bring much benefit to these ancient races. However, they seem to prefer to be troublemakers. The pure lotus demonic fire is too strong. Even if he cannot obtain it, he will never let anyone else obtain it. Aha, Elder Huoyao, I didn't expect that the Yan clan would send you out this time. While Chenfeng and Tao Ying were chatting, Gunanhai, the Du Sheng powerhouse from the Gu clan, suddenly turned his gaze to the 3 members of the Fire clan who had been silent since they appeared, and said with a smile, the clan leader ordered that it would be best to let the pure lotus demon fire remain ownerless. That way it would be better for everyone. Gunanhai had a warm look on his face, but the elder of the Yan clan, who was wearing a purple robe and named Hu Yao, had a very cold attitude. Elder Huoyo, do you also think that the disappearance of the spirit race was done by the people of my ancient race? Gunanhai guessed something and asked helplessly. Hearing this, the elder of the Yan clan named Hu Yao was silent. After a moment he said, this matter cannot be verified, but the ancient clan and the Soul clan are the most suspicious. It is necessary to be vigilant against you. My Yan clan does not want the miserable ending of the Spirit clan. The elves disappeared silently, and no one could detect any clues. Even the many strongest men of the ancient clan were unable to discover anything in advance, but this undoubtedly made them suspicious. After all, Only the Ancient Clan and the Soul Clan could destroy the entire Spirit Clan silently. Gunanhai was also very helpless about this, but without evidence, others would not believe their explanation. During this waiting, the Thunder Clan and the Stone Clan among the 8 ancient clans also arrived. At the same time, waves of terrifying high temperatures continued to spread out from the broken space. The milky white light appears more and more frequently. Later on, the desert below gradually became sticky, and the sand grains actually began to melt gradually. Swoosh! Not long after, there were several more sounds of breaking through the air, and there was a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. 3 people from the Medicine Clan came, a man, a woman and an old woman. The man was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe. He had a handsome face that even revealed a hint of femininity. His lips were a little thin, and he looked a bit cold and harsh. The woman next to him had long blue hair and delicate cheeks, but she was cold as ice, giving off the feeling of an iceberg beauty. As for the last old man, he was wearing an alchemist's robe, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his eyes slightly narrowed, with a sharp gleam occasionally flashing across them. Although Chenfeng had never seen these 3 people, he could guess who they were. The old man, whose name was Yao Wangui, was an elder of the Yao clan who was in charge of punishment. His cultivation had reached the early stage of a 4-star Du Sheng. The young man's name is Yao Tian, and he is the most outstanding young man of the Yao clan. His soul power has reached the late heavenly realm. In addition, he once swallowed a 9th-grade precious pill that was almost able to become a 9th-grade mysterious pill. His own strength has reached the middle stage of a 1-star Du Sheng, making him the most brilliant person in the Medicine Clan. However, with a strength like Yao Tian, even the cultivation level displayed by Chenfeng after his disappearance is still higher than his. The Soul Clan's young patriarch Hunfeng is also far superior to him. Chapter 460 Entering the Demonic Fire Space. As for that woman, she was Yao Tian's younger sister, named Yao Ling. Although her strength was only that of a junior semi-saint, her soul was different from others. She is regarded by the people of the Medicine Clan as the person most likely to cultivate her soul to the Emperor realm. Oh, it seems that she is the enchanting Lady Tao Ying, who is known as the best alchemist of the young generation today. But that's all. After the 3 people from the Yao clan arrived here, Yao Tian first looked at the strong men from each clan, and then his eyes stopped on Chenfeng and Tao Ying. Because Tao Ying was the champion of the alchemy conference, she was challenged by Yao Tian. People from the outside world only refine small amounts of medicine. The idea of Dan being number 1 is simply a joke. Yao Wangui also showed disdain. The people of their Medicine Clan all boast of their top medicine-making skills and look down on others. If ancient races rarely show up in Zhongzhou, Dante's reputation would probably have suffered a significant impact. After all, if we really compare them, in some ways, the inheritance within the Medicine Clan is more complete. Compared with the slightly semi-public Dan Tower, there is a considerable gap in any aspect. However, the Medicine Clan has strict clan rules, and only members of the clan can learn their alchemy skills. If outsiders learn it, they will inevitably be killed. This also limits the development of the Medicine Clan, but there is no way around it. Ancient races will always have some arrogance towards ordinary people. At this moment, although Yao Tian was arrogant, he only spoke softly to his own people, and did not provoke Chenfeng or Tao Ying, so Chenfeng did not care about this clown. As time went by in the broken space in the distance, milky white light was pouring down like liquid. The desert below also turned into a piece of milky white magma, with occasional bubbles rolling and extremely hot air currents rushing out. Boom boom. This wait lasted for about 3 hours. The broken space also expanded from several feet to several dozen feet. Faintly, you can hear some strange sounds coming from it. The expansion of the broken space finally stopped slowly when it reached a range of about 100 feet. Faintly, a milky white halo formed in the broken space. At the moment when that circle of light took shape, all the strong men here suddenly opened their eyes. They could sense that the temperature between heaven and earth had increased nearly 100 times at that moment. A moment later, a rapid sound of breaking wind was heard, and then, a series of powerful figures with long auras rushed in from a distance like lightning, and then crashed directly into the huge milky white halo. Let's go into. Seeing this, Chenfeng and Cao Ying also flashed towards the white circle of light. Yinger, the pure lotus demonic fire can be triggered by human emotions, causing the demonic fire to be born from within the human body. Once the demonic fire appears in the body, even the soul will be burned into nothingness. So, after entering that space, no matter what you see, try to keep your mind calm. Do not be happy or sad about things, and try to control any joy, anger, sorrow, or resentment. Otherwise, These emotions will attract the demonic fire. Before entering the white circle of light, Chenfeng explained to Cao Ying some precautions after entering the demon fire space. Chapter 461 Nightmare Sky Fog. After stepping into the circle of light, Chenfeng and Cao Ying found themselves in a strange space filled with milky white flames. This area of space was filled with milky white flames. These flames generated an abnormally high temperature, and even Cao Ying, who had practiced the burning technique and integrated the 4 kinds of strange fire, felt a little hot. Of course, such high temperatures do not pose any pressure to Chenfeng. His cultivation was at the late 7th star fighting saint stage. With such high temperature, it was difficult to cause any harm to him. Even if he faced the pure lotus demonic fire head on, he would not back down. Not long after, several figures appeared in front, namely the Soul Palace Master, Hun Feng, and the Soul Palace Deputy Master. Haha, you 2 youngsters, once you get here, it's your death. When Cao Ying and Chenfeng were looking at the 3 people in front of them, the Soul Palace Master suddenly turned around and looked at Chenfeng and the others with a cold gaze. Haha, this kind of illusion is worthy of appearing before me. Looking at the 3 Soul Palace Masters in front of him, Chenfeng had a smile on his face. Obviously, this was an illusion created by the pure lotus demon fire. But the pure lotus demon fire did not know that Chenfeng had the hidden spirit stone to conceal his cultivation level, and others could not see through his cultivation level at all. Younger, concentrate and don't be fooled by the illusion. The morning breeze reminded Cao Ying. When the Soul Palace Master's killing move came, he had no defense at all and allowed the attack to hit him. The huge energy palm print hit Chenfeng, but it didn't even lift the corner of his clothes. Yinger, back then, the pure lotus demon saint was known as the strongest person closest to the Dew Emperor, but in the end, he was attacked by the pure lotus demon fire and died after his death. The pure lotus demon fire inherited his legacy, and the nightmare sky mist is the pure lotus demon saint's famous skill. When this demon saint uses this move, he can make millions of people in a city live in an illusion for hundreds of years. The magical effect of this illusion is not something that ordinary people can predict. Seeing the surprise on Cao Ying's face, Chenfeng explained with a smile, I see. Hearing this, a hint of realization suddenly appeared on Cao Ying's face, and at this moment the thing left in the remaining map of the demon fire in her soul, between her eyebrows, also gave her some clues. In the following process, Chenfeng met Gunanhai and his group, who were fighting hard with those fire slaves. There are real and fake fire slaves among these, but most of them are fake. If they continue like this, they will die of exhaustion sooner or later. At a certain moment, a skinny fire slave appeared in the demon fire hall, and finally attracted Chenfeng's attention. When everyone stepped into the hall, the figure's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of dark pupils that were indifferent and merciless. But compared with the fire slaves he had met before, he was obviously more agile, but just a little too cold. In the quiet hall, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the skinny figure gently grasped the air in front of him. A blood-red axe that was several meters long and looked extremely exaggerated and weird appeared out of thin air. Against the backdrop of this huge axe, his skinny figure looked somewhat funny. But everyone present could clearly feel the terrifying power hidden in that skinny body. After the blood-colored giant axe appeared, Gunanhai and the fire elder of the Yan clan did not say anything and charged directly. A strong wind suddenly blew up, and the 3 dashing strongmen slammed into each other fiercely in the most brutal manner. Chapter 462 Blood Axe Xiao Chen, Ding Ding. In the vast palace, the figures of ancient South China Sea, Hu Yao and Blood Axe flashed at a dazzling speed. As 3 figures flashed and appeared, sparks continued to splash, and the extremely solid hall also collapsed at this moment, with cracks spreading one after another. When 3-4 star dashing masters fight each other, it is not easy for others to intervene. Just the aftermath alone makes people feel awe-inspiring. Inside the huge palace, facing the joint efforts of Hu Yao and Gunanhai, the skinny figure holding the huge blood axe did not give in at all. The giant axe in his hand danced like a whirlwind, and the smell of blood filled the hall. However, although he was strong, Hu Yao and Gunanhai were not easy to deal with after all. As the fight continued, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. But the occasional counterattacks still made Hu Yao and Gunanhai, the 2-4 star duo, a little embarrassed. It can be imagined that if they were to fight alone, neither of them would be a match for this mysterious guy. Roar. Soon a kind of crazy heat suddenly surged in the indifferent eyes of the blood axe figure. A low roar came from his throat, and a strong light suddenly burst out from between his eyebrows. In that light, a rune slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone, and when this rune appeared, the man's aura also suddenly surged. Is this the Xiao clan's emblem? When Gunanhai saw the clan emblem, his eyes were filled with disbelief. But soon, his heart was shocked. He didn't know how many thoughts this pure lotus demon fire had existed. If you trace it back, it might not be later than the time when the Xiao clan existed. If it had captured a strong man from the Xiao clan in that era, it would not be impossible. Bang! In the field, the skinny man with a surge of energy swung his axe fiercely. The terrible gust of wind instantly tore through the space, and finally chopped directly on the energy shield in front of Hu Yao and the other two. Crack! Faced with such a terrifying attack that was powerful enough to split the heavens and the earth, the energy shield burst open instantly like tofu. Roar! With one axe, the skinny man chopped Hu Yao and Gunanhai apart, but he did not let go. He moved and appeared above the two of them. The incredibly huge blood-red axe tore through the void, bringing with it a destructive force, and suddenly chopped down at Huo Yao and the other two. People of the Xiao clan, do you know this? At this moment, Chenfeng appeared, holding a crystal stone, and projected an image of Xiao Yu's clan pattern. Buzz! The huge blood-red axe rapidly enlarged in Chenfeng's eyes. However, when it was only half a foot away from his head, the blood-red axe finally solidified suddenly. Afterwards, a wave of emotion finally surged on the zombie-like face of the skinny man with an unusually indifferent expression. Xiao clan, the skinny man's indifferent eyes were filled with waves, and he kept muttering two words. What is this thing that can project images? On the side, Gunanhai and Hu Yao saw this strange scene with curiosity in their eyes. However, they were more curious about the identity of the skinny figure. Judging from the looks of it, this skinny person must be a member of the Xiao clan. I remember now, he is Blood Axe Xiao Chen, Xiao Xuan's cousin. At a certain moment, Gunanhai cried out in shock. Chapter 463. The figure on the altar. Old Nanhai, now that you mention it, I remember it too. After hearing Gunanhai's words, the Yan clan's elder Hu Yao also showed a look of realization on his face. Elder Nanhai, Elder Huoyao, do you two know this man? Looking at the reactions of the two four-star Dusheng powerhouses, the young men from the Gu clan and the Yan clan asked. I don't know, but I have seen this blood-red axe in ancient books. In the past, the Xiao clan had a stunning person. His famous weapon was an extremely large blood-red axe. His name was Xiao Chen. Gunanhai stared at the skinny man and said, Yes, I remember that Xiao Chen was extremely talented back then. He was considered the cousin of Xiao Xuan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan. However, he did not like to be restrained and was moody. Before he became famous, countless strong men died under his axe, but later, he disappeared for no reason. No matter how hard the Xiao clan searched, they could not find his whereabouts. I didn't expect that he would appear here. Hearing this, Elder Hu Yao on the side nodded repeatedly. By the way, not long after he disappeared, there was news of the pure lotus demonic fire. As if remembering something, Nanhai suddenly exclaimed, In this place, he can be considered to have escaped a great disaster for the Xiao clan. It is hard to say whether it is a disaster or a blessing, Elder Huoyao commented. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Chen's face showed a look of struggle, as if he was resisting something. His body was shaking continuously, and faint milky white flames were gradually emerging from the pores of his body. Maybe I can help him. At this moment, Cao Ying stood up, because just now, the thing left by the pure lotus demon saint in his eyebrow had moved unusually. As soon as she finished speaking, Cao Ying quickly walked to Xiao Chen's side and slapped him hard. Xiao Chen's trembling body strangely stopped, and the milky white flame that was about to burst out of his body also slowly dissipated. Call. Xiao Chen took a few deep breaths and raised his head after a while. Thank you. Glancing at Cao Ying, Xiao Chen asked in a hoarse voice, How is the Xiao clan doing now? The Xiao clan no longer exists. Chenfeng put away the crystal stone and replied. Then, he briefly described the current situation of the Xiao family. From beginning to end, Xiao Chen never opened his mouth, but drops of bright red blood slowly flowed from his clenched fist. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, Even brother Xiao Xuan has fallen. At this moment Chen felt extremely regretful, but even if he had stayed in the Xiao clan, he was afraid that the Xiao clan would still not be able to avoid that fate, because under the circumstances at that time, the Xiao clan was indeed unable to resist the Soul clan. Let's go and find the demon fire first. Chenfeng sighed, and then under the guidance of Xiao Chen, they pushed open the huge door. Behind the huge door was a staircase that extended to the end. At the end of the staircase, a huge altar stone platform could be vaguely seen. Looking at the altar stone platform at the end, Chenfeng smiled faintly, took the lead in leading Cao Ying onto the stone stairs, and then walked towards the end step by step. Behind him Xiao Chen, the Gu clan, and the Yan clan hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. Everyone climbed the stone stairs silently. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the altar. When everyone looked up, they saw a huge throne standing silently on the altar. On the throne, a figure in a white robe was sitting quietly. Wisps of milky white flame swirled around it, constantly changing into various images. Chapter 464 The Angry and Humiliated Pure Lotus Demon Fire. The figure in white robe just sat there quietly, without any aura emanating from him. However, in the eyes of everyone, that figure looked so strange. When everyone stepped onto the altar, the figure in the white robe finally opened his eyes slowly, and a smile that surprised everyone appeared on his handsome face. Defeat me and you will obtain the origin of the demonic fire. Otherwise you will stay here forever and become my fire slave. The voice of the man in white robe was soft and kind, but when his voice rang out, it seemed as if even the entire space was trembling. This kind of momentum made Gu Nanhai and others have the illusion that this person was invincible in the world. It was impossible to defeat him. Haha, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, it seems that you have obtained the inheritance of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Otherwise, you would not be able to cultivate the Nightmare Sky Mist to this level. I have to admit that the illusion you created is quite interesting. However, no matter how realistic the illusion is, it is still an illusion after all. The low sound of the morning breeze sounded, quietly echoing on the altar. Hearing this, the gentle smile on the handsome man's face gradually froze. Illusion? Are we still in an illusion? No way, I'm real too. Then this Xiao clan's strongman Xiao Chen couldn't be fake, right? After Chenfeng finished speaking, everyone around him began to doubt themselves. Only Cao Ying knew it very clearly, because the strange ball of light between her eyebrows had given her some clues, but she was also very curious about how Chenfeng knew it. Perhaps Brother Feng's strength has already made him immune to this kind of illusion. Cao Ying sighed inwardly. Don't panic. We are all real, Chenfeng spoke again, but we are indeed trapped in an illusion. This is the most terrifying place in the Nightmare Sky Mist. If we continue to follow the arrangement of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, we will only sink deeper and deeper until we become its fire slaves. Even if we experience a great battle here and kill it, in fact, we will still continue to stay in the illusion space created by it. Reality and illusion, this is the most powerful thing about the Nightmare Sky Mist. It makes it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood because it is not an illusion targeting one person, but covers everyone. Chenfeng continued to explain, and this time, everyone finally understood. Why do you know so much about Nightmare Sky Mist? On the throne, the man in white robes finally spoke slowly in a somewhat eerie voice. The rest of the people were also confused by Chenfeng's encyclopedia. Even people from ancient races like them knew very little about such ancient secrets. They didn't expect Chenfeng to know so much about it. It was truly incredible. During the past 1,000 years, it seems that you have been creating this illusion. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, you will win this time. I don't think anyone will be able to discover the clues here. Your strength in this illusion actually depends on what we think in our hearts. Chenfeng did not explain anything and once again exposed the thoughts in Jinglian Yao's mind. Court death. When Chenfeng finished speaking, the handsome face of the man in white robe finally changed drastically. With a roar, he moved his body and appeared above Chenfeng and others. He clenched his palms tightly, and the milky white flame turned into a huge flaming spear. Then he swung his arm, and the spear tore through the space, bringing with it a smell of destruction, and shot fiercely at Chenfeng and the others. Chapter 465 Breaking Through the Nightmare Fog. Everyone, don't use your fighting spirit to defend yourself. Treat him as a useless dog in your heart. Otherwise you will all die. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng hurriedly reminded everyone, his voice as loud as thunder. The thunderous roar that rang in their ears also made everyone's hearts tremble violently. At that moment, everyone gritted their teeth and took in all their fighting spirit. At this time, they had no choice but to trust Chenfeng. Bang! The huge flaming spear dropped from the sky, and finally with a destructive force it hit everyone's body hard. However, just when they thought their bodies would be severely injured, the powerful flaming spear suddenly disappeared. Asshole! Seeing this, a look of anger appeared on the handsome face of the man in white robe in the sky. His body actually began to feel a little illusory at this moment. Nightmare illusion broken. Suddenly, Cao Ying beside Chenfeng looked solemn, pointed with 2 fingers, and a stream of blood shot out from his fingertips. The blood quickly flowed along his fingertips, forming a strange blood symbol. Nightmare breaking talisman, how could you do that? When he saw the blood talisman that Cao Ying cast, the man in white robe's face suddenly turned gloomy. Go! Cao Ying pointed his finger, and the blood talisman shot out, finally sticking hard on the void in front. After a while, the space began to fluctuate violently. Finally, the space exploded with a bang, and then the world that came into everyone's eyes was a sea of magma. From time to time, some milky white flames burst out from the magma. These milky white magma spread to the end of people's sight, as if this space was completely a sea of magma. There were some extremely large rocks suspended in the sky above the magma sea, and Chenfeng Taoying, as well as the Gu clan, the Yan clan and others were sitting on these rocks. Not far behind them a huge silver halo was slowly rotating. Come out. Seeing this unfamiliar area, Gu Nanhai and others breathed a sigh of relief. Is this not an illusion? Looking around, several people said in shock that the previous events really frightened them. No one could have imagined that they had worked so hard for so long in that space, but it was all in vain. The pure lotus demonic fire doesn't have that ability. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled and looked at Cao Ying. In fact, if Cao Ying had not taken action, he would have been able to escape from the illusion. After all, whether it was his own powerful strength as a late 7-star fighting saint or the use of the space conversion flag, it was very easy to leave this illusion. However, although it was easy for him to leave, he could not break the illusion of others. Roar! At this moment, Xiao Chen on the side suddenly let out a low growl again. A look of struggle appeared on his face again, and he said hoarsely and quickly, "The pure lotus demon fire wants to control me again." Upon seeing this, Cao Ying understood something in her mind, and she suddenly tapped Xiao Chen's forehead with her finger. The power of her soul surged out, quickly drawing an invisible spell pattern on the latter's forehead. As the spell pattern took shape, the struggle on Xiao Chen's face quickly faded away. This can only temporarily isolate the control of the pure lotus demon fire. If you want to completely wipe it out, you must first eliminate the pure lotus demon fire. Seeing Xiao Chen return to normal, Cao Ying retracted her fingers and spoke softly. The next moment, figures suddenly appeared from the surrounding floating rocks. They were suspended in the air, gasping for breath, their faces filled with fear. Chapter 466 Demonic Fire Refining the Sky. It seems that the breaking of the illusion has caused some chain reactions, bringing these guys out as well. Seeing those figures, Chenfeng spoke indifferently. Those people were none other than the powerful ones sent by the Soul Clan, Medicine Clan, Thunder Clan, and some ancient forces in Zhongzhou. Of course, there were also many people with little strength, just ordinary Duzun strength, who wanted to be cannon fodder to pick up the bargain. Soon, everyone's eyes turned to the lava sea not far away. Following the strange noise, there the magma slowly bulged, and a huge magma column about 100 feet tall rose from the magma sea. Finally, when it was parallel to everyone, it slowly stopped and turned around. A handsome man in a white robe appeared in everyone's attention. Looking at the white-robed man who suddenly appeared, the space suddenly became silent. With the eyesight of the people present, they could naturally see that the true form of the white-robed man in front of them was the real pure lotus demonic fire. Pure lotus demon fire. I never thought that within 1,000 years, you could actually cultivate the nightmare sky mist of the pure lotus demon saint to this level. This is truly impressive. On a rock, Hunmi Sheng, who was dressed in a black robe, raised his head and stared at the pure lotus demon fire with a slightly unpleasant expression. He was also trapped in an illusion before. If the illusion had not suddenly broken automatically at the last moment, even he would not have been able to realize that he was still in the illusion. This demonic fire is getting more and more bizarre. This time, no matter what, we can't let him get away with it any longer. If he escapes, Zhongzhou will be devastated. The elder Yao Wangui of the Yao clan stared at the pure lotus demonic fire with extremely fiery eyes. His previous experience made him very aware of the horror of the pure lotus demonic fire. But because of this, the greed in his heart has increased exponentially. After hearing Yao Wangui's words, many people around nodded and looked at the pure lotus demon fire with some fear on their faces. Why were you able to break through my nightmare fog? The man in white robe didn't care about Hunmi Sheng and Yao Wangui at all. His eyes were always on Cao Ying, who was beside Chenfeng. How difficult is this? Don't think that your illusion technique is truly invincible. Cao Ying raised her head and replied casually without explaining anything further. She was the one who broke through the nightmare fog. Isn't this girl the champion of the alchemy conference? She is indeed quite something. It looks like she will become a giant in the future. This woman broke through the nightmare fog, which is equivalent to saving all of our lives. After learning that it was Cao Ying who broke through the nightmare sky fog, there was a lot of discussion among the crowd. Forget it. After I turn you into my fire slave, you will tell me in detail. Although it was beyond my expectation that you two could escape from the illusion, the final outcome will still be the same. Seeing that Xiao Yan didn't say anything, the man in white robe didn't bother to ask any more questions. He waved his hand and an invisible wave spread out. The milky white halo in the distant sky suddenly and slowly dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The pure lotus demon fire had actually covered up the space passage leading to this place. It was obvious that it wanted to kill everyone. Demon fire refining the sky. The space channel was wiped out, and then a blazing milky white flame suddenly burst out from the body of the man in white robe. The white flame spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire world. It was like a prison of fire, wrapping everyone in it. 4 huge milky white fire curtains poured down from the sky and finally connected to the magma sea below. From a distance, it looked like a 4-sided prison connecting heaven and earth. Chapter 467 Various forces join forces. He wants to turn all of us into fire slaves. Looking at the fire curtain prison around him, Gananhai, the elder of the ancient clan, spoke with a serious expression. The power of the pure lotus demon fire is extremely terrifying. It is now probably equivalent to a 5-star peak Dusheng. Coupled with the unique ability of the demon fire, it can fight even against a 6-star Dusheng. Xiao Chen, who had never spoken, also spoke slowly at this time. He was very familiar with the pure lotus demonic fire, and was naturally aware of his current strength. And because of the restrictions of the clan covenants between ancient races, the people they sent out this time were almost all 4-star Duluo, and there was not a single one who had reached the level of 5-star Duluo. Bang! Just as everyone was on guard, a series of low explosions suddenly came from not far behind. One after another, human figures suddenly exploded into balls of blood mist. As soon as the blood mist appeared, it was completely evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. This phenomenon of people dying due to being unable to withstand the high temperature caused panic among the people. Be careful. The pure lotus demon fire is extremely strange. It can be triggered by human emotions and burn oneself. If you don't want to die, don't have any random thoughts. As panic spread, someone who was knowledgeable finally shouted. Hearing this shout, the rest of the people finally hurriedly suppressed the emotional fluctuations in their hearts and tried their best to keep themselves calm. The continuous self-explosion gradually weakened a lot. These people are not even qualified to be my fire slaves. Hot. Bang 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 bang. As soon as the white-robed man uttered the last word, the whole sky was instantly thrown into chaos. The bodies of more than 80% of the Duzun warriors exploded in an extremely strange way at this moment. Well, only those who remain are qualified to become fire slaves. Looking at the emptier sky, a smile finally appeared on the handsome face of the man in white robe. Then, the man in white robe waved his hand lightly and 10 lava columns rushed out from the lava sea below. Then the lava exploded, and 10 figures in milky white fire armor appeared around the man in white robe. Actually, they are all Dusheng masters. The strongest fire slave among them actually possesses the strength of a late stage 3-star Dusheng. Faced with the grand display of the pure lotus demonic fire, everyone present was slightly stunned. Every time I tear the seal, there will be many self-important guys rushing in, but unfortunately, in the end they all become my most obedient fire slaves. The man in the white robe smiled at everyone and said softly, "This time, my collection is destined to be much richer." Call. Hun Mi Sheng's eyes were fixed on the lineup in the distance. There was a Duluo with a strength of nearly 6 stars, and 10 Duluo between 1 and 3 stars. Such a lineup was truly powerful. Everyone, no matter what grudges we have against each other, this time, if we want to survive and defeat the pure lotus demonic fire, we must join forces. Hun Mi Sheng's eyes swept over Gunanhai, Hu Yao, Yao Wangui and others in turn. After hearing what the Soul Palace Master said, many powerful men's eyes flickered. The Soul Palace has such a bad reputation that no one has ever thought of joining forces with these guys. Although the Soul Palace is notorious, you do have some truth in what you said. It seems that this pure lotus demon fire does not want to let us leave easily. The Yan clan's elder Hoyao hesitated for a moment, and was finally the first to speak. The current situation forced him to make this choice. Seeing the Yan clan nod in agreement, Yao Wangui, the Dusheng elders of the Lai clan and the Shi clan also nodded after hesitating for a while. In the end, Gunanhai of the Gu clan had no choice. If he did not agree at this time, it would seem too unsociable. No one paid too much attention to Chenfeng. After all, he was only showing the cultivation level of an early 2-star Duluo. With so many 4-star Dulu here, he did not attract much attention. Chapter 468 6 Saints Fighting the Demonic Fire. Okay, in that case, friends with strength above 4-star Dusheng, let's work together to eliminate the pure lotus demon fire. As for the other fire slaves, maybe we'll have to ask someone else to take action. Seeing that the elders of other ancient races agreed readily, Hun Mi Sheng also laughed. There were 7 strong men present whose strength reached 4 Du Sheng or above. However, Xiao Chen could not join the battle because he could not get close to the pure lotus demonic fire. Therefore 6 people will join forces to deal with the pure lotus demon fire. This kind of lineup is already quite terrifying. Even when facing the pure lotus demon fire, they still have a good chance of winning. Soon, Hun Mi Sheng, Gunanhai Huoyao, Yao Wangui, the elders of the Thunder Clan and the Stone Clan stepped forward to surround the pure lotus demon fire. Fire demon halberd. Looking at the 6 people who surrounded them, Jinglian Yao gently clenched his palm towards the boundless magma sea below, and the magma sea began to churn violently. Then a huge white flaming spear suddenly shot out from it, and in a flash it appeared in Jinglian Yao's hand. I have been sealed here for thousands of years. Anyone who tries to stop me today will die. As the last word suddenly came out of Jinglian Demon Fire's mouth, he suddenly raised his head, opened his mouth, and a huge wave of demon fire, hundreds of feet in size, suddenly spurted out. The temperature was so terrifying that even Hun Mi Sheng and others changed their expressions. Attacked together, Hun Mi Sheng's eyes flashed, and overwhelming black air surged out of his body, then collided with the huge wave of fire like a rolling dark cloud. However, at the first moment of contact the black fog and dark clouds dissipated directly, and the huge waves of fire split and turned into 6 huge pillars of fire, which exploded fiercely at the 6 people. Bang bang, after a confrontation, 6 figures in the sky retreated violently. Yao Wangui of the Medicine Clan and an elder of the Shi Clan had their clothes half burned, and they looked quite disheveled. Great compassion hand. With one successful move, a cold smile appeared on the handsome face of Jinglian Yaohuo. His body floated in the air, and his right hand suddenly grabbed the lava sea below. The magma sea below suddenly exploded, and a huge magma hand 1,000 feet in size broke out of the sea. Then, it pushed Hun Mi Sheng and the other 6 people into the magma with unstoppable force. Everyone, if you keep hiding this secret, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to make a move soon. Hun Mi Sheng rushed out of the magma in a panic, and shouted coldly with a gloomy face. If this continues, they will probably start losing manpower. Hearing this, the other 5 people gritted their teeth and dared not hold back any more, and the fighting spirit in their bodies circulated wildly. For a moment the world was filled with strong winds, dark clouds and thunder. The 6 4-star Dusheng powerhouses finally began to display their strongest powers. Interesting. Who knew? Kill the others. Seeing these 6 people displaying their full might, the man in white robe was not panicked at all, but gave orders to those fire slaves. As soon as the words fell, the 10 fighting saint fire slaves that had been floating motionless in the sky suddenly opened their eyes, and 2 balls of milky white strange flames burst out from their empty pupils. As soon as they moved, they rushed towards the people over there without hesitation. Faced with the fire slaves rushing towards them, those who did not deal with the pure lotus demonic fire and stayed behind to resist the fire slaves did not kill them immediately. Instead they stood where they were. If no fire slaves took the initiative to provoke them, they were too lazy to care about the lives of others. Chapter 469 Hidden Ulterior Motives. Humph. A few fire slaves dare to say that they will punish me. The deputy hall master of the Soul Hall sneered, but did not seem to be panicked. With his strength as a late 3-star Duluo, he was able to look down upon the strongest fire slave here, so he was not worried at all about the attack from the 10 Duluo fire slaves. Deputy Palace Master, there is no need to take the initiative. If a fire slave comes up to you, then take action. If not, then just watch the show, the Soul Clan's young patriarch Hun Feng said calmly. Hey, that's fine. Hearing this, the deputy hall master of the Soul Hall also laughed strangely, and glanced in the direction of Chenfeng and others with ill intent, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Faced with the attack of the fighting saint fire slave, the other strong men hurriedly gathered together, looking vigilantly at the 10 flaming figures that appeared not far ahead in the blink of an eye. Swish, 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 10 flaming figures appeared in front of the crowd, their empty gazes slowly swept across and then suddenly rushed out. They all flew in different directions directly towards their selected targets. Among them, a fire slave with the strength of a 2-star Du Sheng rushed straight towards Chenfeng and Tao Ying. Get lost. Seeing this, Chenfeng displayed his skills in public for the first time. He held a lightning spear in his hand and stabbed it sharply at the fire slave with the strength of a 2-star Du Sheng. Bang! Under his attack, a layer of milky white flame gauze shrouded the surface of Hu Nu's body. He simply raised his arm, trying to block the morning wind thunder spear. Unfortunately, although Chenfeng only displayed the strength of a 2-star Duluo, the power was not comparable to that of a 2-star Duluo's fire slave. In an instant, a violent flash of lightning appeared on the fire slave's arm, and the lightning spread throughout his body, making him look terrifying, even with some milky white flames protecting it. The inside of Fire Slave's body was still destroyed by Chenfeng's domineering thundering fighting spirit. Boom, with just one strike, the Fire Slave lost his reaction and fell straight into the magma below. This guy. On the other side, the Soul Clan's young patriarch, Hun Feng, happened to see this scene, and his face instantly turned gloomy. He did not expect that Chenfeng, a 2-star Duluo, could have such combat power. When Chenfeng attacked and defeated the Fire Slave, whose strength had reached the late 2-star Du Sheng, Gu Zun'er and the Yan clan also achieved considerable results. Both of them are stronger than their respective fire slaves, and they are also flexible and have powerful fighting skills. Although he was a little restrained because he was afraid of the flames on the fire slave's body, he was at least in the upper hand. The entire sky above the magma sea was engulfed in an extremely fierce battle circle. Of course, the most fiery and terrifying one was naturally the huge battle circle in the center. Inside was the battlefield between the 6-4-star Duluo and the pure Lotus Demon Fire. After the 6-4-star Duluo joined forces and exerted their full strength, the pure Lotus Demon Fire was apparently also caught up in some entanglement. No matter how strong he was, the opponents were too numerous after all, and each of them had extremely rich combat experience. Although it was the first time they cooperated, they had a tacit understanding. After joining forces, even it had to be more alert and treat it with caution. No one dared to set foot easily in this huge sky battlefield that was thousands of feet wide. Terrible strong winds were howling in it, and anyone caught in it would suffer a fatal blow. Chapter 4 7 Duluo Powerful Warriors Self-Destruct in Batches. There are quite a few powerful people entering this demonic fire space this time. If you really count the number, they far outnumber these 10 fighting Saint Fire Slaves. However, in terms of quality, they are somewhat inferior to these Fire Slaves. After a fight among the 10 Fire Slaves, everyone discovered that 2 of them had reached the strength of 3-star Dulu. One of the 2 3-star Dulu was held back by the Soul Palace's deputy hall master, but no one could stop the other one. After all, on the surface, those 4-star Dulu had all taken action against the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Now the strongest one here seemed to be the deputy hall master of the Soul Hall, but now he was also entangled. The last 3-star Duluo had become a ferocious wolf rushing into the flock of sheep. Even with such strength, Chenfeng will not be the kind of good guy who helps those people deal with the fire slaves. Of course, there are still some Du Zun warriors who have survived by chance in the sky at this moment. Although most of these guys are at the peak of Du Zun, they dare not even get involved in this kind of battle that has reached the Du Sheng level. They can only flee far away for their lives. Only now did they realize what a foolish decision it was to enter the demon fire space. Somewhere in the battle circle, Hun Feng was engaged in a fierce battle with a fire slave whose strength had reached the late 2-star fighting saint level. However, the battle was not stalemate, but rather extremely swift. Hun Feng's palm landed lightly on the fire slave's body, and then, the demonic fire on the latter's body surface actually turned into a line of fire and swept into his palm. It looked as if the evil fire was being swallowed up by the soul wind. The sub-fire of the void-devouring flame is indeed quite famous. Chenfeng noticed something unusual about Hun Feng at a glance. Suddenly, Chenfeng discovered that the eyes of the fire slave he was dealing with suddenly burst out with astonishing light, and an extremely violent energy spread out like lightning. Yinger, let's go, it's going to explode. The body of the fire slave expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. An indescribable terrifying energy storm swept across the sky at an astonishing speed. The magma sea thousands of feet below was torn apart into a magma crack that was thousands of feet long, and its depth reached the deepest part of the magma. Chenfeng had already pulled Tao Ying away, avoiding this great impact. Of course, with his strength as a late 7-star fighting saint, it would have had no impact even if he hadn't avoided it. Puff! At this moment, some of the unlucky guys who ran away late were just lightly hit by the violent energy, and blood spurted out. Not only were their skin and flesh torn, but their meridians were also broken. The self-destruction of Hu Nu caused almost everyone except those in the battle circle to retreat desperately. However, right after the first fire slave self-destructed, strong beams of light burst out from the eyes of the remaining fire slaves. Seeing these fire slaves charging forward fearlessly, Even a strong man like the deputy hall master of the Soul Hall quickly retreated with a changed expression. Facing the self-detonation of a fighting saint, even someone as strong as him had no choice but to temporarily avoid the attack. Boom, boom, boom. There were several fire slaves who, in their explosions before death, rushed in front of some strong men and then exploded again in their horrified gazes. The destructive energy tore those unfortunate guys into nothingness almost in an instant. Chapter 471. Tianluo Demon Sealing Array. Bang, bang, as several earth-shaking explosions sounded between heaven and earth. Most of the strong men who entered this demonic fire space were killed in an instant. Some of the people who had managed to survive stared blankly at the huge lava pits tens of thousands of feet in diameter in the lava sea below. They had never expected that these fire slaves who had reached the level of Du Sheng would actually self-destruct. Among the 9 fire slaves, 6 successfully self-destructed, and the remaining 3 were even more unlucky to be swept away by the terrifying energy of the self-destruction. Therefore, before they could self-destruct, they were crushed into nothingness by the violent energy generated by the self-destruction of those fire slaves. This pure lotus demon fire is really cruel. The fighting saint fire slave can destruct as soon as it says so. Even my soul clan doesn't have such a skill, the soul clan's young patriarch Hun Feng said with lingering fear. Everyone, help me, now is the best time to seal the demon fire. At this moment a shocking shout suddenly came from the huge battlefield in the distance. I saw Hun Misheng soaring into the sky with disheveled hair. He slapped the air with his hand, and a huge black formation that was 10,000 feet tall appeared in the sky. The center of the formation was locked onto the pure lotus demonic fire below. It's actually the heavenly demon sealing formation. Seeing the huge black formation in the sky, someone exclaimed in surprise. Judging from his expression, it was obvious that this formation was quite famous. Good, it is obvious that Gunanhai Hu Yao, Yao Wangui and others are all familiar with this black formation. At this critical moment, he didn't have time to think too much and just thought quickly before answering. At that moment, 5 4-star Delu worked together to gather 5 mind-thrillingly vast and majestic energy columns into the black formation in the sky. Call out supported by such a vast amount of energy. The formation trembled and a black beam of light suddenly shot out from the center of the formation. Tianlu refines fire and transforms it into the origin. In the sky, a look of fanaticism appeared on Hun Misheng's face. A huge black beam of light shot down from the center of the formation. In just a flash it penetrated the entire world. The body of the pure lotus demon fire was hit by the black light column, and it immediately sensed an extremely strange decomposition force erupting from the light column. Under this kind of power, the flames on the surface of his body gradually dimmed, and at that moment, a scream mixed with rage rang out in this world. Bang bang! Bang! Faced with the strange power in the black light column, even the pure lotus demon fire felt a sense of crisis in its heart. Under the crazy struggle of the pure lotus demon fire, even the black light column in the sky began to ripple and even became slightly distorted. Everyone, pour your strength into the formation, otherwise it will break the seal and you will all die. Seeing this scene, Hun Misheng's expression suddenly changed and he shouted. After the roar, Hun Misheng mobilized the vast fighting spirit in his body and rushed it madly into the formation. Seeing him like this, the other 5 fighting saints of the ancient races hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and quickly poured the vast fighting spirit in their bodies into the formation. With the help of such a vast amount of fighting spirit, the formation suddenly expanded a lot. The dark beam of light became purer and purer, and the strange power within it became more and more terrifying. You want to seal me? Who do you think you are? Feeling the increasingly terrifying power around him, an angry roar suddenly sounded from the huge flames. Then, the flames in the light column suddenly exploded without warning and waves of destructive shock waves fiercely hit the light wall of the dark light column. Chapter 472 Chaotic Snatch. Everyone, fight it! Faced with the resistance of the demonic fire, everyone was struggling. Hun Misheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hideous look appeared on his originally ordinary face. The next moment Hun Misheng bit the tip of his tongue and a mouthful of blood spurted out, directly shooting into the light column. Puff! Seeing that Hun Misheng was willing to damage his own essence and blood, the expressions of the others changed slightly. In the end, they gritted their teeth and spat out a mouthful of essence and blood containing tremendous energy. As the 6 4-star Duluo began to fight desperately, the light in the light column suddenly became brighter, and everyone saw that the huge body of the pure lotus demon fire actually began to shrink rapidly. Although the latter kept resisting, it still could not stop the trend of shrinking size. The heavenly demon sealing formation seal. The Soul Palace Master was overjoyed, his hand seals changed rapidly, and finally he shouted loudly. In a short moment the formation turned into a black cylinder about 10 feet in diameter. In the cylinder a ball of milky white flame slowly rose, and an extremely terrifying temperature quietly spread out. Seeing this scene, everyone was delighted. However, at this moment, these 4-star Duluo were all covered in wounds and their auras were weak. It was obvious that the previous battle with the pure lotus demonic fire had consumed a lot of their energy. Haha, this cooperation is really a pleasure. The pure lotus demon fire has finally been sealed, which can be regarded as saving the lives of the people in Zhongzhou from suffering. Han Mi Sheng took a short breath and then burst into laughter. However, at the moment when the others were relieved, a strange smile flashed across Han Mi Sheng's face, and he grabbed the black beam of light which flew towards him like lightning. Asshole, it's not a good product. Such a scene startled everyone, and they quickly came to their senses, and angry curses suddenly resounded in the sky. Humph, it's not that easy to take away the demon fire. Just when the black beam of light was only a dozen feet away from the Soul Palace Master, a cold shout finally rang out. The person who took action was the elder of the ancient clan Gunanhai. He changed the trajectory of the black light column, making it fly out from the left side of Han Mi Sheng. Yo, seeing this, Han Mi Sheng was furious, and immediately shouted at Hun Feng and the deputy master of the Soul Palace. Why don't you grab the demon fire? Chenfeng knew about the changes here, but he did not participate in the fight, because he knew that the demon fire at this time was just deliberately being captured, with the purpose of seeing everyone kill each other so that he could reap the benefits. That's the source of the demonic fire, grab it quickly. At this time, almost everyone reacted, and their fiery eyes were cast towards the black beam of light that was constantly dancing in the sky. The origin of the demonic fire is sealed there. Whoever can obtain it will undoubtedly experience an instant surge in strength. Call out. Everyone stared at the black beam of light with fiery eyes. In just a moment, the sound of breaking wind in the sky almost became a rumble. Almost all the strong men who were still alive were madly using their skills to grab the black beam of light. Haha, I got the origin of the demon fire. In this crazy scramble, an old man in a yellow robe, who was only a high-level semi-saint, had a look of ecstasy on his face, and just happened to catch one end of black light column in his hand. However, just as his laughter sounded, nearly 10 sharp fists slammed into his body. At that moment, half of his body exploded into a ball of blood mist, and a shrill scream resounded through the sky. Chapter 473 The Hidden Strength of Han Mi Sheng. Brother Feng, aren't we going to rob? Looking at the chaotic magma in the sky, Xiao Yan turned around and asked Chenfeng with some confusion. No hurry, if these people want to rob, let them do it. Chenfeng shook his head. Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt relieved and looked at the chaotic battlefield over there. The chaotic battlefield where people were fighting for the black light column almost turned into a meat grinder. Some strong men with the strength of semi-saints were usually considered big shots in Zhongzhou, but at this moment, once they got close to the black light column, they would be immediately blasted into meat paste by the attacks of many strong men. At this time, 4-star Du Sheng powerhouses such as Han Mi Sheng, Gunanhai, Hu Yao, Yao Wangui, etc., were all recovering from the serious injuries they had suffered when dealing with the Jinglian demon fire. After a while, I will be able to take action again. By then, I must get the origin of the demonic fire. Looking at the scene over there, a strange look flashed in Han Mi Sheng's eyes. At this time, Hun Feng and the deputy hall master of the Soul Hall cooperated with each other and successfully snatched the origin of the demon fire and repelled a large number of people who came to rob it. Haha, the demon fire belongs to my Soul clan. Hun Feng was holding the black beam of light in his hand, feeling extremely excited. His combat power is able to reach the level of an ordinary 3-star Duluo, and the combat power of the Soul Hall's deputy hall master is also a 3-star Duluo. As long as those 4-star Duluo powerhouses do not take action, it will be really difficult to take him down. Humph, the demon fire must not be taken away by the Soul clan. Looking at the situation over there, Gunanhai couldn't help but take action and rush towards Hun Feng before he had fully recovered. Upon seeing this, Elder Huoyao of the Yan clan also hurriedly followed. Call out. When Gunanhai and Hu Yao took action, Han Mi Sheng naturally would not stand idly by. He rushed forward quickly. Did you two think that you had figured out my strength by joining forces with me earlier? If that's the case, then maybe I should surprise you now. Han Mi Sheng's gaze stopped on Hu Yao and Gunanhai, but he smiled strangely, raised his hand, and gently changed a hand seal. And as this hand seal was formed, his aura suddenly surged amidst the shocked gazes. In just a dozen seconds, Han Mi Sheng actually broke through the barrier of the late 4-star level, and faintly reached the early 5-star Duluo level, 5-star fighting saint. Feeling the aura of Han Mi Sheng suddenly become stronger, the faces of Gu Nanhai and the others suddenly became ugly. This Soul Palace Master has actually been hiding his strength all this time. You have reached the level of a 5-star Du Sheng, yet you still dare to attack. It seems that you have thrown the agreement between the ancient races into nothingness, Gu Nanhai said in a low voice. If Han Mi Sheng was only in the late 4-star stage, then he and Huo Yao would not be afraid of him even if they joined forces. But if the opponent became a 5-star Duluo, then the two of them would have no chance of winning. Haha, I just stepped halfway into the 5-star fighting saint level by luck. To be honest, I am not a true 5-star fighting saint, so the agreement is not broken. Han Mi Sheng smiled faintly. Without further explanation, he forcefully took action to stop Hu Yao and Gu Nanhai. Han Mi Sheng is a bit strange. He seems to be able to recover very quickly. After several fights, it became difficult for Gu Nanhai and Hu Yao to work together. Obviously Han Mi Sheng was not affected by the previous injuries. Chapter 474. The Soul Clan's back-up pen. Gu Nanhai and Hu Yao started a battle with Han Mi Sheng above the magma. The violent battle fluctuations made most people afraid to get close. Han Feng and the deputy master of the Soul Palace wanted to take the opportunity to leave with the demon fire. Hurry, we can't let those two take away the source of the demon fire. Seeing the actions of the Soul Hall deputy hall master and Han Feng, Yao Wangui, the elder of the Medicine clan, as well as the elders of the Thunder clan and the Stone clan, could not help but take action. Although they had not yet fully recovered, 3-4-star Duluo were more than enough to deal with the Soul Hall deputy hall master and Han Feng. Where are you going? Although Yao Wangui was only in the early stage of the 4-star Duluo, at this moment, he stood in front of Han Feng and the other man, easily blocking their way forward and preventing them from making any progress. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Han Mi Sheng, who was dealing with Gu Nanhai and Ho Yao, suddenly became very ugly. However, at this time, no matter how anxious he was unable to get rid of the entanglement of Gu Nanhai and the other man. Even the two 4-star Dushing elders from the Thunder clan and the Stone clan intervened in the matter, making the situation very tense. Cao Ying was very confused when he saw the chaos over there, and Chenfeng never took any action. If this continued, sooner or later someone would take away the origin of the pure lotus demon fire. Boom! At a certain moment, the elder of the Stone clan found an opportunity, repelled the deputy hall master of the Soul Hall with one palm, and snatched the black light column from Han Feng. Master Mo, are you still planning to watch the show? Seeing the black light column change its owner, Han Mi Sheng finally couldn't help it and shouted loudly to the sky. Hearing what the Soul Palace Master said, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Is there actually another powerful soul member of the Soul Clan hiding here? Alas, Han Mi Sheng, you really disappoint this old man. As everyone's eyes were scanning the surroundings, a low sigh from an old man finally sounded in the void. In the crowd, an old man in gray, whose strength was only at the level of a high-level semi-saint, shook his head and walked out slowly with a look of disappointment on his face. As he walked out, his face changed a lot. A pair of long black eyebrows drooped down, looking extremely strange. This old man was very ordinary in the previous melee. He was chased by the fire slaves and fled everywhere, and no one paid attention to him. But no one had ever imagined that this seemingly ordinary old man was actually so talented. Old Soul Demon, it's you. Do you really want to break the agreement? Seeing this black-browed old man, Gu Nanhai and other elders of the hiking races turned ugly, and there was even a hint of fear in their eyes. Agreement. Under the origin of demonic fire, it is actually nothing. The black-browed old man, who was called the Soul Demon Old Man, smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to the void not far away and said, Old monster of Xiaodan Tower, since I have already appeared, why do you still have to hide? Hearing what the old Soul Demon said, everyone present was shocked. All the eyes of doubt and uncertainty were looking towards the void. There was actually a powerful person hiding there whom they were not aware of. Lu Chuan knew very well that the people hiding here were not only the old Soul Demon, but also the old Danta ancestor. It was just that they did not want to show up at the beginning, but under the current situation they had to show up and take action. Chapter 475 Ancestor Danalas. I knew that the Soul Clan would not follow the rules. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, the space was silent for a moment before it slowly began to fluctuate. An unusually vicissitudes of life voice sounded quietly, As the sound was heard, the space fluctuations there became more and more violent. Immediately a green bull, stepping on the void, slowly appeared in this space with a low bull howl. Well, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the green bull, or rather, the person on the back of the green bull. But when they saw his appearance clearly, they were stunned because the image of the old man they imagined did not appear. The man on the ox's back was short and wore an ordinary set of coarse cloth. He had clear eyes and a childish face. Looking at his appearance, he is just a boy who looks to be about 10 years old. Old monster, you still like to play tricks like this? The old soul demon looked at the green cattle shepherd boy and smiled coldly, with a hint of fear in his eyes. If the Soul Clan follows the rules, I wouldn't have to show up. This rule was agreed upon by your tribes. Now the Soul Tribe has sent you out. I wonder what it means. The green coward boy stretched lazily, then smiled slightly, looked at the soul demon old man with unusually clear eyes, and asked, My Soul Clan must get the origin of the demon fire. Old monster, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. My clan leader is very interested in you. After so many years you must have reached the peak level of 9th grade Swandon. If you can go one step further, the legendary 9th grade golden elixir, even my clan leader will probably have to take action. The old soul demon laughed strangely. Hearing this, the green oxen shepherd boy just smiled faintly and said, Hay has been thinking about me for a long time, but even if I take the initiative to put it in front of his mouth, will he dare to eat it? Stop taking advantage of your age. When the clan leader comes out of seclusion, I will let you know the consequences of going against my soul clan. The old soul demon's eyes turned cold and said, Ancestor. At this moment, the great elder of Xiao Danta finally came back to his senses from his shock. At that moment, he knelt down in front of the shepherd boy, tears streaming down his face. Even for him, the guardian of Danta, he had only met her a few times. Now that they met again, he was naturally very excited. Ha, you must be Xiao Mo, right? I didn't expect you to become a doucheng now. The coward boy smiled, then waved his hand gently, and the great elder straightened up. Yao Wangui, give me the origin of the demonic fire. The young shepherd boy turned his gaze to Yao Wangui, who had taken away the origin of the demon fire. Yao Wangui only has the strength of an early 4-star Duluo, so he doesn't think he can keep the origin of the demon fire. As long as the origin of the demon fire does not fall into the hands of the Soul Clan, it will be a good thing. He threw out the origin of the demon fire quickly, but at this moment, the old soul demon moved and he quickly rushed towards the origin of the demon fire. However, just as the soul demon old man's palm was about to fall on the light column, he suddenly discovered that the surrounding space had changed strangely. With a shake of space, his body actually appeared directly at the place where the green ox shepherd boy was, while the latter strangely appeared at the place where he had stood before. It was so strange, as if the positions of the two people had changed instantly at that moment. Chapter 476 The Demon Fire's Shiming Space Shift 6-star Doucheng. You actually broke through to 6 stars. The old soul demon stood there in a daze. After a moment, he suddenly came to his senses and said in horror, There is a huge gap between each level of fighting saints. Hun Misheng jumped from the late 4-star Duluo to the early 5-star, and was able to easily resist Gu Nanhai and Hu Yao. This was enough to show the gap between the two. A 6-star Duluo, this kind of strength is extremely rare even among the Soul Clan. At this moment, Hun Misheng's confidence collapsed completely. No wonder, whenever the Soul Palace wanted to take real action against Danta in the past, there would always be someone from the Soul Clan who came out to stop them. It turned out that there was such an existence in the small Danta. The green ox shepherd boy ignored other people's reactions at this moment. He directly took the black beam of light thrown by Yao Wangui in his hand. Old monster, do you really want to be the enemy of my Soul Clan? Seeing that the origin of the demon fire was taken away by the ancestor of Danta, the old man Hunmo suddenly shouted in a stern voice with a gloomy face, Stupid! Patriarch Danta glanced at him, then casually threw the beam of light in his hand into the sky. Seeing this, the old soul demon was overjoyed. Just as he was about to snatch it away, he was frightened by the next words of the Danta Patriarch, so he quickly stopped. Pure Lotus demonic fire is worthy of being ranked 3rd on the list of strange fires. You were sealed on purpose just to watch them fight each other, and you only need to sit back and reap the benefits. You hid very deeply, but you can't hide it from me. Come out. The faint voice of Patriarch Danta sounded slowly, and the expressions of the crowd changed drastically. They looked at the black beam of light rolling in the sky with horror. How is that possible? Hu Yao and other powerful men who had joined forces to attack earlier all murmured with shocked expressions. Many people do not believe this result, but Chenfeng is very clear about it. Nonsense. No matter how powerful the pure lotus demonic fire is, it will be difficult to escape once it is trapped in the great Luo demon sealing formation of my soul clan. Hun Mi Sheng's expression was somewhat ugly at this moment, and he shouted in a deep voice. The old soul demon did not question it, as he knew that Patriarch Danta was not the kind of person who spoke without thinking. Since he said so, he must be sure of it. In response to everyone's suspicious looks, Patriarch Danta did not argue, but just looked at the rolling black light column. After a while, seeing that the black fire pillar still had no reaction, the Danta Patriarch said lightly, "Since you are unwilling to show up, I have no choice but to take action." As soon as he finished speaking, Patriarch Danta snapped his fingers and a black line suddenly shot out from his fingertips. The black line seemed thin, but wherever it passed, the space was silently dissolved to leave a vacuum trace. The speed of the black line was astonishingly fast. In almost an instant, it was only half a foot away from the black light column. However, just as it was about to hit the latter, the source of the demonic fire sealed in it suddenly shook violently. "You old monster, you're ruining my plans again. Are you looking for death?" A black beam of light exploded, and soon, a milky white flame swept across the sky. A figure took shape in the sea of fire. It was the pure lotus demon fire in a white robe. He stared at the Danta Patriarch below with a grim expression and shouted angrily. This guy was sealed on purpose. Seeing this scene, most people were shocked. This pure lotus demon fire was sealed by them on purpose, and then they were allowed to fight among themselves, and finally they took advantage of it. This kind of scheming is really deep. Chapter 477 saying. Ancient Heaven Refining Formation, pure lotus demon fire, you have a violent temper. If you were allowed to enter Zhongzhou, you would definitely cause great suffering to all living beings. Perhaps, when the pure lotus demon saint was about to die, he chose to seal you because he took this into consideration. Patriarch Danta raised his slightly childish face, looked at the pure lotus demon fire stepping on the sea of fire in the sky, and said slowly, "That old bastard, I have been with him for thousands of years. Even if I have not contributed much, I have worked hard for him. But in the end he forgot our friendship and actually wanted to seal me away. In the end I was attacked by him. This is retribution. As for whether I can leave today, it is not up to you to decide." The pure lotus demon fire's eyes were slightly cold and he spoke in a cold voice. "In this case, I will have no choice but to give it a try." Patriarch Danta didn't say anything more. He pointed his toes at the green ox, and his short body directly shuttled into the sea of fire, and appeared in front of the pure lotus demonic fire. As the tides of heaven and earth recede, the seal left by the pure lotus demon saint will be perfected again. As long as we drag you until that time, you will not be able to leave this place. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. During the conversation between the two sides, the pure lotus demon fire sneered, and its hands suddenly changed. The milky white flame that filled the sky and the earth suddenly condensed towards him quickly, and then, in the shocked gazes, condensed into a huge flaming giant that was nearly 10,000 feet tall, demon fire statue. The fire giant inserted his feet directly into the magma sea below. Such momentum and colossal size made people's souls tremble constantly. Old Ghost die. The pure lotus demon fire stood on top of the demon fire statue, looking at the people below who were as tiny as ants and smiled grimly. Immediately afterwards, the demon fire god statue suddenly raised its fist that was as big as a huge mountain and punched towards the Danta ancestor. Faced with this kind of fist filled with destructive power, everyone's faces couldn't help but turn pale. If a 4-star Duluo like Gu Nanhai took this punch alone, he would be turned into powder in an instant. At this moment, the old man Dana opened his mouth, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his mouth, and then turned into a huge curtain of light, covering the sky. Boom! The giant fist of the mountain slammed heavily on the golden light curtain. The space within a radius of 10,000 feet was filled with crackling sounds and exploded into darkness. Dan Rongshin. Patriarch Danta raised his fingertips, and a drop of green blood oozed out from his pores. In the rich green one seemed to be able to vaguely see a hint of golden luster. As the blue blood flew past, it turned into a group of nearly 100 blue beams of light, which swept across the sky with a rich fragrance. Finally, the green light beam hit the chest of the demon fire statue as fast as lightning. Suddenly, the green light spread out, and it was seen that the huge demon fire statue was actually melted by more than half. This old monster's ability is getting more and more terrifying. He can even melt the demonic fire. Seeing this scene, a hint of solemnity suddenly flashed across the eyes of the old soul demon in the distance. "Old Ghost, whoever dares to stop me from escaping today, I will refine him alive. Your body is a pill, and I want to see what else you can become after I refine you again. The statue of the demon fire god was melted, the pure lotus demon fire roared towards the sky, and its body suddenly rushed into the sky. Immediately afterwards, milky white lines of fire shot out in an overwhelming manner, and finally shot into the entire space of demonic fire. The ancient Lianshan formation appears. As these fire lines shot into the depths of space, the pure lotus demon fire suddenly roared. Suddenly, above the sky, a huge fire array of nearly tens of thousands of feet long slowly emerged from the void. Chapter 478 Join forces again. Boom! When the huge formation appeared in the sky, the endless sea of magma also rolled up. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, an extremely huge fire formation slowly emerged. Haha! You could never imagine that this sealing formation set up by the pure lotus demon saint himself would actually be used by me in the end. Over the past thousands of years, I have already comprehended its mysteries. In this demon fire space, who can compete with me? The ancient formation that covered the heaven and earth slowly rotated, and the pure lotus demon fire laughed towards the sky. We are in big trouble this time. Everyone gasped as they looked at this scene. This terrifying formation was many times more powerful than the Daluo demon sealing formation that the Soul Palace Master had cast before. While everyone was horrified by the sudden change in the situation, Xiao Yan suddenly covered his forehead with his hands. At this moment, the strange ball of light in his mind suddenly trembled at an alarming frequency. It looks like the pure lotus demon saint is about to take action. Chenfeng knew very well that Tao Ying's abnormality was because the remaining consciousness of the pure lotus demon saint was about to awaken. He can actually control the formation set up by the pure lotus demon saint, the old soul demon exclaimed, and after a moment, he suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly looked towards the slowly rotating space passage in the distance. That was the only escape route to Zhongzhou. Retreat quickly. With his eyes flashing, the old soul demon rushed towards the space channel without saying a word. The formation here was arranged by the pure lotus demon saint, a man who was once even considered inferior to the previous patriarch of the Soul Clan. Even though he has been dead for countless years, his reputation is still deeply imprinted in the ears of all those who have heard of his deeds and cannot be forgotten. Seeing the old man Hunmo's actions, Hun Misheng and the other two followed closely. The elders of other ancient races all looked terrified, hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and followed. Although the temptation of the pure lotus demon fire is great, one must be lucky enough to enjoy it. If the formation spreads out, everyone here will disappear in an instant. It's too late to leave now. I will refine all of you here into my fire slaves. However, at this moment the pure lotus demon fire, which was thousands of feet high in the sky, laughed wildly towards the sky, and lightly pointed its finger in the direction of the space channel. The large formation below suddenly emitted a milky white magma fire column, which hit the space channel with a thunderous momentum, and actually shattered the channel directly. What to do? Hun Maisheng looked at this scene, caught up with the old man Hunmo, frowned and asked, "How should I know? This demon fire space was created by the pure lotus demon saint. He was known as the closest being to the Du Emperor at that time. I'm afraid that no one on the current continent can force their way into the space he created without going through the passage." The old soul demon said with a grim expression, "Are you just waiting to die?" The deputy hall master of the soul hall gritted his teeth. "It's not that easy to kill us." The old soul demon sneered, then turned his gaze to the old ancestor Danta and shouted in a deep voice, "How about joining forces? Now he controls the refining heaven array. Even if you fight alone, you are no match for him. The heaven refining formation is divided into two sides, the heaven and earth formation. I will deal with the heaven formation, and I will leave the earth formation to you." As for this soul demon old man who changed his attitude very quickly, Patriarch Danta had no time to argue with him, so he spoke in a deep voice. At this time, the others did not have much time to think and agreed to the joint action. After all, the space channels had been wiped out by the pure lotus demon fire. If they did not join forces to fight the enemy, all of them would be refined into fire slaves of the pure lotus demon fire. When Patriarch Danta was gathering people, the old soul demon also tried his best to recruit other powerful people who had reached the strength of 4-star Duluo. Although they didn't like the old soul demon, at this time, it was not a good time to care about anything. Life was the most important thing. Chapter 479 The residual image of the demon saint appears. You are just trying to stop a chariot with your arms. Although I hate that guy very much, if the formation he set up personally back then could be broken by a bunch of you idiots, would I still be trapped here for thousands of years? Seeing the actions of Patriarch Danta and others, the pure lotus demon fire sneered. The next moment murderous intent surged in his eyes, and he was too lazy to say anything more. As the hand seal changed, the heaven refining array that covered the heaven and earth began to spin with a rumbling sound like a huge millstone. As the two large formations slowly rotated, the energy between heaven and earth suddenly became extremely violent. Some powerful men whose strength had reached that of semi-saints turned pale on the spot, and some even spat out blood. This formation hadn't even launched its attack yet, but someone couldn't bear it. The pure lotus demon saint was indeed worthy of his reputation. Yinger, be careful. Chenfeng quickly used his fighting spirit to protect Tao Ying, who was in a somewhat abnormal condition. The ancient Lianshan formation, Lianshan is your slave, the pure lotus demon fire body was suspended in the sky, and overwhelming milky white flames burst out from its body and poured into the formation. Bang! As soon as the shout fell, the whole world shook violently, and a circle of milky white light quickly spread from the edge of the formation to the center. Finally, they converged into a milky white light column 100 feet in size, and within the light column, there was a destructive force, refine. A grim look emerged on Jinglian Yao's face, and he suddenly pointed his finger downwards, causing the sky formation and the earth formation to tremble violently. Immediately 2 milky white beams of light shot out like fountains, and their target was the old ancestor Danta and others. Attacked together, seeing such a ferocious attack, even someone as strong as Danta became extremely solemn. After a low shout, a drop of blood that was almost half blue and half gold flew out from the fingertips of the Danta patriarch. The blood turned into a size of several hundred feet in the blink of an eye, and astonishing energy fluctuations with a strong fragrance of elixir emanated from it. Below, the soul demon old man and others also used all their skills to release terrifying strands of fighting spirit, combining everyone's strength and slamming hard into the surging light column. Bang bang, the collision happened in just a moment and the earth-shaking explosion spread out. Haha, resist stubbornly practice. In the sky, red light flashed in the eyes of the pure lotus demon fire. He looked like a madman, and pressed his hands suddenly downwards. All the obstacles were destroyed by the formation with a bang, of course. Chenfeng did not use his full strength in this. With his current strength as a 7-star fighting saint, even the formation left by the pure lotus demon saint could not wipe him out. Because Chenfeng knew that in this situation, the consciousness left by the pure lotus demon saint would awaken, thus stopping the pure lotus demon fire's massacre-like behavior. After the obstruction of the crowd was destroyed by the pure lotus demon fire, the 2 beams of light in the formation swept across the sky at an extremely astonishing speed, and finally, chased after the old man Danta, the old man Hunmo and others in the sky, and collided with each other with a loud bang far away in the sky. The pure lotus demon fire looked at the circle of light that was centered on the impact and quickly spread to flames thousands of feet away. It couldn't help but laughed wildly towards the sky. Now, no one can stop him from escaping. Pure lotus demon saint, do you think you can destroy me like this? I am a divine creature in this world, and I have the protection of heaven and earth. Ha! The pure lotus demon fire looked like it was mad and was quite carried away by its pride. However, the wild laughter did not last long, and the pure lotus demon fire gradually regained its composure. Suddenly he lowered his head, and looked at the intersection of the light columns below with doubt and uncertainty, because he sensed the presence of a lot of auras from there. They're all still alive, how is that possible? The milky white flame swirled around the sky and then slowly faded away. As the flame dissipated, a faint hollow appeared in the gaze of the pure lotus demon fire. In that circle of light were Chenfeng, old ancestor Danta, old man Hunmo and all the others. Although they looked a little embarrassed, it seemed that none of them had suffered any serious injuries. At this time, not only the pure lotus demon fire, but even the Danta patriarch and others were looking at the halo outside in astonishment. The halo seemed weak, but it blocked the shock wave that was enough to destroy a 6-star Duluo. This is. Everyone looked at each other, obviously not understanding what had happened. It's her. It's a bit weird that Dan would be the champion. Someone noticed that something was wrong with Cao Ying. At this moment she seemed to be in a coma, but her body was emitting a faint halo. That layer of faint halo slowly condensed on her surface, and finally turned into a somewhat illusory human figure. Pure lotus demonic fire. As soon as the figure appeared, everyone was horrified and quickly stepped back. Because the appearance of that figure was exactly the same as the pure lotus demonic fire in the sky. No, it's not the pure lotus demonic fire, it's the pure lotus demonic saint. Patriarch Danta stared at the figure outside Cao Ying's body in amazement, then suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "What?" After hearing this, almost everyone's scalp suddenly tingled. While everyone was in shock, Tao Ying, who had her eyes tightly closed, trembled slightly, then slowly opened her eyes. However, those pitch-black pupils turned into milky white. His gaze moved slowly, and except for Chenfeng, everyone whose gaze met with Tao Ying's eyes felt an irresistible urge to worship and even tremble in the depths of their souls. The pure lotus demon saint, the powerful man who was said to be the closest to the Du Emperor back then, would actually appear again in this form. What is going on? Everyone looked at Tao Ying in astonishment, or rather, at the phantom wrapped around his body. How could this legendary pure lotus demon saint appear on Tao Ying's body? Don't panic, he will save us all. I believe he doesn't have any bad intentions. His target should be the pure lotus demon fire, said Patriarch Danta in a deep voice. How could this little girl attract the pure lotus demon saint? This demon saint doesn't seem to be in soul form, but more like an afterimage. However, this residual image actually still possesses such powerful energy. The pure lotus demon saint is indeed worthy of his reputation. The eyes of powerful men such as Old Soul Demon Hun Mei Sheng, Gunanhai Huyao etc. were also locked on Tao Ying, with thoughts constantly turning in their minds. While everyone was having different thoughts in their minds, Tao Ying, who was possessed by the pure lotus demon saint, slowly raised his head. With a slight wave of his sleeves, the circle of milky white light slowly dissipated, and a pair of white eyes looked at the pure lotus demon fire in the sky. Chapter 480 The demonic fire destroys the world. Pure lotus demon saint, how is that possible? How is it possible that you are still alive? The moment the light shield dissipated, the pure lotus demonic fire also locked its sights on Tao Ying. When his eyes saw the illusory figure formed on the latter's body surface, a huge wave of fear suddenly surged in his heart. Thousands of years of sealing still seem to have failed to smooth out the violence in your heart. The remaining image of the demon saint stared at the pure lotus demon fire. A faint voice, which came near and far, slowly came out of its mouth, revealing a kind of pressure that made the heaven and earth tremble. Asshole, pure lotus demon saint. If it weren't for me, would you have achieved such success? I helped you, but you sealed me in the end. Haha, you deserve to be killed by the backlash in the end. The pure lotus demon fire looked at the residual image of the demon saint with a ferocious face and laughed madly. I am also responsible for your violent behavior, but the demonic fire is too destructive. If you are allowed to leave freely, there will be a great disaster between heaven and earth. The residual image of the demon saint slowly shook his head and said, Humph, a mere afterimage, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Do you still think you are the all-powerful pure lotus demon saint back then? The pure lotus demon fire looked at the remaining image of the demon saint with resentment, and its hand seal suddenly changed. Refine. As soon as the words fell, the pure lotus demon fire roared angrily, and two beams of light containing destructive power shot out from the two formations of heaven and earth again, and then shot towards the direction where Tao Ying was at lightning speed. Seeing the pure lotus demonic fire once again unleash the power of the formation, everyone's expression changed. Call out. Looking at the beam of light that was like a meteor across the sky, the demon saint's residual image slowly raised his finger and lightly tapped, Fix. As this calm voice fell, the two beams of light that were about to hit them suddenly froze. The ancient heaven refining formation was created by me. In terms of your understanding of it, you are not as good as me. A faint smile appeared on the face of the demon saint's remnant image, and he looked up at the extremely ugly pure lotus demon fire in the sky, and said softly, Asshole. Seeing this scene, the pure lotus demon fire couldn't help but curse angrily. However, as soon as the curse fell, his face changed drastically and he discovered that his control over the formation was gradually disappearing. Boom! Between heaven and earth, the two huge fire formations began to tremble violently at this moment. The last layers of milky white flames suddenly shot out from the formation and all swept into the body of the pure lotus demonic fire. As these flames entered the body, the pure lotus demon fire completely lost control of the ancient refining heaven formation. Pure lotus demon saint, I will fight you. The formation went out of control, and the eyes of the pure lotus demon fire suddenly turned blood red. He was very confused and knew clearly that if the pure lotus demon saint regained control of the formation, he would definitely be sealed again. Demon fire destroys the world. The body of the pure lotus demon fire expanded rapidly, and finally with a bang, it turned into a raging flame that filled the sky and earth. At this moment all the energy within this space was evaporated by the extremely terrifying high temperature. At this moment, the fighting spirit in the body of a semi-saint warrior suddenly burned, and even the meridians in his body were twisted and deformed. Immediately afterwards, The entire body of this semi-saint powerful man exploded into a ball of black ash and drifted into the magma sea below. However, the hands and feet of other people around felt cold because of this scene. All the energy here was evaporated by the pure lotus demon fire. If they continue to stay here, they will not be able to replenish the fighting spirit consumed in their bodies. Even a 4-star Du Sheng powerhouse like Gunanhai doesn't have the confidence to resist the terrifying temperature of the pure lotus demon fire without relying on Du Q. Therefore, if you want to survive, you must leave this damn place as soon as possible. Laugh. Just when everyone was trembling in their hearts, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his sleeves. The huge formations tens of thousands of feet long on both sides between heaven and earth suddenly released a ray of light. The light twisted in mid-air and finally turned into a space channel. Let's go. If the pure lotus demonic fire explodes, none of you will survive. Hearing the indifferent words of the demon saint's remnant statue, everyone felt ecstatic. There was no time to think about anything as people immediately moved and rushed into the space channel. Xiao Chen, you should leave too. Go outside and find the Jiama Empire. There you will find the Xiao people you are looking for. Watching everyone leave, Xiao Chen stood where he was and spoke in a calm voice. You're not leaving. Xiao Chen didn't say much, but Chenfeng and Cao Ying were his saviors, and he didn't want to see them buried here. Don't worry, the pure lotus demon fire can't hurt me. Chenfeng shook his head. Seeing this, Xiao Chen also saw Chenfeng's confidence, so he turned and left. In the sky, the milky white flame was getting bigger and bigger, and later, some pink gradually appeared in the center of the flame. Finally, a deep red strange fire lotus appeared in the sky, spinning. Every area in the vast space is filled with milky white demonic fire. An indescribable terrifying high temperature fills the space. Now, even a Du Sheng with the strength of 4 or even 5 stars cannot stay here for long. Of course, this temperature is nothing to the 7-star Du Sheng Chenfeng. Chenfeng was not affected at all. The morning breeze was suspended above the magma. At the center of this sea of fire, a fire lotus with a mysterious aura was slowly spinning, and with each rotation of it, its color constantly changes between dark red and white. Not far below the fire lotus, Tao Ying was still standing with his hands behind his back, and there was a faint majesty spreading from him. Of course, this strange majesty comes from the shadow on the surface of its body. Buzz. The rotating fire lotus finally solidified on white. The petals were covered with tiny red veins which looked like human blood vessels, and occasionally flashed red light. When I first met you, your body was as pure as a baby's. I gave you intelligence and human thoughts, but the path you took was the opposite of what I wanted. Looking at the sky full of enchanting fire lotuses, the shadow outside Tao Ying's body sighed softly. Pure lotus demon saint, how I grow is my own business, you are meddling too much. The light around the demon lotus bloomed slightly, and the roar of the pure lotus demon fire also came from it. I just don't want you to end up in self-destruction. It's me who made you become like this, so in the end, let me end it all. The remaining image of the demon saint stared at the demon lotus. His hand seals changed, and the two large formations covering the sky and the earth suddenly swept up and down. A huge curtain of fire shot out from the center of the formation, and then formed a 4-sided fire prison as fast as lightning, sealing the demon lotus in. Chapter 481. Destroy the demon fire's intelligence. I have given you the intelligence and memory, and I am here to take them away. From now on, you will once again have the purity you had when I first discovered you. Pure lotus demon saint, you heartless bastard, I will not let you have your wish. A furious roar was heard again from the white demon lotus, and the demon lotus suddenly began to spin at a high speed. Suddenly, extremely terrifying blood-red flames shot out from the demon lotus. Faced with these strange blood-red flames, the fire curtain condensed by the formation suddenly twisted violently. Back then, when my time was running out, I thought about erasing your memory, but I couldn't bear to do it, so I set up this formation to seal you here, hoping that you could resolve the violence and murderous intent in your heart. However, it seems that thousands of years of sealing have made your hatred even stronger. If that's the case, the remaining image of the demon saint looked at the pure lotus demon fire that was still struggling frantically and sighed. Afterwards, the hand seal of the demon saint's residual image changed, and the huge formation began to collapse from the outside to the inside. As the outer perimeter of the formation collapsed, the several pillars of fire that were blocking the pure lotus demonic fire became more and more solid. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with the operation of the formation, the pure lotus demon fire was also frantically attacking the fire curtain. Chenfeng stood beside the residual image of the pure lotus demon saint, guarding Tao Ying. Even though the temperature of this world was enough to kill a 5-star Du Sheng, it could not cause any harm to him. The ancient Liantian formation, peel off. The remaining image of the pure lotus demon saint looked back in the direction of the morning breeze, then turned away. The next moment, he waved his illusory hand lightly, and in the fire curtain dense lines of fire suddenly shot out. These fire lines formed a fire net which was deeply imprinted in the depths of the demon lotus. Then, the fire net was slowly pulled up, and wisps of blood-colored mist were slowly forced away from the body of the demon lotus. Ah, as the blood-colored mist rose, the shrill screams of the pure lotus demon fire suddenly came from the demon lotus. The demonic lotus was spinning madly, but no matter how much energy it released, it was still unable to break through the fire curtain of the formation. The ancient heaven-refining formation has absorbed the energy of heaven and earth for thousands of years. This time, it explodes completely. You can't resist it, little demon, follow me. The pure lotus demon saint controlled the fire line, and bit by bit, forced out of the demon lotus the blood-colored mist that symbolized the memory and intelligence of the pure lotus demon fire. At the same time, a calm voice was heard. Bullshit, without memories and intelligence, the pure lotus demon fire will no longer have consciousness. What's the difference between what you're doing and killing me? You keep saying that you don't want to take my life, but everything you do is to kill me, you hypocrite. Feeling his mind gradually going blank, the pure lotus demon fire felt a little frightened and roared loudly. If his memory and intelligence were completely taken away, he would be truly dead. You have an extremely violent temperament, and now you have inherited my legacy. If you are allowed to break the seal, it will surely be a disaster. This disaster was caused by me, so naturally I must end it. The phantom transformed by the pure lotus demon saint shook his head and said no more. His hand seal changed, and the many fire lines within the fire curtain suddenly crossed through the body of the demon lotus. Ah, thick blood mist rapidly gushed out from the demon lotus. Finally, a blood-colored figure quickly formed above the demon lotus. It was the human form transformed by the pure lotus demon fire. Being forced out of its true form, the pure lotus demon fire hurriedly dived down, trying to get in again. However, the remaining image of the pure lotus demon saint did not give him the chance at this time. The demon saint clenched his hands, and the fire curtain shrank rapidly, finally turning into a fire prison about 10 feet in size. Master, please forgive me this time. I will definitely change in the future. The body struggled frantically, but could not break out of the fire prison no matter what. The pure lotus demon fire also gradually became frightened. Now that he has separated from his original body, his strength is less than 1/10 of what it was before, and there is no way he can contend with the pure lotus demon saint. At that moment, the pure lotus demon fire hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy to the pure lotus demon saint. Looking at the pure lotus demon fire that kept begging for mercy, the phantom transformed by the pure lotus demon saint also sighed lightly, and with a wave of his sleeves, the phantom broke away from Xiao Yan, then floated into the fire prison and landed in front of the pure lotus demon fire. Yin seeing that the pure lotus demon saint had broken away from Xiao Yan, Chenfeng quickly reached out and held Xiao Yan. Brother Feng, what should we do next? Xiao Yan did not faint during that period of time. Her mind was clear the whole time. She just couldn't control her body because the residual image of the pure lotus demon saint required the cooperation of her body to use its power. Just watch. Chenfeng held Xiao Yan's smooth little hand, and the smile on his face made Xiao Yan feel very relieved. Nowadays, although Xiao Yan's cultivation is only that of a 2-star Duluo, the fusion of several strange fires allows her to exert the combat power of a 3-star Duluo, and even a 4-star Duluo is afraid of it. In this high-temperature world, even a 5-star Duluo would find it difficult to stay, but Xiao Yan can be safe even without the protection of Chenfeng at this moment. Little demon, I don't hate you. Even though you turned against me back then, in the end, I don't hold any grudge against you. I have never had any disciples or children in my life. From the beginning to the end, you have always been the person closest to me. On the other side, the pure lotus demon saint who had separated from Xiao Yan came to the demon fire, and gently stroked the head of the pure lotus demon fire with his hand. A kind smile also appeared on that somewhat unreal face. But I hate you. The pure lotus demon fire suddenly raised its head and stared at the pure lotus demon saint with its blood-red eyes. The blood mist all over its body burst out instantly, actually enveloping the entire shadow of the pure lotus demon saint. Wisps of blood mist madly corroded its body. This demonic fire is too violent. The demon saint's persuasion has no effect at all. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's face was suddenly startled, and he sighed in a low voice. Something as violent and murderous as the demon fire must have its intelligence completely destroyed in order to eliminate its violent aura. It looks just like that day. Facing the erosion of the pure lotus demon fire, a hint of sadness welled up on the face of the pure lotus demon saint. His eyes seemed to be reminiscing. After a soft sigh, the pure lotus demon saint slowly clenched his hands. Let's disappear forever between heaven and earth together. As the pure lotus demon saint's voice rang out, the huge fire formation between heaven and earth suddenly collapsed. The collapsed formation finally turned into two extremely bright beams of light, which shot out violently and finally hit the fire curtain fiercely. Chapter 4082 The Origin of the Demonic Fire. Boom. Looking at the explosion that seemed to destroy the world, Chenfeng hugged Xiao Ying's slender waist, and the fighting energy in his body surged, turning into an energy shield that protected both of them. This was the first time that Chenfeng displayed his full Du Q power. The enormous pressure from the late 7-star Du Sheng ravaged the entire space. Even before, when the pure lotus demonic fire drove the entire refining heaven array, its power was only equal to that of morning breeze. After Chenfeng had taken defensive measures, the explosive storm swept over, and a huge crack of hundreds of thousands of feet appeared in the endless magma sea. Such a huge crack made it impossible for the magma here to fill it up for a while. After the violent energy storm gradually dissipated, there was still surprise in Tao Ying's eyes. This was the first time she saw Chenfeng display his full strength. No wonder Brother Feng is always so calm, Tao Ying murmured in her heart. At the same time she felt more secure. After all, what woman in this world doesn't want her man to be a peerless hero? The next moment, Chenfeng and Tao Ying looked at each other, then took her smooth little hand and rushed towards the center of the explosion together. There was flickering light in the sky. Chenfeng and Tao Ying stopped and looked at the empty world. Both the pure lotus demon saint and the pure lotus demon fire had disappeared. It was as if, in the previous shocking collision, everything was turned into nothingness. Where is the source of the demonic fire? Looking at the empty sky, Tao Ying murmured, could it be that even the origin of the demon fire was destroyed in that explosion? If that's the case, wouldn't this fight for the demon fire be in vain? Young, look over there. However, just when Tao Ying was feeling unwilling, Chenfeng's finger pointed to the magma sea below. Tao Ying's eyes immediately looked in the direction he pointed, and at that moment her heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly. In the boundless sea of magma, a white lotus covered with pink veins is swimming slowly. As it swam, it seemed as if the energy of the entire ocean was constantly flowing towards it. The origin of the demonic fire. Looking at the milky white lotus with a faint pink tint, Tao Ying's body trembled with excitement. After a moment, Tao Ying finally suppressed the excitement in her heart. Afterwards, the two of them began to descend, and only stopped slowly when they were several feet away from the fire lotus that was alternating between milky white and pink. The current pure lotus demon fire is undoubtedly two completely different manifestations compared to before. The former was violent by nature, but the latter was quiet and peaceful. He did not attack Chenfeng and the other two just because they were approaching. The pure lotus demonic fire seems to be different from before. Seeing the flaming lotus drifting quietly with the current, Tao Ying said in surprise. The pure lotus demon saint has wiped out all of its past memories and even its spiritual intelligence. Now the pure lotus demon fire is like a newborn baby, Chenfeng explained with a smile. The previous pure lotus demon fire that had intelligence was too violent. Even if Tao Ying obtained it, it would be very dangerous for her to refine it. He was really worried about letting Tao Ying refine the demon fire. After all, even a super strong person like the pure lotus demon saint eventually died because of the backlash of the pure lotus demon fire. What's more, Tao Ying was just a 2-star duo. Now, this worry has completely disappeared. The afterimage of the pure lotus demon saint and the pure lotus demon fire have both been annihilated between heaven and earth. What was left was the source of the demonic fire that was as pure as a baby's, but now it did not have the slightest bit of violence. If we do this, won't it damage the spirituality of the pure lotus demonic fire? Cao Ying frowned slightly and said, the reason why the strange fires of heaven and earth are so different is that they possess spirituality that ordinary flames do not have. If these spiritualities are lost, the strange fires will no longer have such dazzling charm. With the means of the pure lotus demon saint, how could he do such a stupid thing? The pure lotus demon fire still has plenty of spirituality, but some things that did not originally belong to it have been taken away by the pure lotus demon saint again. Chenfeng shook his head and said, it is now just as pure as when it first appeared between heaven and earth, without the slightest human influence or pollution. It seems that this pure lotus demon saint has helped us quite a bit. Hearing this, Xiao Ying covered her mouth and chuckled, her face full of joy. Younger, go back and adjust yourself first soon. I will help you refine the third, ranked strange fire on the strange fire list. Chenfeng directly took out the space conversion flag and took Tao Ying back to the wind world. Although the space channel here has disappeared, even an existence like the Danta Patriarch cannot tear the space apart, but the space conversion flag is not afraid of any seal at all. With a flash of black rune, Chenfeng and Xiao Ying completely disappeared in this space. While outside the demonic fire space, the distorted space in the sky has dissipated. The terrifying high temperature that originally enveloped the sky and the earth gradually weakened, and the magma desert below also stopped churning and gradually solidified into pieces of white rock. In the surrounding sky, human figures were suspended in the air, looking at this space with unwilling eyes. After the space channel disappeared, they lost their sense of that space. No matter what means they used, they could not make that space reappear. Why haven't they come out yet? Gunanhai looked at that space with a serious expression. Since they escaped, there has been no movement there. Nowadays, although Chenfeng has not held a wedding with Zunner, he is already considered the son-in-law of the Gu clan. Sunner's status in the Gu clan is extraordinary. If something happens to Sunner's husband this time, Gunanhai is worried about what kind of scolding he will receive if he returns to the Gu clan. Wait a little longer, Gu Qingyang on the side also sighed. At this moment it was useless to say anything. The demon fire space had been closed and they could not enter again. Therefore, all they could do was to wait quietly. Haha, it's better if that kid dies. On the other side, the deputy master of the Soul Palace laughed. That little girl from Danta has the residual image of the pure lotus demon saint on her body. There's no guarantee that something unexpected will happen. Hearing this, Hunmi Sheng frowned and said, Stay here for a few days. I want to see what tricks those two youngsters can play. The old soul demon's eyes flickered slightly, and then he said in a low voice. Hearing him speak, Hunmi Sheng and the other two nodded slowly and said no more. After the demon fire space was closed, most people did not leave but chose to stay here. Of course, most people are unwilling to make a wasted trip like this, so they want to wait a little longer to see if there will be any other changes. As everyone waited, 7 days passed in a flash. During these 7 days there was still no movement in this space. Not even a little bit of strange warmth was emitted. This result disappointed many people, and under disappointment, some people finally left one after another with full of reluctance. Chapter 483 is Refining the Demonic Fire. The strength increases dramatically. 7 days, Gu Qingyang smiled bitterly, then looked at Gu Nanhai in front of him and asked, Ilder, what should we do? Well, let's go back. It's no use waiting here. Gu Nanhai shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, There is a seal here. They can't even find the location of the demon fire space, let alone He-Tan entering it again. If there are no external factors, this space may not appear again until thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. By that time this place will become an ancient relic. Soon, the people of the ancient clan also left. Not many people were wandering around in this demon fire plane. What they didn't know was that Chenfeng and Xiao Ying inside had already left the demon fire space long ago and had returned to the wind realm. Xiao Chen is here. In the wind realm, Chenfeng was still preparing to refine the pure lotus demon fire for Tao Ying when suddenly an alarm sounded from the monitoring compass. It indicates that a powerful Dusheng has entered the northwest continent. Xiao Chen has entered the northwest continent and will probably reach the Jiama Empire tomorrow. Chenfeng told the news to the people around him. Eyes at the ancestor of my Xiao clan. Hearing Chenfeng's words, the two sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei were very excited. From the Xiao clan's inheritance to this day, only Xiao Chun, the only ancestor left, is still alive. Xiao Xuan is just a special energy body that can only exist in the Tianmu space. The current Xiao Chen is of great significance to the Xiao clan. You, Mayor, the two of you go out and wait for Xiao Chen. I believe he will be very happy to know that the Xiao clan has produced two talented people like you. Chenfeng said with a smile, hugging Xiao Yu's slender waist. Hearing this, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei nodded obediently. Then next, Yinger and I will go to the demon fire space again. If there is anything, please use the communication stone to contact us. After saying this, Chenfeng used the space conversion flag and took Xiao Ying back to the demon fire space again. Coming here, Chenfeng quickly arranged some things and his hand seals changed rapidly. Soon, a faint chill seeped out between heaven and earth. The large formation in the sky began to spin rapidly, and soon an extremely strong cold air surged down from the formation. Under the control of the morning breeze, the cold air just hit the area where the demon fire lotus was located. Under the influence of the cold air, the magma suddenly solidified with a crackling sound. Only the demon fire lotus was still slowly turning, but its many petals were also covered with a thin layer of frost. Yinger, this is a great formation of fire and cold. This kind of cold air is not an ordinary cold fog, but something that is derived from the temperature rising to a certain level. It is a rather strange fire and cold that can suppress the demonic fire. After Chenfeng finished performing the skill, then I'm going to start refining the demon fire. Cao Ying smiled and nodded, then her expression became serious. Refining the demonic fire is no ordinary task. Even though Cao Ying's cultivation has reached the level of a 2-star Desheng, he still needs to be extremely careful. She took 2 steps forward and then took out a jade bottle. In the jade bottle was the 9-yin yellow spring pill that she had prepared in advance. With a flick of his fingers, the 9-yin yellow spring pill flew out, and when it came into contact with the pure lotus demonic fire, it melted quickly. Suddenly, layers of ice continued to appear on the surface of the demon fire, but as soon as the ice appeared, it would be evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. Therefore, along with the coming and going of the ice, wisps of white mist with a hissing sound also continuously rose from the body of the pure lotus demon fire. After doing all this, Cao Ying finally summoned out the fusion fire that he had refined. Don't worry, with me protecting you, there won't be any problem in refining the demon fire. Chenfeng gave Cao Ying a confident smile, and such words also brought Cao Ying great confidence. Next, Cao Ying plucked up his courage and reached out to grab the source of the pure lotus demonic fire. In an instant, the seemingly tiny pink flame expanded and turned into a raging fire, enveloping Cao Ying's entire body. The terrifying temperature that changed the color of the sky suddenly erupted. Fortunately, Cao Ying's strength reached that of a 2-star Duluo, and she had fire attributed Duluo Chu and many strange fires to protect her. The high temperature that could threaten a 4-star Duluo did not harm her. And the next moment, a warm soul power appeared on her palm, which was the help of the morning breeze. With Chenfeng's current strength, it would not be a problem to completely isolate the power of the demonic fire, but he could not do that. The most important step in refining the demon fire still needs to be completed by the corner of Cao Ying's mouth. Boom! In the high temperature-filled space, flames raged, roaring like an angry dragon. From time to time the huge magma sea burst into terrifying fire pillars, and finally poured down from the sky like magma fire rain. In the air dozens of feet above the surface of the magma sea, there was a huge pink fireball that was 100 feet in size. The flames were burning fiercely, and waves of destructive power seeped out from it. The surrounding space was slowly twisting. However, next to the fireball, another thin figure was not affected at all. He continuously injected fighting energy into the fireball. With the help of the morning breeze, the huge amount of energy released by the pure lotus demon fire was finally gradually absorbed by Cao Ying. While absorbing it like a sponge absorbing water, Cao Ying's aura also quietly soared. In just a few days she successfully ascended to the 3-star Duluo. The increase in strength also made Cao Ying's speed of refining the demon fire much faster. In other words, the refining of the demon fire is now on the right track, and it is only a matter of time before it is completely refined. Call. This time it really took a long time. 2 months later, Chenfeng suddenly stood up and let out a long sigh. Now, Cao Ying, who was sitting cross-legged in the fireball in front of her, had already broken through to the level of a 4-star Desheng. In this case, she could refine the demon fire by herself. After seeing this scene, Chenfeng was finally able to leave with peace of mind. After 2 months of injecting fighting spirit into Cao Ying, he now just wanted to have a good rest. With a flash of black light, Chenfeng directly used the space conversion flag to return to the Wind World. Brother Feng, you're back. As Chenfeng came back, Feng Qing'er was the first to notice him. She quickly rushed over and hugged Chenfeng tightly. Her soft body pressed against Chenfeng, making Chenfeng feel very comfortable. Qing'er, how do you feel about being the leader of the Phoenix clan? Chenfeng pinched Feng Qing'er's soft waist and asked with a smile. Chapter 484 Feng Qing'er's experience as a clan leader. Everything is fine, no one in the clan dares to oppose me, and the 3 heavenly demon phoenixes also have great hopes for me. Feng Qing'er replied to Chenfeng seriously with some pride on her face. Once upon a time, she was just an ordinary member of the Tian Yaohuang clan. She never thought that one day she would become the leader of the entire clan. Moreover, what makes Feng Qing'er proud is that her cultivation has surpassed that of the phoenix, the leader of the 3 heavenly demon phoenixes, and she has become the strongest in the heavenly demon phoenix clan at this stage. Well, it seems that the people of the sky demon phoenix clan made a wise choice. Hearing Feng Qing'er's words, Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then his palm touched Feng Qing'er's cheek, which was as noble as an imperial princess, and a cold and smooth feeling came over him. Brother Feng, let me serve you tonight. Feng Qing'er's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart was full of desire. She missed the warmth of Chenfeng's body very much. Next, Chenfeng carried Feng Qing'er into the room in a princess hug. The colorful dress was taken off, and Feng Qing'er's flawless white jade body suddenly appeared in front of Chenfeng. Looking at such a soft and delicate body, Chenfeng's heart suddenly became extremely hot. He held Feng Qing'er's snow-white ankles with both hands, pulled her body down, and adjusted it to a comfortable position. In the middle of the night a purple figure rushed in. It was Xiao Yan. She came in quietly, but her movements had already been discovered by Chenfeng. Feng Qing'er was already in poor condition at this time, so Chenfeng immediately changed his target. After a beautiful night, Chenfeng's body and mind were relaxed and he fell into a deep sleep. It was not until the next day that Chenfeng began to understand what had happened during this period. When news spread in Zhongzhou that he disappeared in the demonic fire space, the people from the Soul Palace started to make some small moves. Before, because of the existence of Morning Breeze, the Jiama Empire was closely united with the Xinyan Pavilion, Fenyan Valley, and Fengali Pavilion. However, when Morning Breeze disappeared briefly, the Soul Palace thought that Morning Breeze and Cao Ying were buried together in the demon fire space, and the close connection between those major forces was severed. Therefore the people from the Soul Palace began to plan to liquidate the Xingyan Pavilion. However, their previous attack on Xingyan Pavilion was stopped by Xiao Yan, so this time, the people from the Soul Palace only fought locally. Some local forces sent strong men to invade the sphere of influence of Xingyan Pavilion, causing chaos. Just when all eyes in Zhongzhou were drawn to the battle between Soul Palace and Starfall Pavilion, a piece of news that shocked the continent came out quietly from nowhere. The Stone Clan, one of the 8 ancient clans, disappeared mysteriously again after the Spirit Clan. For a moment, everyone vaguely felt that there was a sense of weirdness shrouding Zhongzhou. The Stone Clan was destroyed. It seems that the Soul Palace's attack on the Falling Star Pavilion is just a common trick of the Soul Clan. It creates conflicts and hotspots to eliminate the impact of the Stone Clan's demise. After hearing the news, Chenfeng smiled slightly and immediately understood the Soul Clan's intention. The Stone Clan is one of the 8 ancient clans. Although their reputation is not as strong as that of the ancient Soul Clan, but in the same way, to be one of the 8 clans, they are definitely not simple people. Moreover, the Stone Clan has always been low-key, and there are rarely any rumors about them in Zhongzhou. However, being low-key does not mean being weak. On the contrary, the Stone Clan's fighting ability is quite powerful. At least, it is much stronger than the first elf that disappeared. Its members are also full of strong people and have a strong foundation. However, such a superpower with extremely strong foundation disappeared mysteriously again overnight. The disappearance of the Stone Tribe was exactly the same as that of the Spirit Tribe. Before they disappeared, the space suddenly closed. When the space opened again, the millions of tribesmen and descendants disappeared completely, without a single one left, and among these millions of people, there are also the top powerful ones of the Stone Clan. If these people were placed in Zhongzhou, the sky and the earth would shake violently if they stomped their feet. With the news of the Shi Clan's disappearance spread across Zhongzhou like a whirlwind, all the forces were stunned by such shocking news. These ancient races are all extremely powerful and have survived thousands of years. However, in just a few years, 2 races disappeared out of thin air. This kind of thing is accidental if it happens once, but if it happens twice, there must be something fishy going on. Moreover, the disappearance of the 2 tribes was very similar, and one could tell at a glance that the murderer who wiped out the Spirit Tribe and the Stone Tribe should be the same person, or in other words, the same force. However, troublesome things followed. On this continent, as far as ordinary people know, there are only 2 parties that can quietly wipe out the forces of ancient races such as the Spirit Clan and the Stone Clan. They are the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan. For a time, many suspicions and doubts were directed towards these 2 forces. As for these suspicions, the Soul Clan did not make any statement, which was in line with their usual style, but the Ancient Clan felt a bit troubled. With the disappearance of the Spirit Clan and the Stone Clan, the relationship between the Ancient Clan and the other clans immediately became awkward. The Ancient Clan seemed a little overwhelmed by this unexpected disaster. But what happened this time finally made them start to become alert. The occurrence of these things obviously did not benefit the Ancient Clan in any way. The person who took action in the end probably also had some plans for the Ancient Clan. However, What puzzled the top leaders of the ancient clan was that if the mastermind behind the scenes was really the Soul Clan, then how could they possess such terrifying abilities? Of course, no matter what the ancient tribe speculated, they had no actual evidence to prove to the other three tribes that this matter had nothing to do with them. Therefore, faced with all kinds of suspicions, they could only remain silent. Faced with the silence of the ancient clan and the Soul Clan, the only three remaining clans among the 8 ancient clans, the Medicine Clan, the Thunder Clan, and the Flame Clan, suddenly announced an alliance 1 month after the Stone Clan disappeared, calling themselves the Three Clan Alliance. The establishment of the Three Clan Alliance is probably an extremely powerful blow to any major force. From ancient times to the present, this is the first time that an alliance formed by 3 ancient races has appeared. After all, there are all kinds of competition and confrontation among these races. It is not easy to abandon all alliances. However, this time the people of the 3 tribes all felt uneasy, and they did not want to become the next Spirit Tribe or Stone Tribe. Since the mysterious Black Hand was able to wipe out the Elder and Stone tribes silently, it should not be too difficult to wipe them out. If we want to preserve the racial bloodline, we have to join forces now. Chapter 485 Undercurrent. However, what made other forces in Zhongzhou feel slightly relieved was that after the announcement of the alliance, the 3 tribes' alliance did not further advance into Zhongzhou. The 3 tribes simply used their great power to connect the spaces between the 3 tribes. In this way, if one side was attacked, the other 2 sides would be able to provide quick support through the space channel. With the formation of space channels between the 3 tribes, the 3 tribes gradually became as strong as a rock. Only at this time they could relax a little. After this, the 3 tribes began to send out strong men to constantly enter and exit the Stone Tribe's space. I hope to find some evidence from this and find out who is behind this. In Zhongzhou everything is exciting, but nothing and everything cannot last forever. After a period of time, the Stone Clan disappeared, and the big event of the alliance between the Thunder, Fire, and Medicine Clan gradually subsided. During this period, the people from the Soul Palace began to launch a massive offensive against the Falling Star Pavilion in the northwest continent, causing a huge uproar and attracting everyone's attention. Haha. The people from the Soul Palace want to play, so I will play with them. On Chenfeng's side, after seeing the forces under his jurisdiction being constantly harassed by the Soul Palace, his anger increased, so he gave the order directly, asking Yao Chen to lead his men to fight back. On the first day, Yao Chen brought people from Xingyun Pavilion and directly destroyed an important branch of the Soul Palace. They slaughtered all the members of the Soul Palace, released all the souls inside, and took away the origin of the souls. Chenfeng finally gave all of these soul origins to Tao Ying to absorb. After Tao Ying came out of the demon fire space, his cultivation had already climbed to the late 4-star Duluo stage. Now, with the accumulation of a large amount of soul origin, his soul power has grown from the early Heavenly Realm stage to the late Heavenly Realm stage. However, he is still far from reaching the great perfection of the Heavenly Realm. After this, the 2 sides completely tore their faces apart. Today you attack my city, and tomorrow I will destroy your branch temple. We have a lot of fun fighting back and forth. Although Chenfeng had the ability to destroy the Soul Palace directly, he did not kill it. During this period, he only allowed people from Xingyun Pavilion and Jiama Empire to take action. Firstly, this kind of long-term battle can support fighting by fighting, making the fighting power of his subordinates more powerful and cohesive. Moreover, this would also be able to eliminate some people with ulterior motives who are mixed in the team, thereby attracting more and more small forces that have been oppressed by the Soul Palace to join. According to Chenfeng's current strength, except for the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan, the other 3 ancient races are no match for him. First, his Gamma Empire has already ruled the entire northwestern continent and has become the largest empire in the Duqi continent. Secondly, the 3 forces of Xingyun Pavilion, Fengyun Valley and Fengli Pavilion plus dozens of first-class forces are enough to fight against the previous Soul Palace. Thirdly, among the Warcraft families, the top Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan is under the control of Ziyan, the Tianyao Phoenix Clan is taken over by Feng Qinger, and there is also the Juyu Daiming Python Clan, to which Yao Ming is also very loyal. In this way the 3 major Warcraft families have all become subordinate forces of Chenfeng. However, Chenfeng was relatively low-key and did not expose himself. More than a month later, the people from the Soul Palace finally discovered that Chenfeng and Tao Ying, who were supposed to have died in the demon fire space, were not dead. Damn it, those 2 people are not dead. Doesn't that mean that the pure lotus demonic fire may have been taken by them? In the Soul Palace's heavenly hall, the Soul Palace's deputy palace master was very surprised and said angrily, "There must be something fishy about those two young men." 5 Dashings suddenly appeared in the Gamma Empire. Even the previous Danta couldn't produce such strength. Hun Misheng was also extremely angry. The next moment he looked at the old man Hun Mo who had appeared in the demon fire space before, and pleaded, "Old demon, I need you to take action this time." Disaster. Hearing what Hun Misheng said, the old man Hun Mo immediately shook his head. "Now, the Jia Ma Empire has Xiao Chen's help, and the top strongmen are comparable to me. Moreover, according to the news you spread before, the Jia Ma Empire and Xingyun Pavilion seem to be involved with the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan has the strength of a late 5-star Du Sheng. If she joins hands with Xiao Chen, with our current strength there is basically no possibility of winning." Next, the old soul demon explained it carefully. "Since we can't solve it, it seems that we can only ask for help from within the clan." Hun Misheng also knew the seriousness of the situation, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Hun Misheng directly tore open a space channel, which led to a huge world comparable to the ancient clan's space. After Hun Misheng left, the collision between the Soul Palace and the Gamma Empire still did not stop. In just half a month, 5 branches of the Soul Palace were destroyed by Chenfeng's order. Haha, the people from the Soul Palace have also suffered this day. In the Gamma camp, Venerable Feng felt extremely happy. During this period of time, the people of the Soul Palace suffered a great loss due to the joint efforts of him and the Gamma Empire army. In order to unify the deployment, forces such as Xingyun Pavilion, Fengyun Valley, and Fenglei Pavilion have been included in the sects of the Jia Ma Empire. Everyone, according to the intelligence we have received, the Soul Clan will send out truly powerful people to help the Soul Palace eradicate the Gamma Empire. Yao Chen shook his head and looked at Chenfeng, who was in the first place. "What are you afraid of? With Senior Xiao Chen here, what is there to fear about the mere destruction of souls and lives?" Some strong men in the camp have gained more confidence due to the victories during this period, and no longer take the Soul Palace seriously. However, there was some worry in Yao Chen's eyes. He knew a lot about the Soul Clan's strength, and knew that the strength revealed by the Soul Clan now was just the tip of the iceberg. Let them mobilize people. Don't stop destroying the branch temples. Chenfeng smiled and spoke casually. The casual and indifferent expression on his face immediately gave Yao Chen great confidence. "Okay, since His Majesty has given the order, let's give Soul Palace a painful beating." Yao Chen was the first to express his opinion. Below, Patriarch Huyan also gained confidence. He found that his great-grandson-in-law could always bring surprises. 10 days later, the Soul Palace, which had suffered heavy losses, finally began to restrain itself and sent back its men for defense. The forces of both sides also began to confront each other and suspended the fight. In such a weird confrontation between the two sides, even some other forces noticed that something was wrong. As a result, countless eyes from all directions in Zhongzhou were once again cast towards the Gamma Empire and the Soul Palace. Some people with a sensitive sense of smell secretly sensed some undercurrents. Chapter 486 The Peak of Fall. In this weird atmosphere, some people also realized the importance of the matter. They guessed that this time the fight between the two sides would probably be truly earth-shattering. Chenfeng was somewhat disappointed with the Soul Palace's approach. With fewer fights, his speed in obtaining the Soul Essence was slower. In the previous war they destroyed a total of 16 Soul Palace branches and obtained a large amount of Soul Origins. These Soul Origins have already brought Tao Ying to the great perfection of the Heavenly Realm. Even Xu Mai and Ling Fai have reached the late Heavenly Realm. The reason why they are trained first is because they are all alchemists and can play the role of the essence of the soul. Of course, although Cao Ying also reached the great perfection of the Heavenly Realm, there is still a gap even if they are at the same level of great perfection in the Heavenly Realm. Nowadays, Chenfeng's soul power has increased a lot compared to before, but he still can't get over that level and can't step into the Emperor Realm soul. If he wants to reach that level in a short period of time, it will be extremely difficult. The peace between the Gamma Empire and the Soul Palace lasted for about 7 days, and was finally broken by a bloody war post sent to the Empire. The post was sent by the Soul Palace. Chenfeng smiled slightly, flicked his fingers, and the bloody challenge letter was automatically opened, and a stream of blood gushed out. Finally, in the air in front of him, it turned into blood-red font filled with sharp aura. Your Majesty, Morning Breeze, in 3 days, I will fall to the top of the mountain and fight to the death. Looking at these bloody fonts, the people below were filled with fighting spirit. Since the people from the Soul Palace want to die, let them come. Chenfeng laughed lightly. Under his command now Xingyan Pavilion had Yao Chen, a 4-star Dusheng. In the Jiamei Empire, Hai Bodong was also promoted to a 1-star Dusheng. The Huoyan Patriarch of Fenyan Valley had cultivated to a 2-star Dusheng. Such strength was already able to compete with the middle-level strongmen of the Soul Palace. If his many wives took action, it would probably take the efforts of an entire ancient race to resist them. Among them, Xian's Taixu ancient dragon clan had nearly 20 Duluo saints. If all of them were taken out, the Duluo saints of the Soul clan might not be able to surpass Chenfeng's side. What the Fallen Mountains are located in a critical position. In the past, many battles have broken out between the Soul Palace and the Gamma Empire in this mountain range. The name of Fall comes from ancient times. It is said that in that era, several powerful fighting saints fell and died here. Although this legend has led many treasure hunters to search the mountains back and forth several times, they have not found any remains of the fighting saint. But this does not hinder the fame of the Fallen Mountains in Zhongzhou. Especially when the location for the decisive battle between the Soul Palace and the Gamma Empire was chosen here, the Fallen Mountains suddenly became famous. The spread of news was inevitable, but perhaps both sides underestimated the impact and shock caused by the news. In less than 3 days, the Fallen Mountains, which were originally considered relatively quiet, were filled with huge crowds of people at an astonishing speed. It seems that these forces and strong men in Zhongzhou are very curious. When the old and powerful Soul Palace finally collides with the largest empire on the continent, who will be the winner? In just 3 days, the flow of people in the Fallen Mountains reached a terrifying level. This situation caused the indigenous monsters in the mountains to suffer a lot. Some Warcraft families that were originally thriving here also hurriedly migrated, fearing that they would be affected and lead to the tragedy of genocide. And when the flow of people in Fallen Mountains finally began to gradually reach saturation, the hearts of countless people suddenly surged. They could predict that this time, their trip would definitely not be in vain, and this decisive battle would definitely be earth-shattering. 3 days passed by in the spotlight of everyone. When the morning light of the 4th day tore through the clouds and poured down onto the earth, the atmosphere in the mountains suddenly became quietly hot. In the sky, the sound of breaking wind continued, and figures flew out like locusts. Their goal was the same, that is, the Fallen Peak in the center of the Fallen Mountains. The Fallen Peak is the most majestic and precipitous peak in the Fallen Mountains. It is thousands of feet high, and the mountain road is so steep that it seems to fall vertically. Therefore, there is no way to climb this mountain. The top of the Fallen Mountain is as smooth as a mirror, like a huge mirror. The sunlight pouring down is reflected back with an even more dazzling luster. From afar, a beam of light shoots up into the sky and pierces the clouds, appearing extremely magnificent. The sky around the mountain top was crowded with people. All the strong ones who possessed the power of flying spread their wings of fighting spirit at this moment, or directly floated in the air. Even in some places close to the mountain top, you can see some hidden old monsters and supreme elders of some sects. However, although the entire mountain range is crowded, no one dares to set foot on the Fallen Peak easily. The sunlight in the sky became hotter and hotter as time went by, and as the sun gradually hung higher in the sky, the column of light on the top of the falling mountain also reached its most dazzling, as if it was connected to the sun in the sky, quite spectacular. When the beam of light reached its peak, the space on the top of the falling peak suddenly and rapidly twisted. Immediately, a space channel slowly took shape under the gaze of countless eyes. The space channel took shape, and the overwhelming cold black fog surged out from it. Faintly, a shrill sound was heard from it. The faces of many people around changed, and they looked at the black fog with disgust and fear. The people from the Soul Palace have arrived. With this prelude, everyone knew who the person was at a glance, and they immediately perked up. Black fog emerged, and then it rolled violently, and 7 figures slowly appeared in the gaze of everyone present. There were 7 figures, each with a majestic aura, which made many people feel frightened. This Soul Palace is worthy of being the overlord of Zhongzhou. It has brought out 7 Duluo saints at one time. Such a feat is truly admirable. The 2 leaders were naturally the Soul Palace Master and the Soul Demon Old Man. With the appearance of these 7 people, the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly became much colder. Even the sunlight pouring down from the sky made people feel a little chilly for a moment. The power of this Soul Palace is so terrifying. Some of the great elders from various major sects looked at this scene with solemn expressions. After seeing the Soul Palaces line up with their own eyes, They understood more and more the huge gap between their sex power and the Soul Palace. Chapter 487 A shocking lineup. Since you are here, please show yourself. Han Misheng glanced at the dense crowd around him indifferently, then raised his head and looked at a mountain very far away from here. The sound was like thunder, rumbling in the fallen mountains. After Han Misheng finished speaking, everyone saw that the space on the other side of the falling peak was also rapidly distorted. Immediately, 11 figures appeared directly above the top of the mountain. 11 people, all of them are Du Sheng. Seeing the people coming from the Gamma Empire camp, everyone couldn't help but look sideways. Among these 11 people, the Master Chenfeng showed the cultivation level of the early stage of 4-star Du Sheng. Toying late 4-star Duluo Xiao Yu, late 3-star Duluo Xiao Chen, middle 5-star Duluo, early 4-star Duluo Huoyun Laozu, early 2-star Duluo Hai Bodong, middle 1-star Duluo Fengqing, early 3-star Duluo. The last 3 1-star Duluo are the older generation of independent cultivators who joined the Jiama Empire camp in recent years. Like Chenfeng's many wives, the worst ones now have the cultivation level of a 1-star Du Sheng. The talented ones like Xiao Yixin, Qing Lin, etc. have cultivated to the level of a 2-star Du Sheng. Queen Medusa has cultivated to the early stage of a 4-star Du Sheng. This time Xiao Yan, who has the highest combat power and has reached the level of a 5-star Du Sheng, did not come. If all of them were called, I'm afraid Soul Palace wouldn't dare to have any more ideas. When those 40 Dulio saints gathered together, even the Soul Clan, the backers of the Soul Palace, had a headache. At this moment, there was a slight silence between heaven and earth, as everyone was obviously shocked by the Gamma Empire's generosity. Some old monsters and the sect's supreme elders all had shock in their eyes. No one could have expected that the Gamma Empire's strength had expanded to this extent without anyone noticing. You two are still alive. Han Misheng looked at the lineup of the Gamma Empire with a hint of fear in his eyes. He had not expected that the Gamma Empire would have so many Du Sheng powerful warriors, and most of them were not ordinary Du Shengs. In addition to Xiao Chen, the 5-star Du Sheng, there were 3 4-star Du Shengs. With the intelligence capabilities of the Soul Palace, they naturally found out a lot of details about the Gamma Empire early on. When he first heard the news, Han Misheng was quite unbelievable. Having witnessed the power of the pure lotus demon fire with his own eyes, he found it hard to believe that Chenfeng could escape from the pure lotus demon fire. Moreover, now Chenfeng and Cao Ying have both displayed the cultivation level of a 4-star Du Sheng, which makes the people of the Soul Clan extremely envious and jealous. Anyone with a discerning eye can guess that Chenfeng and Cao Ying's cultivation level has increased so dramatically because of the pure lotus demon fire. Han Misheng, you miss me so much. Could it be that you want to show filial piety to me after 100 years? However, I find it disgusting that you have this intention. People like you are not worthy even if you kowtow to me to show filial piety. Listening to Han Misheng's words, Chenfeng did not give him any face at all and insulted him directly. Crack. Hearing this, even with Han Misheng's temperament he couldn't help but get furious. For so many years, no one in Zhongzhou dared to humiliate him like this. But today, I was scolded by a young boy. The pure lotus demonic fire is in your hands, Han Misheng asked with a frown. The people in the Soul Palace are probably all imitating you, Han Misheng, and talking nonsense. At this time Xiao Yu also stood up. Now her cultivation has reached the late 3-star Du Sheng, and her strength is far beyond before. Even when facing an old and powerful man like Han Misheng, she did not show any fear. The defeated Xiao clan can actually produce a figure like you. If we talk about achievements, you are comparable to Xiao Xuan. However, if my Soul Clan can make the first Xiao Xuan fall, then we can also make the second Xiao Xuan fall. Looking at Xiao Yu, who stood out with a strong aura, Han Misheng's face turned very ugly. Hemph, are you worthy of saying such things? When Xiao Yu heard Han Misheng's words, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Snort. Han Misheng also snorted coldly, then looked at Chenfeng. He knew that Chenfeng was the backbone of this group of powerful men. Today, do you dare to accept the challenge from our Soul Palace? Asked Han Misheng. Why not? Chenfeng smiled without any hesitation, and now beating up Han Misheng and the others was like a piece of cake for him. 2 out of 3 fights, 3 people from each team, to fight to the death. Han Misheng said in a low voice. Of course, if you want Soul Palace to go to war with the Jiama Empire on a large scale, I will not object. My Soul Palace has been able to stand in Zhongzhou for so many years. It is not as simple as you think. Haha, that's ridiculous. Without the Soul Clan's support, the Soul Palace is nothing. Chenfeng laughed loudly, and then said, If you want to compete, hurry up. I don't have time to waste with you in this remote place. This kind of decisive battle method obviously shows that the Soul Palace does not want to start a large-scale war, so the battle level is placed at the top. Although the battlefield here is not too large in scale, its impact is no less than that of a large-scale war. After all, these people represent their respective camps. If they lose, no matter what they mention in the future, they will be inferior to the other side. This is the biggest provocation my Soul Clan has ever suffered in these years. The old Soul Demon smiled grimly, and then took a step forward slowly. Young Emperor of the Gamma Empire, count me as one of the 3 people in this decisive battle. As the Soul Demon old man took a step forward, anyone with a keen sense could notice that this huge mountain suddenly trembled slightly. A dark force like that of an angry dragon burst out from the soles of the Soul Demon old man's feet, madly breaking through the boulders in the mountain, and then roared towards the direction of the morning breeze. Bang! However, just as the dark dragon was about to break out of the ground, a figure stepped out from behind Chenfeng. That step happened to be at the place where the hidden force was used, and the hard ground sank half a foot immediately. The hidden power released by the old Soul Demon was shattered by that figure. The Soul Clan is still so shameful. Xiao Chen looked at the Soul Demon old man expressionlessly and said slowly, "Blood Axe Xiao Chen." The Soul Demon old man had a grim face, his eyes staring at Xiao Chen like a venomous snake, and spoke word by word. "Ants like you have no right to mention the clan leader's name." Xiao Chen was like a ferocious wolf slowly waking up, with a hint of murderous intent seeping out of his body. Hun Mi Sheng and the old man Hun Mo frowned slightly, but they did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen in the slightest. Especially Hun Mi Sheng. In the demon fire space, he was almost completely at a disadvantage in the fight with Xiao Chen, and looked quite embarrassed. Now that they meet again, I am naturally extremely wary. Chapter 48826 Star Fighting Saints. Haha, you are worthy of being Blood Axe Xiao Chen. After so many years you are still so ferocious. However, although Xiao Xuan is famous, he will eventually fall. Your Xiao clan is also destined to be a flash in the pan. Just as the Soul Palace Master and the Soul Demon old man were frowning, an old figure with a cane appeared beside them like a ghost, slowly and without warning in the midst of everyone's gazes. When this person appeared, there was not even the slightest fluctuation in space. This person is so powerful. The strong men in the Gamma Empire camp all looked a little solemn. Hun Chuanmo. Xiao Chen stared intently at the old man who was leaning on a cane. This man was skinny as a bone, dressed in gray, and had a dry face that always had an unnatural smile on it. Those pupils were not cloudy like those of an ordinary old man, but instead had a strange luster. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yao Chen old ancestor Xiao Yan and others were also shocked. However, the expression on Chenfeng's face was still extremely calm. He already knew who the Soul Clan would send. With his current cultivation level of the late 7-star fighting saint, he would be able to fight even if the Soul Emperor himself came. Besides, the Soul Clan is now under suspicion and dare not show too much strength. Otherwise, the people from the Medicine Clan, Thunder Clan, and Fire Clan will probably target the Soul Clan and pay attention to everything they do. Oh my god, this old guy is not dead yet. Around the mountain, there are many old men who are equally knowledgeable. Some younger warriors may not have heard of the name Hun Chuanmo, but they know very clearly how terrifying this old guy is. You are a piece of trash who once begged for mercy from the clan leader. You have the nerve to show up. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the surging murderous intent in his heart, and said expressionlessly. Hun Qianmo's dry face trembled slightly. His eyes, which were shining with a strange luster, slowly swept over Xiao Chen. His voice was hoarse like bones rubbing against each other. No matter how powerful he is, he will eventually fall. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Today, the Hun clan still stands at the top of this continent, but what about the Xiao clan? The Xiao clan, which was once a prominent continent, now has only 2 or 3 kittens left. Under the gaze of my Hun clan, they are barely surviving. I have to say, it is a pity. Bang! Hearing this, Xiao Chen's face became sinister and he appeared in front of Hun Qianmo in a flash. His hand passing through the air, a huge blood-red axe flashed and appeared, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind, like thunder across the sky, and fiercely chopped down at the latter. Xiao Chen, even if you are lucky enough to be alive today, you are no longer the blood axe Xiao Chen of the past. Facing Xiao Chen's lightning-fast attack, Hun Qianmo's face, which was almost covered with dry skin, was filled with a hint of hostility. He clenched his bony palm into a fist, and then punched the huge blood axe. Clang! The strong wind created by the terrifying collision caused several Du Sheng strongmen from the Soul Palace to retreat hastily with their faces slightly changed. Temp, Xiao Chen swung his axe hard on Hun Qianmo's fist. The extremely terrifying recoil force caused Xiao Chen to retreat 10 steps. At this moment his face was a little gloomy. After being trapped in the demon fire illusion for thousands of years, the results of his cultivation in it were naturally not as good as Hun Qianmo's normal cultivation, which made him very unwilling. Back then, when Hun Qianmo saw him, his face turned pale and he turned around and ran away. Xiao Chen, I have already said that things are no longer the same as they used to be. You are no match for me now. Hun Qianmo glanced at the faint bloodstain on his fist, but ignored it and said calmly, the people from the Morning Wind Soul Palace have all arrived. It's your turn. At this moment, Hun Mi Sheng glanced over there indifferently and took a step forward. It was obvious that the third person was him. Then I'll play with you guys. The first person is, leave that old immortal Hun Qianmo to me. Just as Chenfeng was preparing to arrange manpower, a short figure suddenly appeared beside him. He looked like a child. It was naturally the ancestor of Danta who appeared in the demon fire space. Ancestor. Looking at the boy in green, the great elder Danta, who was watching the battle on the side, suddenly showed a look of surprise on his face and said respectfully, since you want to take action, then you can fight in the first battle. Chenfeng had anticipated the appearance of Patriarch Danta and nodded immediately. Patriarch Danta waved his hand, and his clear eyes swept back and forth at Cao Ying beside Chenfeng with some wonder, and said with a smile, I can't believe that this pure lotus demon fire that even we can't subdue will end up in your hands. This kind of opportunity is really enviable. It's all luck. In response to the laughter of the Danta Patriarch, Cao Ying could only smile without any explanation. Luck is also a kind of strength. Leave the immortal old man Hun Qianmo to me. I dare not say that I can defeat him directly, but a draw is the bottom line. Hearing Cao Ying's answer, Patriarch Danta smiled slightly and said softly, Thank you very much, Senior. Cao Ying clasped her fists and expressed her gratitude. Although she knew Chenfeng's terrifying strength, it would be better not to expose it at this moment. Ancestor Danta, I didn't expect to see this legendary figure again. It is said that this ancestor's original body is a 9th grade profound elixir. I'm afraid he is the only one in the world who has an elixir of this grade. The appearance of Patriarch Danta undoubtedly caused a great shock around the mountain. Some of the older generation of strong men were all surprised, with awe in their eyes. Old ghost, it seems that you are determined to go against my soul clan. Hun Qianmo's dry face trembled when the old ancestor Danta appeared, and he said in a hoarse voice, in the past, my Hun clan did not take action against Danta just now because of you. Your behavior is quite unwise. Haha, you old man, it's ridiculous to say these polite words in front of me. Hearing this, the Danta Patriarch smiled and said, if the Soul Palace really had that opportunity, they would have taken action long ago. Don't I understand you? Well, don't say any more nonsense. I haven't fought with you for many years. I wonder how much you have improved now compared to the past. I'll let you know. The strange light in Hun Qianmo's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his voice gradually became distant and near, and his figure became somewhat illusory. Chapter 489 Fierce Fight. Everyone is shocked. Be careful yourselves. Seeing Hun Qianmo's actions, Patriarch Danta also smiled faintly. The next moment his figure disappeared silently, and when he appeared again he was already in the air. He raised his hand lightly, and extremely violent space fluctuations appeared between heaven and earth. Then he actually constructed a chaotic space. Hun Qianmo, the area outside is too small. Come in and fight. Ancestor Danta stood at the entrance of the space channel, laughed at Hun Qianmo below, and then flew into the space channel. At their level, they can easily create space for combat. However, this hastily constructed space is not stable. Generally it will automatically disappear after the battle is over. Of course, Chenfeng could also understand the purpose of Patriarch Danta. The confrontation between 6 Star Du Sheng powerhouses, not to mention that they were on the top of the Fallen Mountains. Even the entire Fallen Mountains could be destroyed if they were not careful. If we don't take some precautions, I'm afraid there won't be anyone around to watch the fight. Because in a fight between strong men like that, if an attack misses, who knows how many people will suffer. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Seeing this, Hun Qianmo sneered and moved. Everyone saw a fluctuation in space and a figure rushed into the space channel as fast as lightning. Soon after the two rushed into the space began to wriggle and became somewhat transparent. Everyone's sight was just able to see through the transparent space and see two figures floating in the chaotic space. They were none other than Patriarch Danta and Hun Qianmo. These two are both 6 Star Du Sheng masters. Haha, it seems that this trip was worthwhile. This kind of battle is extremely rare even in the entire continent. Yes, It's a great honor to be able to see such a battle between such strong men in this life. As Patriarch Danta and Hun Xianmo rushed into the space one after another, the mountain range suddenly became agitated. Everyone looked at the transparent space with fiery eyes. For most of them, it was the first time they saw a fight between powerful people of this level. Buzz, after entering the space, Patriarch Danta and Hun Xianmo obviously did not say much nonsense and directly started the most fierce fight among those fanatical gazes. A fight of that level, even though separated by a space, still caused tremendous energy fluctuations to spread out. The battle broke out as fast as thunder. The terrifying force that was unleashed by the movement of hands and feet was enough to break the sky and the earth, making countless people tremble with fear. Chenfeng knew clearly in his heart that in this battle between Patriarch Danta and Hun Xianmo, there was a great possibility that he would end up in a draw, because if two people of this level wanted to really determine the winner, it would inevitably be a situation where both sides would suffer losses. Obviously, after living for so many years, they would not directly enter into a life and death battle just because of such a competition. After the battle broke out in that space, Xiao Chen also looked around in that space. Then, he slowly stepped out with an expressionless face, staring at the Soul Palace Master and the Soul Demon Old Man, and said in a hoarse voice, "Next, who will fight with me?" Xiao Chen's voice was not loud, but it seemed to possess a strange power that shocked people, causing many people around him to turn their eyes, which were originally directed towards space, to turn to him. Looking at Xiao Chen, the Soul Palace Master and the Soul Demon Old Man looked at each other, and a sinister look appeared on the latter's old face. Hun Maisheng was very straightforward. He was beaten so badly by Xiao Chen before, and he was still a little afraid. However, he also brought a new trump card from the Hun clan this time. If he really had to fight with Xiao Chen, he would not be afraid. Blood Axe Xiao Chen, your name was indeed famous back then, but you are a little outdated now, the old soul demon said lightly with some sarcasm on his face. Whether it's over or not, we'll know when we fight. Xiao Chen's expression was still as serious as ever, but his heart was a little more solemn. No matter how harsh the words of the old soul demon are, there is always some truth in them. If Xiao Chen had been practicing normally from more than 1,000 years ago to now, he would not have taken seriously even Hun Xianmo, who had the strength of a 6-star Duluo, let alone this mere soul demon old man. As a former genius of the Xiao clan, he had such pride and confidence. But, unfortunately, the truth is always cruel. He has been trapped in the demon fire illusion for thousands of years. It is very difficult for him to keep his life. The improvement of his strength is even more slow. This has led to the fact that the old soul demon, who was originally only regarded as his junior, is now able to surpass him in the realm of cultivation. Hearing this, the old soul demon laughed strangely, and his clothes rustled in the wind. His body also automatically floated up and then stopped in the sky. The vast and overwhelming fighting spirit surged out from his body like an overwhelming force. For a moment, black fog covered the sky and the sun, and the light in the entire mountain range suddenly became much dimmer. Gurgle. In response to the terrifying fighting spirit pressure from the soul demon old man, a series of swallowing sounds were heard in the mountains. Many eyes looked at the former with fear. Although the fight in that space would be more terrifying, it was separated by the chaotic space after all. The shock was far less than what they saw with their own eyes here. 5-star Du Sheng late stage. The Soul Clan is truly filled with powerful people. Some of the sect's supreme elders and some old cultivators who had been in seclusion for many years also secretly sighed at this moment, envious of the Soul Clan's powerful foundation. It is said that Xiao Chen is also a member of the Xiao clan, but looking at the current situation, it will be difficult for him to defeat the Soul Demon Elder. Well, this time it will indeed be a brutal battle. Xiao Chen was so famous back then, but unfortunately his current cultivation is only at the middle stage of the 5-star Du Sheng. It is really difficult for him to defeat the Soul Demon Elder, who is at the late stage of the 5-star Du Sheng. The whispers coming from all directions did not cause Xiao Chen's eyes to fluctuate. At this moment his eyes were only focused on the figure under the dark clouds in the sky. Anyone who violates the authority of the Xiao clan will die. Xiao Chen slowly clenched his hand, and a blood-red giant axe that was 10 feet long suddenly appeared. At this moment, a hint of red appeared in his eyes. The low roar that belonged to the Xiao clan of that era passed through the burial of thousands of years of history, and thousands of years later, it sounded again, making people's blood boil. That feeling is a kind of pride that once existed. The pride of a race that once stood at the top of this continent, even though the race is in decline now. That kind of pride is still deeply buried in their blood. In the era when the Xiao clan was at its most prosperous, no one could challenge its power. The Xiao clan is not qualified to mention this now. The old soul demon lowered his head, staring at Xiao Chen, who was holding the huge blood axe tightly with a vicious look like a snake, and said sarcastically, "Even if the Xiao clan is defeated, you are not qualified to comment." Xiao Chen's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He knew all about the difficulties that the Xiao clan had gone through in the past, and he would not allow anyone to slander the Xiao clan in this way. The next moment, he stomped his foot on the ground, and his figure flashed and appeared above the head of the soul demon old man. The huge blood-red axe in Xiao Chen's hand was like the divine axe that split the sky and the earth angrily, and it chopped down fiercely at the latter. "Whether I am qualified or not, you will know after you try it yourself." Facing Xiao Chen's powerful attack, the old soul demon sneered. The soul demon old man shook his sleeves and dozens of dark white bone chains shot out. As the black fog gushed out, a white spiderweb quickly formed in front of him, allowing the bloody giant axe to chop down on him. Squeak! The huge axe chopped on the net, and the powerful force contained in it was quickly removed. Then, the speed of the blood-red giant axe's descent became slower and slower, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. In the end, it finally solidified when it was half a foot away from the soul demon old man's forehead. Blood axe Xiao Chen, nothing more than that, really. Hearing the ridicule from the soul demon old man, Xiao Chen's eyes flashed red and a trace of blood suddenly appeared on the huge blood-colored axe blade in his hand. Immediately, the giant axe chopped down again. The bone net that was as flexible as silk was cut open directly and easily. As for the axe ninja, he slashed at the soul demon old man's throat with lightning speed. The sudden change also startled the old soul demon slightly, but that was all. The old soul demon was not panicked. The next moment, the soul demon old man's palm, like a dry bone, drew a strange arc, and actually lightly stuck to the axe body, and then slapped it casually. There was a loud bang, and the huge blood axe was actually slapped away by his palm. However, the axe blade slid over and still cut off a strand of the soul demon old man's hair, which meant that Xiao Chen had a slight victory in that move. "Xiao Chen, as long as you unleash your potential, you will not be defeated by this man." Looking at the battle over there, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. In fact, even if Xiao Chen encountered an accident this time and lost to the soul demon old man, he could guarantee victory in the third game. If Xiao Chen lost at that time, Chenfeng planned to let Xian play the third game. With Xian's 5-star Dusheng cultivation, dragon and phoenix physique, and the cross-border pill that could temporarily improve one realm, Han Mi Sheng would not be able to win even if he carried the sub-fire of void-devouring flame. If Xiao Chen could win the game in a tie, Chenfeng planned to let Cao Ying try in the third match. Although the void-devouring flame was powerful, it was only a spark of fire and would definitely not be able to defeat Cao Ying, who possessed the pure lotus demonic fire. In addition, Cao Ying was also carrying the cross-border pill, a precious pill that could temporarily improve the level of cultivation, so defeating Han Mi Sheng was not a problem. "Brother Feng, do you think that Xiao Chen's ancestor can defeat that guy?" Xiao Yu walked over with some worry in his eyes. As for this ancestor, Xiao Yu knew his character quite well. If he lost this battle, Xiao Chen's state of mind might be unstable. "We won't lose. Let's wait and see. We must have confidence in Senior Xiao Chen." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Chenfeng smiled and gave him a reassuring smile. "Your Majesty, in the third match, Han Mi Sheng took a long time to make a move. I'm afraid he was waiting for the results of the first 2 matches." Yao Chen walked over and spoke bluntly. "Well, but even if the results of the first 2 games came out, it is impossible for the Soul Palace to replace someone stronger than Han Mi Sheng." Chenfeng nodded gently. "Your Majesty is so sure." Yao Chen was very surprised to hear Chenfeng's words. The confidence displayed by Chenfeng was a little beyond the understanding of ordinary people. "Morning Breeze, who are you going to let fight Soul Destroying in the third match?" Ancestor Huoyan came over and asked. "Just let Ying go." Chenfeng pointed at Cao Ying. "That's fine." Everyone else knew Cao Ying's current strength. On the surface, Cao Ying's cultivation had reached the late 4-star Duliu stage, second only to Blood Axe Xiao Chen, and higher than Queen Medusa and Yao Chen, 2 early 4-star Duliu masters. But Yao Chen knew in his heart that among the mistresses Xian was the strongest. When Xian rescued Xingyan Pavilion, she had already reached the late stage of 4-star Dusheng. Now that such a long time has passed, Xian's cultivation must have improved, and Xian's physique is still that of an ancient dragon and phoenix. Snort. While everyone on Chenfeng's side was discussing, in the sky, the face of the old soul demon, who was a little too arrogant in the first fight and suffered a small loss, also turned gloomy. The next moment, the soul demon old man's handprint changed suddenly. As the handprints changed, countless sharp screams suddenly rang out from the black cloud that covered the sky above his head. Everyone could even faintly see that there were countless figures struggling in the black cloud. Heavenly demon blood gu devar. As the soul demon old man's cold shout fell, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rolled up. A moment later, a fierce aura that seemed to be not human suddenly burst out from the black clouds in the sky. The next moment, in the horrified gazes of countless figures below and around, a dazzling blood light tore through the black clouds like thunder, and rushed towards Xiao Chen madly at a speed faster than lightning. Earth-shattering slash. Looking at the bloodlight that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, the huge blood axe in Xiao Chen's hand suddenly danced wildly like a windmill. The axe body paused, and a huge bloodlight, 1,000 feet long, suddenly rushed out from the blood-colored axe blade, bringing with it bursts of low sonic booms as fast as lightning, and collided fiercely with the dazzling bloodlight. Quack! Being hit hard by the 1,000-foot-long bloodlight, the bloodlight immediately flew backwards thousands of feet. A shrill and strange cry also rang out, and along the way, several huge mountains were smashed into powder. However, despite suffering a heavy blow, the bloodlight was tenacious, and just as it stabilized its body, it rushed over again. However, this time its speed slowed down a lot, so much so that many people could see its appearance clearly, and there were many gasps of shock. It was a toad-like creature, but its body was dark red. On its body there are countless protruding lumps of flesh. Upon closer inspection, on these lumps of flesh, there are actually hideous human faces. Chapter 49U Game 1 Draw. It's actually a soul gu frog. This old soul demon is really cruel. Not far away, Yao Chen looked at the hideous and terrifying blood frog with an ugly expression. It is said that this soul gu frog is made by gathering the souls of many powerful men together, letting those powerful men's souls fight each other, and then refining some special materials to make this soul gu frog. This thing is somewhat similar to a puppet, but because it is composed of countless souls that are forcibly blended together, it also possesses some intelligence. However, this intelligence is dominated by its brutality. Once this thing is released, it will kill crazily. Even later on they might attack their owners. Therefore this soul-guarding frog can only be refined by someone with extremely ruthless means. In the mountains, countless eyes looked at the blood frog, with disgust and fear that could not be concealed in their eyes. Obviously, many people here had heard of the vicious reputation of this soul-poisoning frog. The old soul demon ignored those gazes. A sinister look gradually emerged on his face, and he pointed his finger at Xiao Chen, who was not far away. Upon hearing his order, the soul gu frog suddenly shot out again. Faced with the joint attack of a man and a frog, Xiao Chen had to switch from offense to defense, and he was actually showing signs of falling into a disadvantage. It seems that the situation is not good. It's bad. Ancestor Xiao Chen will be in a very passive position if he continues like this. I hope Senior Xiao Chen can think of a way to deal with it. Seeing this scene, the people on the Jiama Empire's side couldn't help but frown and whisper, while the Soul Palace side, on the other hand, had a look of joy on their faces. Chenfeng's expression was still extremely calm. He knew very well that although Xiao Chen's cultivation was slightly weaker than that of the old soul demon, he was also a prominent figure in those days after all. In terms of experience, he is not comparable to the old soul demon. Moreover, Xiao Chen is the type who becomes braver as the battle goes on, so it is impossible to defeat him in one go. Instead, we should persevere slowly, which may stimulate Xiao Chen's potential. Therefore, although Xiao Chen was at a disadvantage and restricted everywhere at the moment, his expression did not change much, as if he was gradually adapting to the rhythm of the battle. After the soul demon old man summoned the soul gu frog, the battle in the chaotic space above the sky gradually became more intense. Even though there is a space between them, the surging destructive force can still be felt by people outside. However, the specific battle situation cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye, so everyone is not very clear about what is going on inside. I wonder how the battle is going in there. Boom boom. As the morning wind rose, the battle in the sky became more and more intense. The fierce fighting was dazzling. Only those with sharp eyesight could barely follow the flickering figure. Bang! As the battle between Xiao Chen and the soul demon old man became more and more fierce, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, the space channel exploded and two figures flew out from it. They each retreated hundreds of steps before they slowly stabilized their bodies. They're coming out. Seeing the two figures rushing out from the space channel, cries of surprise suddenly rang out in the mountains. Hey, the old ghost is really good at this. Han Qianmo steadied himself in the sky. He didn't seem to be in any distress, and even his clothes were not moved. However, some powerful warriors who have reached the level of 4-star Du Sheng can feel that the Du Q in this old guy's body has been consumed to a very terrifying level. In the distance, Patriarch Dante just smiled faintly and said nothing. Elder Qianmo, what is the result? Senior, what is the result? Below, people from the Soul Palace and the Gamma Empire asked almost at the same time. The outcome of the fight between these two people would play a crucial role in today's war situation. Hearing this, Han Qianmo and Patriarch Dante hesitated for a moment, looked at each other, and then said, let's call it a draw. The difference in strength between the two was not that big. If they really wanted to fight to the death, they could indeed decide the winner. But obviously, neither of them could really do that. Chenfeng was not surprised to hear this, as it was just as he expected. However, Han Misheng frowned, obviously not satisfied with the result. Don't be ungrateful. With this old monster's intervention, it's already good enough to get a draw. Han Qianmo landed beside the Soul Palace Master and said lightly, as long as the Soul Demon Elder can win this battle, the overall situation will basically be decided. Hearing this, Han Misheng did not say anything else. He looked towards the battle circle in the sky where Old Man Han Mo and Xiao Chen were, and sighed softly. It's a bit difficult. Hearing what Han Misheng said, Han Qianmo also looked up, glanced at the battle circle, and his brows suddenly frowned. What? Hearing Han Qianmo's evaluation, Han Misheng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. The Soul Demon Old Man has reached the late stage of the 5-star Duluo, while Xiao Chen is only in the middle stage of the 5-star Dulo. Given this gap, it should not be difficult for the former to defeat him. Could something unexpected have happened? Or has Xiao Chen hidden his strength? Xiao Chen was very famous back then. If he had not been trapped in the demon fire space and had continued to practice until now, I'm afraid that no one in the clan would be his opponent except the clan leader and a few elders. But that can't be said. If Xiao Chen hadn't been trapped in the demon fire space, he would have been able to completely eliminate the problem that time. Han Qianmo spoke to himself without giving any explanation. Hearing these words, Han Misheng frowned even more. He raised his head and stared closely at the increasingly fierce battle. At this moment, Xiao Chen was still at a disadvantage, and seemed a little flustered under the joint attack of the Soul Demon Old Man and the Soul Gu Frog. Hope it goes well, Han Misheng prayed in his heart. Clang! In the sky, the Soul Gu Frog's huge body slammed into the giant axe like a cannonball. The terrifying force directly shocked Xiao Chen and made him retreat several steps. Just as Xiao Chen had steadied himself, a gust of cold wind blew violently towards the vital parts of his back. At this moment Xiao Chen suddenly twisted his body, pointed the axe blade backwards, and ejected a sharp lock tip like a poisonous snake. Although he managed to resist this dangerous attack, the blood axe in Xiao Chen's hand was also knocked back, and his entire arm felt numb. Chapter 491 So Ying is the final. Xiao Chen, no matter how powerful you were in the past, I am now one level higher than you. It's a pipe dream to think you can defeat me. The figure of the Soul Demon Elder appeared above the Soul Gu Frog's head. He looked at Xiao Chen and sneered. In front of all the heroes in the world, you, a big shot in the past, have been forced into such an embarrassing situation. You might as well retreat to avoid being humiliated. One axe, I'll finish you off. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air. He glanced at the Soul Demon Old Man, and there was still no fluctuation on his stern face. However, the vast fighting spirit that was surging around him suddenly weakened, and he gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands and raised it above his head. Humph, arrogant. Hearing this, the Soul Demon Old Man's face turned slightly cold, but in his heart he became highly alert. The vast Du-Q in his body began to circulate rapidly like a flood, forming countless Du-Q whirlpools on the surface of his body. Xiao Chen held the blood axe high, and the aura of his whole body gradually faded away. If the figure could not be seen with the naked eye, most of the people present would probably think that Xiao Chen's aura suddenly disappeared between heaven and earth. Sure enough, Xiao Chen's potential has been brought out. He can't lose this battle. Looking at the scene in the sky, Chenfeng sighed inwardly. He actually admired people like Xiao Chen. As long as he is still alive, those wasted years will slowly be made up. Boom! When Xiao Chen's breath returned to silence, layers of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky. Within the dark clouds, thunder danced around like silver snakes, resounding through the sky. At the moment when thunder surged, Xiao Chen's breath suddenly burst out like a solid air column rushing straight into the clouds. What shocked people the most was that at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura had actually risen directly to the level of the late 5-star Du Sheng. How is that possible? The Soul Demon Elder's expression suddenly changed. He had clearly sensed Xiao Chen's true strength before, and that he was only at the middle stage of the 5-star Dusheng. How could this be? Slash the sky. Slash the sky. Xiao Chen did not give the Soul Demon Old Man any time to react. The moment his aura soared into the sky, the blood axe in his hand suddenly drew a strange arc in the sky. Immediately, a line of blood flashed in the sky, and where the blood line passed, the world seemed to be cut in half. Half of it was filled with rolling dark clouds and thunder, and half of it was filled with blood and murderous intent. Call out. Looking at the strange bloodline that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, the old soul demon's hands and feet turned cold, and a breath of death quietly surged out from the depths of his heart. However, the old soul demon was not an ordinary person. After a moment, he hurriedly suppressed the panic in his heart, and at the same time a hint of ruthlessness surged on his dry face. Swallow the go. Under the gazes of countless eyes, the old soul demon pressed his palm fiercely on the top of the soul poison frog's head. As blood surged, the soul poison frog suddenly let out a shrill croak. Soon, everyone saw that the huge body of the soul goo frog was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a pool of sticky plasma, which was swallowed up by the soul demon old man. Gulula. As the old soul demon devoured the soul goo frog, blood clots began to appear on his face. The old soul demon now looked particularly terrifying, but the vast fighting spirit that lingered around his body also began to become extremely violent at this moment. Quack! A shouting, croaking sound came from the soul demon old man's distorted mouth. The energy between heaven and earth quickly condensed in the mutated mouth of the soul demon old man. In just a moment a sticky blood cell emerged. Boom! As soon as the sticky blood ball appeared, it rushed out in the sight of many people, and finally collided with the bloodline that flashed across the sky with a loud bang, bang. At the moment of impact, an intense blood light spread out, almost shrouding the entire mountain range in a dark bright red. Some violent emotions also quietly emerged in the hearts of some people with weaker strength. In the sky, there was a huge red ball of light that was hundreds of feet in size. Even though they were far away, everyone present could feel the terrifying energy contained in it. If this energy spreads, at least half of this fallen mountain range will turn into a plain. A moment later, two figures suddenly flew out from the huge red ball of light, and finally hit the two mountains heavily. The terrible force directly caused the mountains to collapse. This scene shocked everyone. Just as they were about to scream, two figures staggered up from the mountain that had turned into ruins. They were covered in blood and looked a little embarrassed. Senior Xiao Chen, Soul Demon Elder. Seeing the miserable appearance of the two men, people on both sides were shocked. It was obvious that they had not expected that they would fight so fiercely. Xiao Chen wiped the blood off his face and glanced at the soul demon old man in the distance, his eyes also somewhat solemn. His cultivation level was indeed only at the middle stage of a 5-star Duluo, and his previous attack, which was powerful enough to rival a late-stage 5-star Duluo, could not be performed continuously. Unfortunately, the old soul demon was very decisive. At that critical moment, he actually swallowed the poisonous insect directly, thus saving him from danger. At this moment, both Xiao Chen and the soul demon old man no longer had the strength to fight. Xiao Chen's injuries were only due to weakness, but the soul demon old man was left with serious sequelae. In the next few decades, his strength would be greatly reduced, and he might even be unable to fight. This game can only be considered a draw. Xiao Chen spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Although he did not win, he felt calm in his heart because he had tried his best. It's okay, Senior Xiao Chen, you've done very well. A mid-level 5-star player tied with a late-level 5-star player. This kind of record will make the world remember the name that dominated the continent back then, Chenfeng said nonchalantly. Yinger will go to the next battle. After saying this, Chenfeng turned around and looked at Tao Ying. Cao Ying nodded. She swallowed the cross-border pill in advance, but sealed the pill and would not use it until the battle began. A draw, Elder Soul Demon, you are too arrogant this time. Hun Mi Sheng frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with the performance of the old man Hun Mo. Then you try it yourself next time. The soul demon old man's face turned cold, and his heart was filled with anger at the moment. Not only did he fail to win this time, but he also lost the soul goo frog. Stop talking nonsense, Mi Sheng, get ready, it's the last round. It's your turn. Hun Qianmo interrupted the two people who were arguing and then spoke. He knew that Hun Misheng had received a reward when he returned to the tribe this time, and he was very optimistic about it. Well, in this battle I will definitely defeat the opponent. Hearing this, Hun Misheng nodded slightly. Chapter 492 Soul Duel. Hun Meisheng, I want to see if you... the master of the Soul Palace who dominates Zhongzhou, are just worthy of your reputation. Cao Ying's figure flashed and came into the air, looking at Han Misheng with sharp eyes. You want to play the last round with me? Looking at the people sent by the Gamma Empire, a hint of coldness flashed in Han Misheng's eyes. He felt that he was being looked down upon. Although Cao Ying had the cultivation level of a 4-star Dusheng, his Han Misheng was a 5-star Dusheng. The person sent by the Gamma Empire seems to be the previous Danwei champion. I didn't expect that this girl is not only good at refining medicine, but also has such rapid progress in cultivation. It makes us ashamed. Xuan Kongzi has really taught a good disciple. At such a young age he has already reached the level of a 4-star Dusheng, and his soul power seems to have entered the late heavenly realm. How come I haven't met such a genius? As Cao Ying stepped into the air alone, countless discussions suddenly rang out around the top of the mountain, and the people in Danta felt proud. Mi Sheng, since the other party dares to let this girl out to fight, they must have made some preparations. Don't be careless. Seeing this, Han Qianmo reminded Han Mi Sheng. Yes, it is said that this girl has merged with a lot of strange fires, and now she even possesses the pure lotus demon fire. You'd better not capsize in the gutter, the old soul demon said coldly. They all knew that Yao Chen had found a scroll of ancient skills in an ancient cave, which the Soul Palace had always coveted, but its true power was unknown to the world, the pure lotus demonic fire. Hearing this, the Soul Palace master couldn't help but look at Han Qianmo beside him. A strange smile flashed across his eyes, and then the former waved his sleeves and walked out slowly. I would like to see for myself how powerful the pure lotus demonic fire is in the hands of this little girl. As Han Mi Sheng took a step forward, countless gazes from the mountains cast their gazes over to him at the same time. Characters like Han Mi Sheng once had such a bad reputation in Zhongzhou that it was almost terrifying. Although he gradually faded out of people's sight due to his long period of seclusion, his notoriety remains strong. If we were to rank the influential figures in Zhongzhou, I'm afraid the Soul Palace Master Han Mi Sheng would definitely be at the top of the list. 2 draws in 3 games, which is somewhat beyond my expectations, but this should not change the final outcome. When the Soul Palace Master was 100 feet away from Cao Ying, he finally stopped slowly. He looked up at Cao Ying and smiled faintly. His demeanor was calm and unhurried as he spoke, not at all moved by the current situation. When you are a person, leave some room for error. When you speak, you should be 90% confident. Sometimes, if you speak too confidently, you will bring shame upon yourself. Hearing Han Mi Sheng's words, Cao Ying did not feel intimidated at all. The air seemed to be heating up at this moment. Haha. The Soul Palace does things without leaving any chance of survival. This is just a way of saying it to mediocre people. To accomplish great things, if you care about these things, you are ultimately petty. The Soul Palace Master laughed and said. Hearing the sharp words between the two, everyone felt a little excited. This battle is the most important one today. The fight between the two of them will determine the outcome of this decisive battle. Then come on today, I will knock you, the Soul Palace Master. Off the altar, the aura on Cao Ying's body suddenly surged. She, who was originally only in the late stage of the 4-star Duluo, suddenly became the early stage of the 5-star Duluo. What? As Cao Ying's aura suddenly rose, almost everyone in the room became uneasy. They didn't expect that Cao Ying, at such a young age, had already reached the terrifying strength of a 5-star Duluo. This level of cultivation is already on par with many powerful people of the older generation. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be such a young man in my Danta. Even the ancestor Danta was a little excited at this time. According to the talent Cao Ying showed now, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him in the future. How could there be such a monstrous evildoer? Han Mi Sheng was also shocked. Cao Ying's promotion speed was the fastest he had ever seen in his life. Even the patriarchs of the ancient clan and the Soul clan might not be able to achieve the cultivation level of a 5-star Dusheng at such a young age. Geniuses should die young. The next moment, murderous intent appeared in Han Mi Sheng's eyes. He understood that if Cao Ying, a monster, was not eradicated soon, she would become a great enemy of the Han clan soon. Bang! At this moment, a low sonic boom sounded in his ears as fast as lightning. Moreover, at the moment the sonic boom sounded, the space in front of him squirmed, and a figure appeared like a ghost, with 2 fingers bent, pink flames jumping, and the temperature between heaven and earth rose instantly. The attack came extremely suddenly. Even with the Soul Palace Master's concentration, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, but the next moment, the dark fighting spirit on the surface of his body condensed, almost like a conditioned reflex, and quickly turned into a black shield that seemed as solid as a substance. Lof! The two fingers did not stop at all, and directly tapped heavily on the shield. In an instant, a shocking explosion occurred at the point of contact. The horrifying aftermath of the battle had reached the same level as when the Soul Demon Old Man and Xiao Chen were fighting. The next moment, Han Mi Sheng frowned, his body trembled slightly, and a series of afterimages emerged. His figure appeared in the air in an instant, looking at his palm with a slightly gloomy expression. On the back of his hand, a burn mark about half an inch long appeared. No blood seeped out from the wound because at the moment of contact, the surrounding blood vessels were burned by the residual heat of the pure lotus demon fire. It is worthy of being called the pure lotus demonic fire. As soon as the fight started, Han Mi Sheng was injured. Although it was not serious, it was not very good looking. Chao Ying looked at the Soul Palace Master without saying anything else, and his hand seals changed like lightning. As his hand seals changed, a huge soul shadow, 1,000 feet in size, suddenly enveloped his body. The wrath of the underworld. Facing such an opponent, Chao Ying did not underestimate him at all. As soon as he made a move, he used the extremely powerful soul sound wave skill of Huangquan Tianyu taught to him by Chenfeng. Mu. The huge phantom opened its mouth at the same time, and then a terrifying soul sound wave blasted towards Han Mi Sheng at a speed faster than light. Using soul attacks in front of me is simply showing off your proficiency in front of an expert. Han Mi Sheng retreated violently, and the dark fighting spirit exploded from his body in an instant. Under many horrified gazes, he transformed into countless soul phantoms. These phantoms formed a strange formation surrounding him. He knelt down with a pious look on his face. At the same time, his mouth emitted a series of harsh soul sound waves. Chapter 493 Different Fires Fighting, 10,000 souls are worshipping you. Countless soul sound waves condensed in front of Han Mi Sheng, and then turned into a sound wave arrow that shot out violently and collided fiercely with the soul impact of Huangquan Tianyu. Woo woo woo. The two soul sound waves collided fiercely, and for a moment, the sky was filled with the overwhelming humming sound of souls. Under this kind of soul sound waves, many strong men turned pale, spurted out blood, and then retreated violently with horror on their faces. In the sky, sound waves collided and spread, and the countless illusory souls around Han Mi Sheng also exploded one after another. In the end, it was blown to pieces, but it itself did not seem to have suffered much damage under such protection. Han Mi Sheng is a man with extensive knowledge. Although he is not an alchemist, his soul is at the level of great perfection in the heavenly realm, which makes him much stronger than Cao Ying. Moreover, after some test fights, Cao Ying also discovered that Han Mi Sheng's strength had improved compared to before in the demon fire space, and had already reached the middle stage of the 5-star Duluo. Although your soul power is strong, it is probably wishful thinking to think that you can defeat me in this aspect. The Soul Palace Master easily broke the last of the sound wave impact and spoke. In that case, let's fight based on our abilities. Cao Ying's face became serious, and then he summoned out the fused flame, which turned into a pink fire lotus that hovered around his body. The demonic fire is powerful, but it depends on who uses it. Han Mi Sheng smiled faintly, and suddenly a very faint black flame flashed across the depths of his pupils, which seemed extremely strange. Cao Ying frowned, and then the pink flame gradually released a terrifying temperature as it squirmed, making the world like a steamer. Throughout the fallen mountain range, mountains would occasionally catch fire without any fire, and thick smoke would rise straight into the sky. The fighting spirit in the bodies of some weaker people also became boiling hot at this moment, and some people with severe emotional fluctuations were horrified to find that the temperature in their bodies was gradually rising. The pure lotus demonic fire has the unique ability to use human emotions to cause the human body to spontaneously combust without fire. However, such a scene still frightened many people and made them retreat. As expected of the pure lotus demonic fire, it's so terrifying. Around the mountain, some sect's supreme elders also had solemn and envious expressions. When fighting against an opponent who possesses this strange fire, you have to devote some of your attention to resisting the high temperature of the flame, before you even make a move. It's finally time to use the demon fire. The old soul demon frowned slightly as he looked at this scene. The pure lotus demon fire was a little tricky even for him to deal with. Although the Soul Palace Master was a little higher than Cao Ying, it was not impossible for him to capsize in the ditch if he was not careful. This girl is really blessed with great luck. I once attacked the pure lotus demonic fire, but I failed. I didn't expect that he could conquer it with his strength. Han Qianmo also sighed. In the sky, the pink flame, under the gaze of countless eyes, gradually condensed into a pink flame disk. There were strange flame patterns around the fire disk. Upon closer inspection, They were the shapes of the 6 kinds of strange fire that Tao Ying had once refined. And in the center of the 6 strange fires, that is, in the center of the fire disk, a cluster of crystal, like pink flames swayed in the wind. "Hun Mi Sheng, this is the first time I'm using my full strength, I hope you're still alive to catch it." As Xiao Ying shouted, the pink fire disk in the sky suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately, the pink flame crystal in the center of the fire disk instantly shot out a pink fire beam about as thick as an arm. This pink beam of fire was only as thick as an arm at first, but the moment it swept out, it swelled up in the wind and became dozens of feet large. As soon as the pink fire beam took shape, it shot at a mountain below at a terrifying speed. The moment it made contact, the mountain seemed to be made of an iceberg and mysteriously disappeared in front of many horrified gazes. In the astonished gazes, wherever the fire beam passed, it seemed as if all objects turned into nothingness. Soon the strange pink fire beam enveloped Hun Mi Sheng, who was about to retreat. Not good. The old soul demon also noticed something and his expression changed immediately. In his eyes the thick beam of fire, with a destructive force, hit the Soul Palace Master fiercely. At this moment, the Soul Palace was completely silent. It was obvious that they had not expected that in this fight, Hun Mi Sheng would not be able to fight back at all. Hun Qianmo put his hands in his sleeves at this moment, and heard the whispers around him, but he sneered lightly. Cao Ying didn't have any expectations. She had learned from Chenfeng before that Hun Mi Sheng had a trump card, so the move she just made was just a test and not a real full-strength attack. Puff! The pink flames filled the area, and suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Sure enough, he's not dead. Cao Ying thought to herself, what Chenfeng said was indeed right. Soon after the voice was heard, a dark shadow loomed in the center of the spreading pink flame. And just as it appeared, an extremely strange suction force suddenly swept out like an overwhelming force. The pink flame that filled the area was actually sucked away. Finally, amid those incredulous gazes, all of them rushed into the body of the figure who slowly walked out of the flames. He actually absorbed the pure lotus demonic fire into his body. Is he looking for death? The Black Shadow's actions immediately attracted a lot of noise. It was obvious that his behavior was incredible. Unexpectedly, there is no damage at all. It seems that this battle will not be so easy to win. Cao Ying also looked at the Soul Palace Master, who walked out slowly from the flames with a somewhat shocked look, finding it a little hard to believe. The taste of the pure lotus demon fire is indeed delicious, but it's a pity that it's not the original fire. I really want to try it. What would the original fire of the pure lotus demon fire taste like? Hun Mi Sheng stood in the sky, smacked his lips, and an extremely strange smile appeared on his face. At this moment, in Hun Mi Sheng's pupils, black flames with a strange devouring power seeped out bit by bit, and the energy from the surrounding heaven and earth was actually being continuously sucked into its body, and then completely devoured by that strange power. Isn't it incredible? The Soul Palace Master smiled lightly, and the weirdness on his face became more and more vivid. You have the pure lotus demonic fire, but I have a more powerful fire than it. Hun Mi Sheng slowly extended his hand, and a ball of strange black flame suddenly emerged. The black flames rolled and vaguely gathered into a human face. Waves of devouring power burst out from the mouth of the human face. Chapter 490-40 Void Swallows Flame, second on the strange fire list. Void devouring flame. Looking at the black flaming face that appeared in the sky, Cao Ying was also shocked. She didn't expect that Soul Palace's backup plan would be this. Void devouring flame is the second-ranked strange fire on the strange fire list, and is one rank higher than the third-ranked pure lotus demonic fire. This kind of strange fire is even more mysterious than the pure lotus demon fire. At least, the news of the coming of the pure lotus demon fire has appeared on the continent before. But as for this void devouring flame, there seems to be no news related to it so far. Void devouring flame, ranked second on the list of strange fires, this fire is born in nothingness, has no form to be found and no shape to be grasped. From a certain level, void devouring flame may be considered a rather strange existence. The void devouring flame, also known as the thing that devours the heavens and the earth, possesses the ability to devour everything. Between heaven and earth, only a handful of things can resist that devouring power. Void devouring flame, how is this possible? How can he possess void devouring flame? Yao Chen also recognized the strange black flame at the first moment. At that moment, an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face, and he murmured in a lost voice. Hearing what he said, everyone around him trembled violently. Even a figure like Patriarch Downta had a serious expression on his face. Chenfeng was not worried at all at this moment. Since she chose to let Cao Ying fight, she was sure that Cao Ying could defeat Hun Mi Sheng. At this moment, looking at the fallen mountain that suddenly became silent, some powerful people around were also a little confused. The void-devouring flame is too mysterious, and only a very small number of people can recognize it. Therefore, many people are confused about the black flame in the hands of the Soul Palace Master. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ball of black flame with a human face on the Soul Palace Master's palm seemed to become more powerful after swallowing up the pink flames. Waves of excited shouts actually came out from it. It seems that it is very satisfied with the taste of your pure lotus demon fire. I rarely see it showing such excitement. Seeing this, the Soul Palace Master also smiled faintly. Your strange fire is not the void-devouring flame. Xiao Ying's eyes were filled with thought, and after a moment she suddenly spoke. Oh, hearing this, the Soul Hall Master raised his eyebrows slightly, and slowly stroked the black flame with a human face in his hands, saying, "If this flame of mine is not the void-devouring flame, then you can tell me, what is it?" Xiao Ying now has a deep understanding of strange fire. She knows that although the human-faced black flame in Hun Mi Sheng's hand may have some relationship with the void-devouring flame, she can be sure that this thing is definitely not the real void-devouring flame. The devouring power of this fire is unmatched. It is indeed what the void-devouring flame possesses. However, it seems a little weak. Could it be that this thing is the sub-fire of the void-devouring flame? Xiao Ying stared at the black-flamed man's face, but suddenly said, "The so-called sub-fire is the flame differentiated from the original fire. This kind of sub-fire can possess some of the abilities of the original fire, but its power is much weaker. From a certain level, it can be regarded as a clone of the strange fire, but the ability to separate the fire is something that very few strange fires can do. The previous pure lotus demon fire may have this ability, but it did not do it, because after separating the clone his own power was also separated, and he did not like the feeling of having his power divided." "Haha, you are indeed an expert in playing with fire." Hun Mi Sheng gently held the black flame with a human face in his hand. After a moment, he smiled faintly, obviously agreeing with Xiao Yan's guess. How important is void-devouring flame in the Soul Clan? Although his status is not low, it is obviously impossible for him to bring his real body out. Not to mention that Hun Mi Sheng has no ability to control the void black flame at all. Even if he did, the clan would not allow anyone other than the clan leader to take him out of the soul world. But even if it's Zuo, it's more than enough to deal with you. The Soul Palace Master raised his hand, and the human face formed by the black flame in his hand opened its mouth and bit his palm fiercely. Immediately, the fighting spirit in his body burst out continuously, and was finally swallowed up by the black flame. Finally, Black Flame's body, which was originally the size of a head, swayed and became nearly 100 feet large. Suddenly, black flames blazed in the sky. Chicha, a huge human face with black flames, was floating in the sky. Its dark eyes were staring at Xiao Ying, and there was a faint sound of swallowing saliva. "Lord Tunyan, kill him, Chicha." Hearing this, the man with the black flaming face screamed a few times, and then flames whizzed all over his body, moving through the space as fast as a ghost, and finally turned into a flaming prison, surrounding Tao Ying. The sudden scene shocked everyone. No one had expected that this strange black flame could actually attack spontaneously. What a delicious taste! As the black flame fell with a sharp laugh, the surrounding space suddenly erupted with a terrifying devouring force. Under such power, even Xiao Ying's face changed, and then she directly released all the strange fire. The expression on her face soon calmed down. If it was the real body of the void black flame that came to devour her, the result might be unpredictable. But how could she dare to show off her skills in front of an expert with just a tiny bit of fire? Under the counterattack of Tao Ying's flame, the black flame was immediately purified a lot. "Asshole, how dare you hurt me?" The feeling of disintegration coming from the body also made the man's face show some fear. Although it is the void devouring flame seed fire, Xiao Ying's flame is condensed from 6 kinds of strange fires, including the pure lotus demonic fire. It is just a seed fire, how can it compete with it? "Ah, you dare to refine me. You are seeking death." After feeling his power being transformed, fear surged across that man's face, but he continued to shout loudly. "Oh no, I lost contact with Zuo." The expression of the Soul Palace Master not far away suddenly changed. At this moment, he realized that the connection between him and the void-devouring flame was completely severed. The next moment, Hun Mi Sheng rushed directly towards the fire shield in the sky. Although it was only a ray of fire, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain it from his clan. If one could slowly refine it, one would be able to control some devouring power. Although this could not be compared with the void-devouring flame, it could be considered a killer weapon when fighting against others. The flames of the void were swallowed, and you can't stop it. Seeing Han Mi Sheng rushing towards her, Chao Ying also swept out a curtain of fire and directly blocked in front of Han Mi Sheng. With her current strength as an early 5-star Du Sheng, she was not afraid of Han Mi Sheng. Under Chao Ying's obstruction, Han Mi Sheng couldn't interfere with the situation over there at all. Moreover, in order to let Black Flame out, Han Mi Sheng's fighting spirit was almost exhausted, and his fighting power was getting weaker and weaker. Chapter 495 Victory, Change of Overlord. Bang! Bang! After more than 10 rounds, Han Mi Sheng, who was already exhausted, finally couldn't hold on any longer. Chao Ying seized the opportunity and hit him hard. His body flew backwards and bled profusely. As soon as Han Mi Sheng was defeated, the void-devouring flame, which could only barely withstand the strong pressure from the surroundings, finally could not bear that kind of pressure anymore. A shrill scream rang out, and then the human-faced black flame that it had transformed into actually exploded directly. Oops! The explosion of the void-devouring flame finally made Han Qianmo and the old man Han Mo's expressions change drastically. The two looked at each other and rushed out almost at the same time. Obviously, both of them wanted to rescue void-devouring flame. Humph, do you want to break the rules? Seeing this, the people from the Jiama Empire looked a little cold. Chenfeng, Xiao Chen and Patriarch Danta quickly rushed out and intercepted Han Qianmo and the other two. At the same time, Yao Chen led the other Dusheng powerhouses to move and restrain the Dusheng powerhouses from the Soul Palace. For a moment, the atmosphere at the falling peak became tense, and there was a tendency that a complete melee would break out if there was any disagreement. Han Qianmo, if the Soul Palace really wants to start a war, my Jiama Empire will not be afraid of you at all, Chenfeng shouted in a cold voice. Han Qianmo narrowed his eyes and looked around slowly. The strength of the two sides' lineups was similar. If they fought, even if the Soul Palace could win, it would be a miserable victory. However, such a loss was exactly what the Soul Clan was trying hard to avoid. What to do? There was a cold light in the eyes of the old Soul Demon, and he whispered. Han Qianmo stared at the green-shirted boy in front of him. The boy had a calm face and clear eyes like a deep pool. The previous fight made Han Qianmo understand the terrifying nature of Danta Patriarch, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Everything remains the same. After taking a deep breath, Han Qianmo said in a low voice. After hearing what he said, the people on both sides relaxed a little, and then slowly stepped back a certain distance. The tense atmosphere was finally forcibly suppressed. Bang! Just as both sides were retreating, the void-devouring flame in the sky was completely devoured by Tao Ying's flames. Although the devouring power is just a strange ability possessed by the void-devouring flame, but the relationship between different fires is just like that between wild beasts, the strong prey on the weak. Since they all have the same origin, it is common for the strong fire to devour the weak fire. The void-devouring flame ranks second on the strange fire list. To be honest, it is slightly stronger than the pure lotus demonic fire. However, this devouring flame now is just a seed fire. The Soul Palace Master was defeated. Looking at the scene in the sky, the entire mountain range became silent. When they thought of this, many people had a solemn look in their eyes. The Lord of the Soul Palace is a top powerhouse who has been famous in Zhongzhou for a long time. His notoriety in Zhongzhou back then made countless powerful families in Zhongzhou tremble with fear, which established the Soul Palace's dominant position in Zhongzhou. However, now, this powerful man who had caused a bloody storm in Zhongzhou was completely defeated by a new junior. It's time for the overlord of Zhongzhou to change his position. This thought flashed through the minds of some powerful figures such as the supreme elders of some sects. At the top of the fallen mountain, the strong men from the Jiama Empire all had expressions of surprise on their faces, and when they looked at Tao Ying's figure in the sky, their eyes were filled with pride. If the previous two battles were considered as foreign aid, but this final battle was fought by the princess of their Gama Empire herself, which was different from the efforts of Patriarch Danta and Xiao Chen. At this moment, compared with the joyful atmosphere of the Gama Empire, the Soul Palace was lonely and silent. Those strong men looked at each other, their minds slightly dazed. Not long ago, the reputation of their Soul Palace still spread throughout Zhongzhou, and any strong person who heard their name would be wary or even terrified. However, in just a few short years, the overlord that was once feared by everyone has tasted the bitterness of defeat for the first time. Let's see how you explain this to the clan. The Soul Demon old man's face was uncertain. The gazes from all around him made him feel very irritated. He flicked his sleeves and spoke angrily. The one who laughs last is the real winner. If you don't even have this kind of patience, my Soul clan would have disappeared from this world long ago. Although Han Qianmo's expression was a little gloomy, he still remained calm. He glanced coldly at the old man Han Mo and scolded, "You can be happy then. Once my Soul clan plan is launched, the Gamma Empire will be annihilated in the blink of an eye." After scolding the people around him, Han Qianmo's eyes turned cold and he slowly clenched the dry fists in his sleeves. At this time Han Mi Sheng, who was beaten back, flew back to the top of Fallen Mountain in a panic with wounds all over his body. His breath was so weak that it was undetectable, and it was obvious that he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Palace Master. Looking at Han Mi Sheng's appearance, it was obvious that he no longer had the strength to fight. At this point, some Soul Palace strongmen who had originally been hoping for a lucky break were completely desperate. This grudge will be remembered today. Han Mi Sheng spat out a mouthful of black blood and his body fell weakly to the ground. At the same time, a hoarse and weak voice slowly came out and finally reached Cao Ying's ears. "Since we've been defeated, we'll just have to leave our lives behind." Cao Ying was very decisive. He knew that he couldn't leave any future troubles, so he prepared to kill Han Mi Sheng immediately. "How dare you!" Seeing this, Han Qianmo immediately rushed between Han Mi Sheng and Cao Ying, ready to take the opportunity to kill Cao Ying. "Han Qianmo, during a competition, casualties are inevitable. Please don't break the rules." However, just as Cao Ying was about to use his power, the figure of the boy in green shirt slowly appeared in front of him, obviously intending to deal with Han Qianmo. Chenfeng also quickly came to Cao Ying's side. At this time, he still only showed the aura of a 4-star Du Sheng, so he was not taken seriously by others. "Old ghost, do you really want to go against my Soul clan completely?" Han Qianmo stared at Patriarch Danta with a grim gaze and spoke word by word. "Han Qianmo, threatening me will have no effect." Facing Han Qianmo's threat, Patriarch Danta smiled slightly and said. Han Qianmo's dry face trembled. He knew that with the obstruction of Patriarch Danta, he could not eliminate the threat of the Xiao clan today. "Humph, if we fight again next time, your Gamma Empire will be destroyed." Han Qianmo flicked his sleeves and sneered coldly. He then turned around and picked up the injured Han Mi Sheng. Then he moved and flew out of the Fallen Mountains. Behind him, the powerful men from the Soul Palace could only follow in shame. The offspring is over 50 years old and his strength has increased dramatically. The decisive battle at the Fallen Peak that shook the entire Zhongzhou ended with the defeat of Han Mi Sheng and the escape of the Soul Palace members, leaving people with a sense of unfulfilled desire. The final result was somewhat beyond many people's expectations. Soul Palace, the dominant force that had stood in Zhongzhou for hundreds of years, finally encountered a powerful force that could dampen their arrogance after being domineering for so long. The Gamma Empire, a rapidly developing huge empire occupying the entire northwestern continent, was not favored by some of the older generation at the beginning, because this empire was too large and not as pure as those ancient races. It could be said that it was a mixed bag. However, after several years of running, it rose rapidly at an astonishing speed. Moreover, the number of strong men gathered in the empire makes some old forces feel ashamed. A Du Sheng strong man is an ancestor, level figure anywhere, but in Gamma, there are more than a dozen of them. This number of fighting saints makes people gradually understand that the Gamma Empire's success today is not due to luck. Especially when a princess has the power to defeat the master of the Soul Palace, the shock she causes is unmatched. When the news of the battle at Fallen Peak was transmitted back to the Gamma Empire, it unsurprisingly caused shock and ecstasy like the collapse of heaven and earth. For almost half a month, the entire empire was in a state of carnival. From then on, the Gamma Empire would have an unrivaled reputation in Zhongzhou, and all the high-ranking officials of the empire, even the common people, would be able to hold their chests high and be filled with pride when meeting others. However, after this, the Gamma Empire was not in a hurry to expand its territory. After all, this huge empire is fundamentally different from the Soul Palace. The latter acts unscrupulously and does not care about other forces at all. If they did not have the secret support of the Soul Clan behind them, this kind of behavior would probably have changed a long time ago. Today, the Gamma Empire has become the new overlord, so it is naturally impossible for it to adopt the same approach as them. Therefore, soon after the war ended, Chenfeng issued an order strictly prohibiting anyone in the empire from taking advantage of this to act arrogantly and domineeringly. All actions must remain in the same style as before. If anyone violates the order, they will be punished by the law. Brother Feng, the Gamma Empire is becoming more and more solid now, and all developments are on the right track. In the Jiama Palace, Yun Yun and others gathered here, each with a smile and pride on their face. A few years ago, No one would have thought that a young man would inherit the throne and bring the Gama Empire to its current height. Among them, Yao Ye felt the deepest emotion. Thinking back to the beginning, she strongly opposed and did not understand Jia Xingxin's move to give up the throne. Now, Yao Ye finally understood how wise Jia Xingxin's original move was. The territory of the present-day Jiama Empire is more than 100 times larger than before. After all, the northwest continent is still a continent after all. Even for some Du Sheng masters, it would take half a day to cross it. Such a vast territory, as the foundation of an empire, is extremely grand. From now on, no one in this continent will be able to threaten us. Chenfeng also laughed loudly and said that he had almost disclosed the existence of the Wind Realm to everyone. The reason why he had such confidence was that the number of his offspring had exceeded 50. Chapter 497 Dan Emperor's Inheritance. This time, the number of Chenfeng's descendants exceeded 50, and the special gift package rewarded by the system directly rewarded 10 ninth grade Swandan. Moreover, this is only the second reward. The first reward of the special gift package is a Dan Emperor inheritance, and the third reward is 100 ninth grade precious pills. This gift package not only contains 10 ninth grade profound pills, but also 100 ninth grade precious pills. With such a wealth, even if the 8 ancient races were added together, they couldn't come up with half of it. The value of the 9th grade mysterious pill is such that there is a high chance that a 4-star Duluo can be promoted by 2 stars. With this batch of pills, almost all the 4-star Dulu warriors under Chenfeng can successfully break through to the 5-star Duluo. Some of the lucky ones may even be able to break through to the 6-star Duluo. Especially Xiao Chen, the strong man left over from the Xiao clan, has accumulated strength for so long. If he gets a Swandan at this moment, he will definitely be able to break through to the 6-star Duluo, and he will be the best among the 6-star Duluo. As for the remaining 9th grade precious pills, they can play a huge role for low-level Duluo. A 1-star Duluo, after taking a 9th grade precious pill, will most likely be able to break through to the 2-star level with the help of the huge medicinal power of the pill. As long as Chenfeng can digest this batch of pills well, the quality of the Duluo under his command will be greatly improved. Brother Feng, are you looking for me? After receiving numerous rewards, Chenfeng first found Cao Ying. Ying, isn't your biggest dream to become the best alchemist on the continent? Today I have something for you. As Chenfeng spoke, he took out the Dan Emperor's inheritance. What's this? Looking at the jade token that Chenfeng took out, Cao Ying was very curious. Put it between your eyebrows, and you will know soon. Chenfeng didn't explain, he just handed the token to Cao Ying. Cao Ying was doubtful and placed the token on her forehead. In an instant, an extremely huge amount of information poured into Cao Ying's mind, and her expression changed drastically. After a while, Cao Ying's eyes gradually became clear again. The inheritance of the Dan Emperor. Brother Feng, you are so nice. Feeling the memories in her mind, Cao Ying's face was filled with excitement and she threw herself directly onto Chenfeng. In a month, the medicine clan will hold a pharmacopoeia. You can go and try it then. Chenfeng picked up Cao Ying and said happily that Cao Ying's basic skills in alchemy were not weak, and now he had inherited the Dan Emperor's legacy, so he should not be worse than those alchemy masters of the older generation. Okay, I have great confidence in this pharmacopoeia. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Ying nodded happily and was extremely happy. 1 month was enough for her to digest the inheritance of the Dan Emperor. Next, Chenfeng picked up Cao Ying and placed her on the soft couch in the room, and had an in-depth conversation with her. 3 days before the pharmacopoeia meeting, Chenfeng finally decided to set off. This time, in addition to bringing Cao Ying, Chenfeng also brought Yao Chen along, because Yao Chen had something else to do for the Yao clan. Due to time constraints, Chenfeng naturally did not travel slowly, but directly used the space conversion flag to come to the space flag placement point closest to the medicine clan space. Why the Yao clan is located in the Shenong Mountains in the extreme south of Zhongzhou. In a sense, the area there is actually separated from Zhongzhou and seems quite remote. However, as the saying goes, a mountain is not high but it is magical if there are immortals. The same is true for this mountain range. Although the Shenong Mountains belong to a wild area with poisonous insects rampant, and all kinds of ferocious beasts rarely seen in central China, they appear one after another. But because of the existence of the medicine clan, this area is still quite lively. Moreover, this mountain range is rich in various rare medicinal materials, and many alchemists come here from far away to find medicinal materials for alchemy. Therefore, the Shenong Mountains are extremely popular. The pharmacopoeia is the most important activity in the medicine family. The time of its holding is not completely fixed and may change due to various situations. Generally speaking, this pharmacopoeia is slightly similar to Dante's alchemy meeting. Moreover, to a certain extent, this is a conference among the truly top-level alchemists on the continent. Through this conference, people will be able to know who is the number one alchemist in the continent today. In addition to the members of the medicine clan, those who can participate in the pharmacopoeia include some alchemy masters who once or currently have great fame and high alchemy skills in Zhongzhou, and they can also be invited. However, the number of people invited like this is usually very small. After all, alchemists who can be favored by the medicine clan are basically rare on the continent. But no matter what, it does not hinder the grandeur of the pharmacopoeia, not for anything else, just because of the title of the continent's number one alchemist this time. Chenfeng and the other two arrived at the space conversion flag placement point closest to the medicine clan space and then quickly set off. Half a day later, the Shenong Mountains, shrouded in thick fog, appeared in their eyes. Such a rich energy of heaven and earth. This medicine clan has occupied a good place. The first time Tao Ying saw the Shenong Mountains, he couldn't help but praise it. Those rolling clouds above the mountains are not ordinary things, but are formed by the gathering of energy from heaven and earth. Practicing here is much faster than in ordinary places. Master, this mountain range was cultivated by an old ancestor of the medicine clan over hundreds of years to become so fertile. Yao Chen looked at this strange yet familiar mountain range with complicated eyes. This was the first time he came back since he left that year. Yao Chen, I told you before that I would let you fulfill your wish. No one can stop you on this trip to the Yao clan. Chenfeng glanced at Yao Chen and then promised, saying that Yao Chen had followed him for many years, and even if he had no credit, he had worked hard. Thank you, Master. Yao Chen was very excited when he heard Chenfeng's words. It was his blessing to be able to follow Chenfeng in this life. If it weren't for Chenfeng, he might not be able to be resurrected now, and it would be even more impossible for him to break through from the level of a semi-saint to the current 4-star Du Sheng strength in such a short period of time. With his cultivation level, he could be ranked among the best even among the medicine clan. Next, Chenfeng and his companions slowly descended and finally landed on a deep ravine deep in the mountains. Opposite the ravine, a huge stone archway about several hundred feet long stood quietly. An air of vicissitudes emanated from the stone archway. In the center of the archway is a twisted space, and here is the space gate leading to the medicine clan. At this moment, figures are constantly flying out from the sky or the depths of the forest, and finally land outside the giant stone archway. These people took out some jade slips and handed them to some guards wearing medicine clan robes outside the archway before being let in. Chapter 498 Oppression from the Strong. Young Master, this pharmacopoeia is the most grand conference among the medicine clan. Some nearby sects that are affiliated with the medicine clan will also be allowed to enter and observe. This period of time will be the most lively time among the medicine clan. Yao Chen glanced at the many figures entering the space gate, and then began to introduce them to Chenfeng and Tao Ying. Chenfeng nodded slightly, and with a flash of his body, he appeared outside the archway. There were several figures standing there like sculptures, with sharp gazes just shot over. And then one of the people who knew Chenfeng immediately looked serious, and then showed respect. The medicine clan's important place, how can we trespass without permission? Be careful. This is His Majesty Morning Breeze of the Jiama Empire, you are going to die. An uninformed guard just opened his mouth to scold Chenfeng and the other two, but was immediately interrupted by the people around him. The guard who recognized Chenfeng said to him tremblingly, Your Majesty, Chenfeng has come to the medicine world. I am sorry for not welcoming you. Around the deep ravine, the figures that had been passing by slowly stopped and looked at Chenfeng and his group with curiosity. When the people from the nearby sects heard the guard's words, they gasped. Who in the world doesn't know the name of Emperor Jiama? As the dominant power in Zhongzhou, Jiama Empire has great influence. Chenfeng's current status is comparable to that of the patriarchs of some ancient races. I didn't expect His Majesty Morning Breeze to come too. But this time, it's not a place for fighting like the Falling Peak, but a place for refining medicine. Didn't you see Princess Ying also came along? Princess Ying was the champion of the alchemy contest that year. She was taught by Alchemy Tower. Moreover, Princess Ying defeated the Soul Palace Master and her cultivation is extremely high. Although Princess Ying's ability to refine medicine is strong, this is a pharmacopoeia, even she may not be able to compete with many great masters of refining medicine. According to gossip, Princess Ying has successfully refined a 9th-grade precious pill not long ago. Hiss, are you serious? If he is really a 9th-grade alchemist, Princess Ying will probably have a place in this pharmacopoeia. Hearing the low voices around them, Chenfeng and the others did not pay any attention and directly led the few people behind them into the space gate. In this world, strength is always respected. Even some of the great elders in the Yao clan are wary of the strength of Chenfeng, Chaoying and Yao Chen. How dare they, the gatekeepers, offend them? With the moment they entered the space, their vision blurred slightly, and the mountains in front of them turned into a lush green plain. On the plain, there are giant birds and beasts with huge bodies and wingspans of several hundred feet. Everyone, please come this way. Just as Chenfeng and his companions had stabilized themselves, several armored and powerful men from the medicine clan quickly approached them. Then, these people led Chenfeng and the other two onto the back of a giant bird. At this moment, there were hundreds of figures standing on the back of the bird, making it look quite lively. After Chenfeng and the other two boarded the giant bird, they immediately caused a sensation. Although many people wanted to approach Chenfeng and make friends with him, no one mustered up the courage. Soon the giant bird flapped its huge wings and finally controlled the strong wind roaring up and quickly flew towards the depths of space where the medicine clan was. Half an hour later, the bird slowed down. Everyone looked from afar and saw the clouds dispersed, and a huge mountain towering into the clouds appeared in their field of vision. On top of that giant mountain, one could vaguely see groups of halls and buildings, with countless columns of smoke slowly rising into the sky, filled with the rich fragrance of elixir. The giant bird circled around the giant mountain and finally landed on a square. After getting off the giant bird, Yao Chen stared at the familiar buildings around him in a daze. Chenfeng and Cao Ying did not disturb Yao Chen's trance, but soon the silence was interrupted by a cold laugh. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Yao Chen. I am quite surprised that you, who was expelled from the clan, actually had the nerve to come back. The next moment, a group of figures all dressed in medicine clan robes slowly approached, and at the head of them was an old man with a slightly gloomy face and thin lips like a knife blade. This person was none other than the elder of the medicine clan who appeared outside the demon fire space. He was in charge of punishment within the medicine clan and had a deep grudge with Yao Chen, the 4-star Du Sheng Yao Wangui. Yao Chen-tesque, isn't he just the useless guy who was expelled from my Yao clan? Yes, haha, elder, with your status, what is there to say to Yao Chen, an outcast in the clan? The figures surrounding Yao Wangui, after hearing his words earlier, immediately began to make fawning comments one after another. In the Yao clan, Yao Wangui has a very high status. If one can gain his appreciation, his status in the clan will also rise rapidly. Therefore there is never a shortage of such people around Yao Wangui. Shut up! When the people following him were laughing at Yao Chen, Yao Wangui suddenly saw Chenfeng and Cao Ying, so he quickly interrupted everyone. Yao Wangui knew Chenfeng quite well. Of course, his understanding was only what Chenfeng showed to everyone. At the beginning, in the demon fire space, Chenfeng had just begun to show his potential, but now, he has the strength of a 4-star Du Sheng. However, many powerful people speculate that the strength of the Lord of Gamma may be hidden. After all, if he didn't have any strength, how could he suppress the large group of Du Sheng strongmen under his command? And as Tao Ying showed his strength at the top of the fall and defeated Hun Mi Sheng, who had the cultivation level of a 5-star mid-stage Du Sheng, this speculation was further confirmed. The strong men of the Jiama Empire were able to defeat Hun Mi Sheng and force Hun Qiamo to retreat with his men. Even the Yao clan should give them enough respect. Haha, Your Majesty and the princess have come to visit our medicine clan. I am so sorry for not welcoming you in person. After scolding the few people around him who mocked Yao Chen, Yao Wangui quickly came to within a few meters of Chenfeng and greeted him politely. Yao Wangui, you change your expression so quickly. Looking at Yao Wangui, who came to him and flattered him, Chenfeng did not give him any face at all. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Wangui's heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew what Chenfeng meant, but at this moment, he could only pretend that he didn't understand, and continued to smile. Seeing His Majesty coming to my clan, my mood is naturally different from the past. Is this man the Lord of Nagama? No wonder even Elder Wangui is so respectful to him. When the people from the medicine clan around saw this scene, they all felt a little scared. Yao Wangui, my subordinates are not people that anyone can ridicule. Under the gaze of everyone, Chenfeng's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a strong aura unfolded in the square. Chapter 499 reveals 6-star pressure crack. After Chenfeng displayed the might of a 6-star Du Sheng, the people of the medicine clan around him all felt tremendous pressure, and the floor beneath the feet of some people even cracked. Fortunately, The person targeted by Chenfeng's pressure was only Yao Wangui. Otherwise, with most of the medicine clan disciples around them only at the Duzun or even Duzong stage of cultivation, they would probably have vomited blood or even died on the spot. This aura is that of a 6-star Du Sheng. It seems that the mainland's strong men's assessment of him was not wrong. This person really has hidden his cultivation. Your Majesty, what happened just now was indeed my fault. I hope Your Majesty. At this time Yao Wangui was covered in cold sweat, fearing that Chenfeng would slap him to death, and he spoke begging for mercy with difficulty. It is my great honor to be able to follow young Master Chenfeng in this life. Seeing Chenfeng putting pressure on Yao Wangui for his sake, even at the cost of exposing his hidden cultivation, Yao Chen was deeply moved. Your Majesty, please calm down. Just when Yao Wangui's knees were about to bend under the enormous pressure of the morning breeze, an extremely old shout suddenly rang out in the sky. Soon everyone in the square was surprised to see a large cloud of fire rushing in from the top of the mountain, and vaguely, an old man with red hair was rushing towards them. It's Elder Wanho. When they saw the red-haired old man, there was a burst of exclamations in the square. Unexpectedly, even this man was alarmed. Yao Wanhuo, we are both ancient races, but your Yao clan's hospitality is far inferior to that of the ancient clan. Looking at the red-haired old man who was rushing over, Chenfeng did not withdraw his pressure, and his faint voice resounded throughout the square. This boy is indeed as expected by all the masters. He has extremely strong cultivation. Only in this way can he suppress those masters of Gama. Feeling the aura of cultivation revealed by Chenfeng at this moment, the expression of Elder Wanhuo, who possessed the cultivation of a 6-star Du Sheng, changed slightly. The next moment, Yao Wanhuo turned around and shouted at Yao Wangui, who was under great pressure. What on earth happened just now? Elder Wanhuo, just now I ridiculed Yao Chen. Faced with Elder Wanhuo's stern questioning, Yao Wangui did not dare to hide anything at this moment, and told him everything that had just happened. Yao Chen. Hearing Yao Wangui's words, Elder Wanhuo's gaze turned and focused on Yao Chen. Seeing Yao Chen's current cultivation level of a 4-star Du Sheng, Elder Wanhu looked at him with a complicated look. He had never imagined that the man who was once regarded as an insignificant discarded child by the medicine clan would have achieved such success today. Not only did his cultivation level reach the level of a 4-star Du Sheng, he also made a name for himself in Zhongzhou and became one of the most prominent figures in the Jiama Empire. Las, if I had paid a little more attention back then, perhaps the situation would be very different now. At this moment Elder Wanhuo sighed in his heart. If the clan had paid more attention to Elder Yao in the past, the latter would probably always have a lingering affection for the Yao clan. In that case, the relationship between the Jiama Empire and the Yao clan would probably be quite good. It's just a pity that there is no regret medicine to buy in this world. One Gui. Everyone who comes here is a guest. How can you be so rude to a guest? The next moment, Elder Wanhu changed his mind and scolded Yao Wangui again. His Majesty Chenfeng is so famous that if ordinary people were bullied by the medicine clan, they would not dare to say anything. Even if they were to cause trouble, they would be taught a lesson by the medicine clan. After all, this is the medicine clan's territory. Yes, in this world, the strong are always respected. If it weren't for His Majesty Chenfeng, Yao Chen would have had to suffer this loss. When the people around saw this scene, they all started whispering, and at the same time, they also made various exclamations. I'm sorry, I was rude. Yao Wangui knew that Elder Wanhu was helping him, so he cleverly walked down the stairs given to him. Since Wangui has admitted his fault so sincerely, Your Majesty Chenfeng, can you please calm down? Elder Wanhu looked at Chenfeng again and asked in a friendly manner. Haha, it doesn't matter whether I calm down or not. What's important is how to make Yao Chen not angry. Chenfeng sneered, then pointed at Yao Chen, who was standing beside him. Yao Chen, I wonder if you are satisfied with Wangui's apology. Elder Wanhu reacted and smiled at Yao Chen, speaking in a very polite tone. Originally, someone of Yao Wanhuo's generation was considered an elder of the same level as ancestor Yao Chen, but now he was speaking to him as an equal. I only have one request, that I write my parents' names on the clan monument. At this moment, in excitement, Yao Chen gritted his teeth and stated a condition. Only those who have made significant contributions to the clan can leave their names on the clan monument. Hearing this, Yao Wangui was about to refuse, but before he could finish his words, a huge pressure came upon him. Under this huge pressure, his legs finally bent and his body leaned forward, about to kneel down. Seeing this, Elder Wanho frowned, quickly stretched out his hand and placed it on Yao Wangui's shoulder. A force acted on him, barely preventing him from kneeling down completely. Although Yao Wangu's behavior was very stupid, it made Elder Wanhu unhappy. But he is the punishment elder and represents the face of the medicine clan. Wanhu naturally cannot let him kneel down in front of so many people. Well, come to think of it, the clan owes you something for what happened back then, so this request is not too much. The next moment, Elder Wanho directly agreed to the request made by Yao Chen. After Elder Wanho finished speaking, the tremendous pressure on Yao Wangui finally dissipated. At this moment, Yao Wangui no longer had the arrogance he had just now when he saw Yao Chen ridiculing him. Even though he was full of resentment in his heart, he did not dare to show it. After all, if Elder Wanho had not arrived here in time, even if he could have saved his life today, he would probably have made a fool of himself in public. It's getting late. If you want to view the pharmacopoeia, please follow me to the top of the mountain. I remember that the wives of the demon saint are also pharmacists. I wonder if they can shine in this pharmacopoeia this time. Elder Wanho stroked his beard, and there was a hint of pride in his voice. When it comes to the art of alchemy, the pride in the hearts of the people of the medicine clan is almost unconsciously revealed. After all, their family started out by refining medicine. I am also very curious about the most outstanding alchemy master in the Duki continent. It would be a great honor if I could have a competition with him. Cao Ying replied calmly. Having absorbed the inheritance of the Dan Emperor, Cao Ying now showed great confidence in alchemy. Chapter 500. Old Man Shenong. Hearing Cao Ying's words, Elder Wanhuo was stunned by the strong self-confidence she displayed. Cao Ying's soul power has reached the great perfection of the heavenly realm. Elder Wanhuo also saw this, but a strong soul power does not necessarily mean a great alchemy skill. However, there was still a question that puzzled Elder Wanhuo. It was previously rumored that Cao Ying had the cultivation level of a 5-star Dusheng, but now no matter how he checked, it was only 4 stars. Haha, there will definitely be such an opportunity. As long as one has the ability, anyone can participate in the pharmacopoeia. Please follow me. The next moment, Elder Wanhu laughed loudly, and without saying anything more, he moved and flew into the sky, flying towards the top of the mountain. The top of Yashan Mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist, and the strange fragrance of elixir is spreading, making people feel relaxed and happy as if they are in a fairyland. At the top of Yashan Mountain, patches of medicinal herbs gather like an ocean. Above these seas of medicine, an enormous square was suspended in mid-air. At the 4 corners of the square there were 4 huge medicine cauldrons, from which rose the fragrance of elixir, with columns of smoke rising straight into the sky. Today there are many figures standing on the huge suspended platform, and the sounds of lively conversations can be heard continuously. To the north of the stone platform, there are stone chairs lined up side by side. On both sides of these stone chairs beautiful maids fly by like butterflies, filling all the jade cups on the stone table with their deft hands. Swoosh! When Chenfeng and his group reached the top of the mountain, Elder Wanhuo immediately greeted them politely. Your Majesty Chenfeng, please come this way. Your Majesty Morning Breeze, I didn't expect that even this person would come. According to gossip, Yao Chen, the medicine saint of the Xingyan Pavilion, the largest sect in the Jiama Empire, seemed to have once been a member of the medicine clan, but was later expelled from the clan due to some incidents. Is this true? Hey, if this is true, then the medicine clan will regret it to death now, right? Elder Wanhuo's laughter immediately drew the attention of everyone present to the direction of Chenfeng and his group. Today, the Jiama Empire is very powerful in Zhongzhou, just like the overlord of Zhongzhou. As for Yao Chen, the leader of Xingyan Pavilion, everyone present has heard of him, and whispers were heard at that moment. Chenfeng and the others ignored the gazes of the people around them, came to a place not far from Elder Wanhuo, and found a place to sit down. On the side, those clever maids hurried forward to serve respectfully. There's nothing much to watch in the foreplay of the pharmacopoeia. It's just the young people in the medicine clan showing off their skills. The real highlight of the pharmacopoeia is at the end. Yao Chen pointed to the huge stone platform below and introduced it. Well, there's really nothing to see here. What I'm most looking forward to now is to compete with those senior alchemists. Cao Ying was not modest. With her current soul realm of the great perfection of the heavenly realm and the fusion of the pill emperor's inheritance, refining a 9th grade precious pill was already a very easy task for her. However, due to the time constraints, she had not had time to try to refine a 9th grade profound pill. Most of those so-called alchemy masters can only refine 9th grade precious pills. Pills of the level of Swandan cannot be refined casually. Chenfeng also casually said that for a 9th grade Swandan, in many cases, it was not because of insufficient refining ability, but that the requirements for the energy of heaven and earth to make a pill of that level were almost reaching a harsh level. According to common sense, the soul realm of the great perfection in the heavenly realm has already reached the qualifications to refine the legendary 9th grade golden elixir. However, apart from soul power, alchemy also requires professional knowledge. Moreover, if the cultivation level is not up to standard, a Duzun has absolutely no hope of controlling that kind of vast energy of heaven and earth. As Chenfeng and his companions were chatting, the flow of people around the stone platform became increasingly large. Later, all kinds of noisy sounds reached the sky. The sound waves spread, and suddenly there was a sound of a bell resounding in the sky. Immediately many people from the medicine clan quickly stood up, and respectful voices spread out in a mighty manner. "Welcome, Chief." Amid the resounding welcome, the clouds in the sky rolled and then automatically split apart. A white-haired old man in a white robe slowly walked out from the clouds. The space where his feet landed was emitting strange fluctuations, and the invisible space seemed to have condensed into substance at this moment. The chief of the medicine clan, looking at the kind-looking white-haired old man, Chenfeng raised his eyes and saw that this man's aura was much stronger than Yao Wanhu just now. It was estimated that his cultivation had reached the late stage of 7-star fighting saint. However, this kind of cultivation is nothing in Chenfeng's eyes. If a fight breaks out, Chenfeng is confident that he can take his life within 10 moves. Yao Chen's eyes were a little complicated when he looked at the white-haired old man. No matter what, the blood of the medicine clan flows in his body. When he saw the patriarch of the medicine clan, he felt some inexplicable feelings in his heart. How the visitor is a guest. In the sky, a gentle smile appeared on the old face of Yaodan, the patriarch of the Yao clan. He bowed to the densely packed crowd, then his gaze suddenly leaped over the crowd and stopped on Yao Lao, his eyes flickering slightly with a complex look. Yao Lao slowly raised his head, looked directly at Yao Dan, smiled faintly, and said with a bow, "Greetings. Chief Yao Dan, Yao Chen, we all made a mistake." Yao Dan stared at Yao Lao and let out a sigh whose meaning was indecipherable. At the beginning, no one thought that Yao Chen could reach his current level. "I'm afraid that it won't be long before Yao Chen can become a 5-star Duluo. It's ridiculous that such a person was treated as a waste and expelled from the race." The next moment, Yadan took a step forward and appeared, sitting on the main seat amidst the respectful welcome of many Yao clan elders. "Aha, old Yaodan, are you finally willing to come out of seclusion this time?" Just as Yao Dan had just taken his seat, another voice filled with vicissitudes of life slowly spread across the sky. Along with the voice, there was also an extremely strong medicinal fragrance. Then everyone saw that there was suddenly a flash of green light in the distant sky. In a few moments, a light green medicine cauldron quickly broke through the air. On top of the medicine cauldron, there was an old man sitting cross-legged in ordinary linen clothes. In the old man's hand he was leaning on a cane that looked like it was woven from medicinal herbs. On the cane were hung many jade bottles which made crisp tinkling sounds when shaken. "Old Shenong, I didn't expect that even this senior would show up." When he saw this person, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across Yao Chen's eyes. Although old man Shenong is not very famous, he is an extremely old senior in the world of alchemy. Old people like Yao Chen are just like children in the eyes of old man Shenong.